Move by move, the world changed. City by city, the league grew. United Arab Emirates, United Kingdom. Now, the pieces take position again. This time, in India. Not just another move, the mega move. Tech Mahindra Global Chess League, Season 3. December 13 to December 24, 2025.
Hello and welcome to day 3 of the FIDE Grand Swiss, where the tournament is heating up and the players, they are vying to take the early lead. Will someone emerge on the top? We'll find out today. I'm International Master Ivan Gahauska and I'm here with the absolutely brilliant Yevgeny Mrozhnechenko, and together we are going to guide you through today's action. Now, yesterday we saw that there were 3 people with full points in the men's section, and in the women, 2 players on top.
Yep. So you have the leaders playing each other. So in the women's section, we have a result other than a draw. In board 1, we have a sole leader.
Exactly.
As early as after 3 rounds.
Exactly. I mean, will someone keep their perfect score? That is going to be the question, because we're still at the very beginning of the event. 2 rounds, and there's plenty more to come. So let's take a look at the tournament format. And it's a grueling one. This is more or less
11 rounds.
Marathon, exactly. It's 11 rounds, and in the open section, we have 100 minutes, which is 1 hour and 40 minutes, with a 30-second time bonus per move. But at move 40, the players do get an extra 50 minutes added on the clock, and there is a third time control because 15 minutes is added after move 60. Now, in the women, it's completely different. This one's a lot more standard, where you're playing with 1 hour and a half with that 30-second time bonus per move, and the traditional 30 minutes added after move 40, and the traditional scoring system. So it just means that everyone, adding to the tension, that everyone is going to have to be like booked up, locked in for the long game.
Right. Well, to be honest, reading through this open time control, we're lucky not to get any of those yet. Where all the time, all the 15 minutes and those seconds after that, all consumed by the players, because these rounds can go for 7.5 up to 8 hours, I believe.
It can go on for a long time.
If you get some really, really longish endgame grind, then yeah. Anyway, so what else shall we discuss here?
Well, I was going to say, those high-quality games, they're going to lead to high-quality prizes. And take a look at this, because it's not just 2 candidate spots per section that is up for grabs, but first place nets $90,000 in the open tournament, $75,000. And do remember, it's those golden tickets to the candidates, and the candidates is the place where you're going to be challenging. The winner of that will be challenging for the World Championship crown. And look at this, there is $625,000 prize fund, prizes all the way down to 50th place. And in the women's, first place nets $40,000, $31,000, and then you have prizes all the way down to 23rd place. I mean, this is significant. And it's not just prize money, the golden tickets, you also get the glory, you get fame. It might even be a life-changing amount.
Well, absolutely. And for some, it would be like you win this, you go to the candidates, and maybe you win the candidates, you become the world champion. For some of these younger players especially, like it just perform well at Grand Swiss, you get new invitations, it can be another spin in your career.
Exactly. And in 2023, I mean, our defending Swiss champions, they're Vidit, and Vidit was a complete dark horse. It was very surprising that he won. He played tournament of his life, found himself in the candidates, and now we have big expectations from him. And talking about big expectations, well, it's going to be all about the game as we go straight to the floor with Charlie's.
We are once again live in the playing hall before the start of round 3. The tournament is still in its early days, so the tension isn't as high in the air. As you can see, players around me are still seeming pretty relaxed, coming to their games a little bit closer to the start time than one would think. Of course, we have 5 players on full scores, and that is something that has been quite a topic of discussion online, if you've seen that, with the question in this day and age of engines, how common is it to remain on full score and not draw? So we'll see who maintains the lead. Today's most exciting game for me, in my opinion, is Vaishali versus Badalka on board 1 in the women's, both on full score. But players are seemingly in a good mood. It's going to be another good day. Back to the studio.
Thank you, Charlize. And indeed, that is the question. Who is going to maintain perfection? Just 5 players in both sections who have that perfect 2 out of 2. Will someone, do you think, someone be making it to 3 out of 3?
There's a fair chance. I'm looking at Vaishali Badalka. I'm looking at Firouzja having the white pieces in the open section. It's not impossible.
It's not impossible. Well, in fact, this is actually our poll of the day. So if you're watching, do answer the question, who will keep the perfect 3 out of 3 score after round 3? And you have some options. You can vote for Alireza Firouzja, Parham Maghsoodloo, or Anton Demchenko, or none of them, exactly. I mean, it's going to be very difficult because these are fantastic players, and we're talking about serious, high-quality chess.
Yeah, and as somebody who played a lot of Swiss events myself, well, on much lower level and years ago, I want to say it doesn't matter who has the perfect score after 3 rounds. It's much more important who has the highest points when the tournament's finished.
Yeah, it's true. It's not how you start, it's how you finish. But it always helps to have a good start. Yeah. And Olga Badalka and Vaishali, they do have 2 out of 2. But there's a whole lot of people, chasing them on 1.5 points. It's still very early days. I mean, we've got to remind ourselves about these are serious talents out there. We have a former European champion. We have Atalieva. We also have Kamalidinova, who actually won a Grandmaster tournament, an all-play-all last year. I mean, and here we have the rankings after round 2. Anton Demchenko, Alireza Firouzja, who's been very impressive in the endgame. Parham Maghsoodloo, who wins over a lot of fans with his fighting spirit. And just there we see also Edogmus, just 14 years old, holding that draw against Gukash yesterday.
Well, so in both sections, indeed, you have people on perfect score and a huge group of those on +1 on 1.5 out of 2. So the moment you start making those draws, you first kind of, a lot of people catch up with you and you make 2 draws in a row and you're already trailing behind. So that's a very tricky tournament.
It is a tricky, and there's some players, I can remember yesterday from Jan Nepomniachtchi, his one goal is to get those tickets to the candidates. He wants to finish in the top 2. So when you have a player like that who seriously has to start racking up those wins, he's going to go almost all out, take some kind of justifiable risk in each game.
Right, absolutely. And actually, a lot matters. It's 11 rounds. And what's your strategy, really? Do you want to crush everybody, or you just play kind of sensible chess for the first half of the event, and only then you play in sort of an all-in mode, and like a draw equals loss, and just trying to win all the games? Yeah, it's not an easy question to answer.
Okay, well, on that note, let's head over and check out today's pairings, because, as always, we are in for a treat, because these are the best players. And Alireza Firouzja, he is playing Parham Maghsoodloo. Now, this one is going to be a very interesting one, because Parham and Alireza, they grew up together. Parham is a few years older, but they definitely will have some experience of playing against each other. Arjun Erigaisi playing a former European champion, Anton Demchenko. Praggnanandhaa against Boris Gelfand. And Boris Gelfand, an old lion is how I've heard him being described. I mean, he's just a legend of the game.
Yeah, Boris, it's so impressive how he, preserved the love for the game. He still works till this day, keeps his normal working routine. And from what I've heard for quite a few years, Boris Gelfand was one of the coaches for a group of talented Indian kids back then, which grew into your Praggnanandhaas, Gukesh's, Erigaisis of today. Yes, so they must know each other very well.
Yeah.
And you have Gukesh, the world champion himself, on board 4 against Daniil Yufa.
Domus
against
Vincent Keimer.
Yeah, with a lucky win yesterday, Vincent, right?
Yeah, you make your own luck. And Vincent, he's patient player. And you feel like he's getting better and better. So definitely a contender. And of course, the home talent, they have a lot of support from the crowd. Nuribek Abdusattorov takes on Abhimanyu Puranik.
Yeah, something to watch as well is Salem against Nepal, right? We've mentioned Nepal wants to qualify, as anyone else does, but for him, I think he got a bit spoiled, Nepal. He's played 2 World Championship matches, and therefore, you play the World Championship match, you don't have to qualify for the next one, or for the next candidates, right? And he might have forgotten how it's done to qualify for the candidate.
Well, qualification for the candidates is Nepomniachtchi's goal, but there are many players in contention. There are many rivals in that battle. And here we have our first mover of the day. It's taking place on our top board between Alireza Firouzja against Parham. It's Karina Balakina, the director of the events department at the Silk Road Samarkand Touristic Center. And she has opted for the king's pawn.
E4. Very good move, by the way.
Best by test, as they say. But it's been taken back. And with the games about to begin, 1.5 minutes. This is the moment where some players take the time out to meditate, others just, just get themselves ready and start thinking about the game ahead. And talking about the game ahead, well, it is, of course, the women's section as well. And let's take a look at the pairings there. 2 players on full score. Vaishali yesterday coming in a completely, I was going to say beast mode. She absolutely destroyed Elena Robers after Elena just pushed too hard in the opening. She's playing against Olga Badelka. I think she's now representing Austria.
Yep.
Yeah,
Olga representing Austria. Then we have Bibisara Sabayeva once again making her own lucky escape yesterday against Vantika, right?
Yeah.
And Asabayeva plays Fatalieva today. Ksenia Balabayeva against Katerina Lagno, and so on and so forth. Anything?
Yeah, there's plenty of matches that catch my eye.
Stefanova back on higher boards.
I was going to say, take a look at the bottom there. We have Maria Muzichuk playing against the Egyptian Shruk Wafa. Now, Shruk is having a great start, at least, to this event. Starting with 1.5 points, a player from Egypt, Tan Zhongyi, making a bounce back yesterday as she won her game, recovering from her first round loss. It's a nice combination between young talent and experience. And we've seen the players shake hands, and the players are about to make a move. We have liftoff, Mira.
Yeah. I can see some E4s being played, E4, E5s being played, and I'm still not sure if Firouzja keeps the move. Well, he does. In fact,
it does. So let's dive in and have a look at how the game is.
We have ourselves a battle. It's E4, C5, Knight F3, D6, and D4. No bishop B5 checks. No, nothing.
No.
None of this nonsense. There's a fair square Sicilian, and I imagine Knight of Sicilian from Maghsoodloo. So it'll be quite an exciting game to watch.
Absolutely. And Parham Maghsoodloo, whenever I speak to him, he's like, okay, he just likes to fight. And he always takes the most ambitious approach. Alireza, I feel like he's become just an absolute endgame wizard, judging from his last 2 games. I mean, he was always amazing. And his last 2 games have really impressed me, how he's managed to combine both tactical and strategy in the endgame.
Right, and what's even more amazing, like judging on these last two games from Firouzja, like everyone can win when kind of things work for you, when you get good position from the opening, overwhelming advantage, blah, blah, blah. But in his case, like both games were tough.
And I'll tell you what, it doesn't come as a surprise to me, but take a look at their head-to-heads. It is 7 wins to 2 in Maghsoodloo's favor. Now, both of these players, they know each other very well. Alireza, Firouzja coming from Iran. So I would hazard that a lot of these victories are from the Iranian Junior Championships, where Parham being the older player.
Of course, yeah. Of course.
Those victories.
At some point, I've gotten to work with both of them, and back then, Maghsoodloo was, of course, older, but he was considered like much, I don't know much, but like he felt like he was much stronger. Of course, being like, 3 years older at that age, when Firouzja was 12, Maghsoodloo was 15, yeah.
Yeah, and so you worked with both of these players as youngsters, and what was your impression of them?
Both, of course, were very impressive. Like with Maghsoodloo, it was incredible how back then I felt like he doesn't have a lot of knowledge about chess, like some things that, once again, we've been taught a different way, right? So some things that you start being like almost a beginner to structures, this, that. He wouldn't know any of that, and yet he'd be an amazing player. And then you understand, wait, but he can open a book and learn these things. And can I replicate this, this beast strength that the natural talent that he has? And the answer is no. So, and it was in a way similar with Firouzja. Firouzja was brilliant in like playing short blitzes. I mean, he would solve puzzles and then simultaneously play 1-minute blitzes, crushing everybody on his laptop. So he was multitasking. It's not fun.
This was at the tender age of 12.
12, yeah.
Yeah. Wow. That's all we can say about these two young talents. And I do find it very impressive, actually, how certain countries, I feel, have modeled their play and their style of learning based on their top players. Like Maghsoodloo, very natural. I also noticed this with the Peruvian players, that they all modeled their style on somehow Julio Granda Zuniga, which is, playing with peace, harmony, not so much opening knowledge, I would say. They stick more or less to the same tricky systems, but then they're able to coordinate the pieces in such a magical way. And for peace, coordination, harmony, tactical vision, I mean, this is what it all takes to be a great chess player. And more. It's not enough.
All right, so we have the night of, and maybe the first time where Parham kind of starts thinking a little bit.
Well, we have a move on the board, h3.
Yeah, so bishop e3, e5, knight b3, bishop e7, fairly standard, and then h3 was played.
But
so, for what I know, like one of the ways would be radically stopping, like just to go h5, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So this h3 move does not signal meek intentions. That's what I know about this, is that I'm already seeing on the database, is that, the bishop coming out to e6, this is very natural, kind of keeping things flexible, developing the pieces. Top moves are f4. I didn't know about that one, but I knew about g4. G4 being an idea.
F4, G4.
Exactly. Just going all in. And that's something that Alireza did, actually, in his first round game. He went h3, g4, but it was a complete different opening.
It was a King's Indian, right?
It was a King's Indian, but he wasn't afraid to make those big decisions early on.
So black is getting ready to play d6, d5, and that's the reason why white has to react somehow, either g4 being ready to play g5 or f4, and once again, black of course can't play d5 in that case, or a move like queen f3, and then you should be scared playing d5 because like pawn takes and castle long.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, that game is certainly brewing up, as Alireza, is still very much in the realms of theory, so we're expecting him, either way, he's going to take control over the d5 square and then push on the king side. But it's game 3. game 3, and it's all about establishing that early lead. It's all about establishing momentum. And what kind of mood do you think it's important to have for these type of events?
I don't know. Like, I'd probably say, quote you Magnus Carlsen from one of his interviews. I think it was a Norwegian financial podcast, strangely, or investing podcast, where he came up with this, like, the best kind of mindset would be somewhere between optimistic and delusional optimistic. So I think that's what you need here, like a lot of self-confidence. It's not the tournament to doubt your playing abilities, that's for certain.
You know, there's an expression in chess that I've enjoyed. It goes, the higher the ego, the higher the elo.
Yeah, well, to be fair, it's like with maybe... It's like Peter Swidler being the only notable example, notable example of the opposite, right? Most of them, they are very confident players.
But even I find those who are lacking in confidence, when it comes to their beliefs, they're very, very sure of themselves. And talking about being very sure of yourself, like Alireza, Queen D2. Opposite side castling. Both of these players are rewarding us with what we want. We want a fight, and the players are certainly delivered as the A pawn gets pushed up the board.
Castles, and A6, A5. And this is something funny. Why is it funny? I wanted to compare this one with one other line they are used to play. So 4 knights D6, which some people call the classical Sicilian or whatever. F3, there's the move F3, and then you could play E5, knight goes, and I believe bishop E7, bishop not bishop D2, Miro, but bishop E3, and then you'd castle, Queen D2, something like that, bishop E6, castles, and then you would go A5. So basically you can have this position, or you can have this position. So pawn on H3 instead of F3, I'm not sure how much of a difference it makes. It's still white's going to go G4.
Exactly.
But black knight is on B8 instead of C6. And you would say, yeah, but black is just like a tempo down. However, and there's always however in chess, right? However, if white was to go knight D5, now you can take with the knight and keep the bishop. Unlike in this situation with the knight being already on C6.
And the pawn on E4 is not something...
The pawn on E4 is hanging. Yeah, that's the other difference between like pawn on H3, pawn on F3. Absolutely. Yeah, but one should not be surprised to find out that it's a heavy, not so heavy studied. It's only 7 games.
No, not so heavily studied, but here, to my eyes, and I'm very sure that there's no way white should be allowing that A pawn to run any further down the board, because it's a serious wrecking ball. A4, and like, where is the white knight going to be going? Yep. That's question number 1, very serious A4. One. So I think white has to go A4.
White goes A4.
And now you've given the knight on B8 a springboard into the attack, so it's going to plonk itself on B4. And now white really has to start doing something.
And like F4 is the move, bishop E3
I was going to say
G5 is the move, and that's it. Yeah.
I was going to say, I don't think white can waste any time. It almost feels like G4 is perhaps too slow. G4, G5, you know, and going like, you're taking too many pawn moves.
And I have good news and bad news.
Okay.
Good news is, I don't know why it's good news, but it's theoretical position. And bad news, out of those 6 games only that we have for this position, I suspect like 3-4 of them being the correspondence games played in 2023. So it could be, it's, you know, the line which is studied till move 35 question mark, and you know, so sometimes like if people in correspondence chess, if they play the knight off, that means, you know, it's solved.
Yeah. Well, just to clarify, the correspondence chess is basically when players are allowed to consult the engines and they submit their moves. I mean, they have a variety of different engines, and it's all about selecting which type of line. So we're talking about very accurate, very precise chess. And this is something that actually the top players are often looking at correspondence chess games.
Database,
Exactly.
Well, back in the day, it used to be an absolutely different kind of old-fashioned activity. So correspondence, which would use the land mail, right? And you would send your opponent a move.
Yes.
Right? And it takes, I don't know.
But then you were using the brain 1.0 version, right? It was just a human brain. Okay, so this one is looking super interesting with a decision already being asked to Alireza. Is he going to go a4? Is he going to go knight a4? But let's move on down to the game between Arjun Erigaisi against Anton Demchenko. Anton yesterday, he was awarded our player of the day, because every day we are awarding someone in the open and someone in the women's section our player of the day, and he played an absolutely stunning, crazy game against Sam Shankland. Yeah, he really went for it, and now he's playing against someone who enjoys that kind of chess. So it doesn't surprise me that we see a lot more solid approach there from Black Anton Demchenko. For those who don't know, former European champion. And I think you mentioned to me very much a player who likes to go his own way.
Yeah, that was my impression when I first played him. But to be fair, it was long time ago. So he, of course, matured and evolved since then. So this was the Petrov defense, or the Russian game, as a lot of people call it. Knight e4, d4, d5, especially 3 castles. I mean, I think even here you can still play like c4. So my argument is like knight b2, d2 is not the most challenging move. Knight d6. And you get this sort of like Berlin Rook e1 vibes or exchange French vibes. Everything is so symmetrical. Knight a6 and g3. And once again, Arjun, and both of them in fact, like playing this one very, very fast. So that's amazing how even the simplest kind of, I want to use the word dullest positions, they still have some little tricks in it. You have to be precise, and people started, and this is, I believe it's something relatively new, that people started to take these positions a bit more serious. And then one of the ways to play, you would go for this like dead equal and prove that it's not as dead equal as the other person thinks.
Yes.
And you have your little tricky ideas and say, for instance, like, let's imagine this move g3, and then black has to react in this specific way. And if he doesn't, then white gets unpleasant initiative, and yeah, you have a game where it's relatively one-sided, white has a slight pull, and black has to be on defense.
Right. And g3 might be mysterious to some, because after all, what is this doing? But it has, it has an idea.
Harry the h-pawn.
It is going to start advancing up the board. And yeah, you know, white does have the option of jumping with the knight into e5 or to g5. And I've seen plenty of ideas where the white king just steps up to g2, the knight on f1 clears the way, and suddenly white is the one playing on both sides.
Somehow elevating your stuff, knight h2, knight g4, you know, the h-pawn's going, and all of a sudden you have a very serious attack. So we are where we are, move 13. And for the Petrov, it's relatively rare. Well, move 13, you'd have only one game in a database. It's a very recent game, 2024. Nihal Sarin played it against Hans Niemann.
Yeah.
It was a draw. G3 being the rare move, by the way. Yeah, H4 is much more popular. You can go H4 immediately because, yeah, black can't take. The D6 knight is hanging. So G3 is a little bit...
Yeah.
A little bit of a rarer move.
Okay. And, well, as the mind games continue, right? Because Nihal and Arjun Erigaisi might be good friends, might have discussed this game afterwards. They might have shared ideas.
But imagine now that you know that like all of us now, that this group of players, they work together, right? And that some of them plays the line, and then you play the other one from this group, and you still have to be ready you kind of check all the repertoire for all the players, right? Like, what does Nihal Sarin do in this line, right? By the way, what Prag's doing in this line, and you're playing Erigaisi. Isn't it funny?
Well, talking about a teacher playing their student, let's move down to board 3, where we have Boris Gelfand. Now, Boris Gelfand famously organized a camp for the young Indian talents that included Gukesh, Praggnanandhaa, Erigaisi, Nihal Sarin, and probably a whole load of other grandmasters that I'm forgetting. But yeah, and we have this situation where the student has now overtaken the teacher, and Praggnanandhaa, he's had a fantastic summer.
He had a fantastic summer, had a fantastic year overall, and he is the top seed in this tournament.
He is a top seed, and I also, by virtue of his great tournament performances, he's also leading the FIDE tournament circuit by an almost
one of those who,
insurmountable amount.
Doesn't need to qualify, right?
Yes, but it would be good, right, if he did. Then it's in the bag and he doesn't have to worry about it anymore. But it all begins in a Catalan. So let's just quickly rewind and then make an assessment of this particular
C4, E6, inviting, no, there was no invitation, sorry. Knight F3, Knight F6, G3, so that is your Catalan and not the Queen's Gambit, right? Bishop to B4, check, and Bishop E7, and like, I used to play a lot of Catalan, but nowadays I'm actually forgotten because at some I'm actually confused. Like at some point, Bishop B4 and then Bishop E7 became the main line. Now I think people are mostly back to an immediate Bishop E7, and I have no clue whatsoever what the reason is. So basically, if White, okay, here we have something unique. Prag goes knight to D7, but usually you have this position. And then you can have it with White Bishop being on D2 or White Bishop being on C1. And people would think, yeah, but doesn't Black just lose a tempo? And in some cases, the answer is yes, but Black plays the specific line where Bishop on D2 is actually getting in the way of the other piece.
Right, that was my understanding as well, that if you left the Bishop on C1, suddenly you had to factor in, especially if you wanted to have a closed pawn structure, these B3 lines, which actually have a lot of venom, because the Bishop is very well placed on B2, because it can support a Knight E5 jump. Also, when the position eventually opens with White going E2, E4, a Bishop on B2 is in real good shape.
So, like one of the ways to illustrate what are the drawbacks of having the Bishop on D2, let's say after Black played C6, you go Knight C3, Black can actually take. And you don't have your Knight E5, which you would have with the Bishop on C1, because guess what? The pawn on D4 is hanging. Right. Anyway, so Prag goes for an early Knight to D7. And I imagine now, if you castle, there is like a separate direction. Black can take and try to protect it with Knight B6. So Boris takes care of it by going Queen C2, C6, castles, and Knight to E4.
This is a very trendy line.
Early Knight to E4, Knight C3, and F7, F5. The, what do you call it, the stone wall. Stone wall Dutch, maybe not the exact transposition?
It's not, yeah, it is, but it also isn't.
Yeah, like it's not the system White would play, right? Like, so the setup we have for White is a mixture of a few promising lines, but not.
But the reason why, sorry, but the reason why I just got a bit enthusiastic, because I've seen this has been very, very trendy. But normally, like when you're playing the Stonewall Dutch, you know, you're kind of doing a specific thing, like you're casting, go Knight to F6, Queen. The Bishop comes to D7, to Bishop to E8, and out comes, and then you go for some kind of G5. But with this particular system that Black has in mind, is like literally you're going G5. You're going as aggressively, as hard as possible right from the get-go, which means that the risk just skyrockets.
Yeah. So one of the... so how many games do we have? Like 12 in total games in a database. And then one of the moves would be Bishop F4, which is quite logical. After all, that's E5 square we are fighting for. And black tried to go g5. Very aggressive indeed, like seizing a lot of space.
Yeah.
Played with white by Vaishali, couple of times, in fact.
Yeah, I was.
So once again, I'm investigating if there are any, and that's a direct relative, right?
Yeah.
It's not even like from the Indian team or something. That's played by his sister 2 times. So he knows what to play against the system his sister plays.
Exactly. I've also seen Humpy Canary play this as well. So it's a very popular system with the younger Indian generation. And one of the reasons why I'm saying that this approach actually carries a lot of risk is because I have tried to do something very similar, but I found that players were just, they were going rook a1, bishop c1, and they were quite happy to go e3, play it very, very slowly.
Academic play.
Exactly.
Right.
And then the whole point was that they were going to actually take a step backwards in order to go forwards. You even get the knight away from f3, put it on the e1 or somewhere,
Yeah.
and then you go f3, e4, and suddenly everything just goes crazy.
So there's always a question, even though I understand this might not be the best bishop and this is a very strong knight, but still I'd be thinking, like, can black just take it? Because you have another knight, to go to e4. But
What's that dog? I sometimes remember the name. You chop off its head and another one grows up.
the Hydra?
The Hydra, maybe it's not a dog. It's a
Hydra
snake.
from Heracles.
It's a snake.
The snake. I'm not sure what Hydra is, by
I
the
was
way.
thinking-
Is it a snake? Is it
I think it's a snake, yeah. But the one I was thinking about was the 3-headed dog.
the Cerberus?
That's the one, yeah.
But you were not. No, it was eating you alive. You were not chopping his heads. I think it was the other way around. It was
I
the other way around.
completely mixed up my. I don't know. Now I'm going to get the Greek or the Roman confused. But anyhow, it's nice to see Praggnanandhaa already putting the pressure on Boris and saying, how are you going to react to this really aggressive approach? Well, can you keep an eye on this game? And let's move on to the world champion, playing with the black pieces against Daniel Uefa, who now lives in Spain.
Wow. This is something which supposedly is very sharp, or has to be very sharp. And I'll have to check the database before I say something.
Let's find out how things happen.
Yeah, how do you get to this?
Exactly.
Right. So knight f3, knight f6, and instead of going for the Catalan, white goes knight to c3, bishop b4, which we call Ragozin defense, right? And the moves are, you can take d5 and then develop the bishop to either f4 or g5. You can do so immediately. I think bishop g5 is the move. And queen a4 check is also one of the main moves. And back in the day where Ragozin kind of introduced this idea of playing bishop b4, he was laughed upon because they said, like, but now white gives a check and you have to play knight c6 as your knight is in front of your pawn. So your position is bad. That was a very, very short and spot-on analysis back then, right? Bishop g5, but black discovered some really, really clever ways of going about in this position. e4, interestingly, is the move that the engine doesn't really like, but it is one of the more popular moves. So white can play e3, a little bit more conservative. White can go a3 apparently, and then probably forces black to take if he wanted to. If he wanted to preserve, the extra pawn and make it a kind of a real gambit. And this one, who knows what it is? Queen d5, bishop takes, pawn takes. It's a mess. So you can have that. And e4, bishop d7, and Uefa just played the queen back to d1. Wow.
Yeah, you had to get the queen out of dodge because knight takes d4 was a massive threat.
Here, like bishop c4, knight d4, the queen's attacked, but you take the bishop. But no, that's a... Have you heard it's called family fork when you fork into three or more pieces?
And the queen and the rook together, yeah. Yeah, completely.
So queen back to d1. which is once again not your most obvious choice, I'd say, because like you could have gone to C2, right? You could have gone to C2, which makes E4 protected.
Right.
Because after, the problem I have after Queen D1 is that Black goes H6, and you cannot keep the bishop on the board, or maybe you can. Maybe you just like sack the E4 pawn. You go here, and if bishop takes, you take with the pawn. If knight takes, you take C4. And you say, who cares about little dudes? Development is the key, right? Because, it seems like Black is up a healthy pawn for not much.
Right. I remember one of the Vovok brothers did something very similar to me, and I made the mistake of going bishop to H4, and he just went G5.
Yeah, but then after G5, everything's...
A different position, but it was something very similar.
So over here, after G5, like, everything just collapses.
Completely.
Right. So I imagine after H6, you'd have to take. But then queen takes, bishop takes, and the fact that Black did not castle short, I'm thinking, can you play it in sort of a Botvinnik variation style? Castles long, and who knows, maybe even...
Go G5.
G5.
Wow. Now that would be something. I was going to say we might see that one, but instead of H6, asking a very pertinent question,
Gukesh went for B5, which keeps the pawn alive, at least for now. A5, B5. Very, very principled play, I want to say. And
okay. Well, again, the question now for White is how are you going to generate compensation? Because first up, E5, we've got to deal with this one. It's so critical. You just meet that with H6.
Bishop H4, G5.
G5.
Then again, I imagine knight takes G5, which would be the line from Botvinnik variation, does not work here. And because of the funny knight E4, bishop takes, knight C3, and I borrowed this line from the computer. And it turns out it's just a bad position for White. So you take, bishop takes, king E2, Black captures this, and basically...
King has to step
forward. It's
a
huge problem. Yeah, he has to step forward, you give another check, and you take on D8. And Black theoretically has only two minor pieces for the queen, two minor pieces, and I wanted to say a pawn, and one pawn, but pawns do not count in such position. But that's such a terrible position. When your most developed piece is the king, it kind of tells you, probably the opening did not went very well.
And it's not an endgame either.
Rook H4, Rook E4, Rook D4. It just, computer suggests to resign in this position. So that means after G5, I cannot go for kind of Botvinnik type, or rather this particular line for knight G5. I have to take on F6, pawn takes, and then, it's still a very, very messy position. Computer likes Black here. But it's not impossible that White has kind of some counterplays.
Well, the problem with the position for White in this particular position is, what are you going to do with the king? Yeah, I mean, in a normal kind of Botvinnik, you'd be putting your bishop on
G3,
exactly,
and then at least you can safely castle short. Right?
Exactly, and here you can't do anything of that. So I think that E5 is very tempting, but a mistake.
Probably wrong. Yeah, probably wrong. But then what do you do?
A4.
Yeah, A4, A6, you could and maybe should have included in. Well, now computer changes its opinion, and he says, you know what, or it says rather, maybe I should, address these entities as they say. Computers, when they take over, maybe they'll appreciate using the right pronouns. F takes, Rook G8, and again. The evaluation is in the minus, but White can, play fancy-looking move G4 to stop Black's G4, I imagine, and then go Bishop G2 and then castle, and it's mishmash on the board.
That is a weird position. We might see it though.
A4, A6 included, right?
Exactly, and he has a choice. Somehow I'm predicting bishop e2. I don't know why.
Yeah, which is a good move, I guess.
And you just argue that, okay, it's a full pawn sacrifice. There's pressure against the e5.
And look, and now my h7, h6 is no longer that clever because after bishop takes, I cannot recapture with the queen. After this a4, a6 inclusion, so I'll have to take with the g-pawn, and therefore I should not be, it feels like I should not be provoking white to capture on f6. I should better use this move for something else. I cannot castle really, at least I suspect I can't, because now e5 and my h6, g5 all of a sudden doesn't look that appealing, right? I mean, since I've castled short. So black has to find a clever move here after bishop e2, which I don't think was played, but very good chance will be played.
I suspect that is the way forward, bishop to e2, but Yufo is now thinking, so let's leave him to it and continue with our walk around the park as we move down to board 5, where 14-year-old Yas Khan Adomish is playing Vincent Keimer. And Vincent, he won. I would say a very nice rook and pawn endgame. He was pressing all the while. I mean, okay, he won because of Jeffrey's blunder at the end, but it was a very instructive blunder, and he was given the chance, and he certainly seized that opportunity. And Vincent, I've always associated as a very correct player.
So he's trying to play a correct game of chess, right?
Yes.
He's not bluffing or rarely bluffs.
No, he's very well prepared, classically trained by, of course, Grandmaster Peter Leko.
Yeah. So that's when, when trainee kind of carries the style of the trainer in a way, or the footprint of, Leko's education is seen. Yeah.
And I remember Peter telling me a story. And he was saying that the Hungarian school of chess is that you have to start correctly. You have to play the opening in the correct way, basically, a very classical way. And he said that if a Hungarian player does this and the opponent also plays correctly, then it's okay to offer a draw. And because what can you do? You both played a fantastic game of chess. It's been perfect. But if the opponent makes a small mistake out of the opening, even if it's 2700, you play. So.
But that's the problem with generalizations nowadays, and because it's a beautiful theory, and you have Lajos Pótis, you have Zoltan Ribli historically to kind of confirm, right, on that, and then you have Richard Rapport, and back in the day you have Gyula Sachs, who were like crazy attackers, and they just go, from the very beginning play semi-correct gambits, and this is your Hungarian school of chess, right?
Also.
So yeah, castles, c3.
Do you not have any chess stereotypes for countries? Because the English one is very clear. It's just scrappy chess. We like our tricks. Like we were coming up with h4, h5 long before it was popular.
E6, B6.
E6, B6, yeah, exactly. E6, B6.
20 miles is A6 against Karpov, right?
150 attack, E4, D6, D4, bishop E3, queen D2, bishop H6, H4, H5, checkmate.
Right. But you guys invented, well, I believe you've invented the English opening. It's like, as the name suggests, right? So at times you were boring.
Yeah. I agree.
Anyway, so not a very common moves order nowadays from white, because people just prefer not to engage into the martial counterattack, martial gambit. However, d7, d6 from Vincent, and bishop to d7, which does exist, but okay. A little trivia question for you, Jovi. So in this database, it's not the full database, not the complete database, it has around 28,000 games on this position. That's to start with. In a Masters database, 28,000. How many serious moves do you have, and how, let's say, how popular is bishop d7? It's the least popular. Out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11. So 11 moves being played in this position. Bishop d7 has been seen 16 times only.
Wow.
Most popular being knight a5 because it's the old-fashioned, the Chigorin system, and it's been played ages and ages ago. Knight b8, the Breyer system. Knight b8 to d7.
And not h6, because I would have thought also h6 would have been a top contender.
Bishop b7, h6. I believe like that h6 leads to the Smyslov system, right? But they usually start with rook e8 and play h6 later on, I think. Because you have to allow the GM draw here first. You have to allow the GM draw, and then if white's not going for it, then you play h6. Right. Anyway, so bishop d7, somewhat of a mysterious move. I imagine it's kind of a latest trend. That's what I said just to discover that Ivan Morovich Fernandez played it against Asmai Parashvili in 1992.
Well, it did provoke an immediate reaction, though. D4.
Yeah, well, bishop d7, logical. d4, a5.
Yep.
And a4, seizing a lot of space on the queen side. Bishop c2, rook e8, knight f1, and bishop f8. So in this peculiar way, by advancing the a-pawn, I believe black is trying to solve the problem that they sometimes have in the real Lopez, that you've played a6, b5, and white, if white chose to close the center, then later on white goes a4, and you say, well, I wish my pawn was on b7, right? Because you have this blocked center, the King's Indian kind of structure, but the fact that you've played a4, b5 gives white targets on the queen side.
On the queen side, yeah.
Confusing the sides.
But I say the right side and the left side these days. It's a lot less.
Me of knowing where left and where right is.
Also a challenge for me. But is bishop to g5, is that a move also?
I'm thinking bishop g5. No, knight g3 is very standard, of course, right?
I was thinking that direction as well. Knight to g3, transfer the knight, and as a response, I would be expecting from black, do they not go g6, bishop g7?
Yeah. So, well, it kind of, yeah, g6, precisely, g6 and bishop g7, and maybe by going bishop g5, I can stop you from doing it immediately. Maybe that was kind of an attempt, because very often white tries to provoke h6. And it's a very fine detail in all those positions where you probably have to have somebody more experienced in playing these real offenses than me. But sometimes black just voluntarily goes h6 because it's important to cover the g5 square. But let's say in the Breyer system where knight b8, d7, it's very common that white goes bishop g5 to kind of drag black's pawn on h6. Then let's pretend the bishop went to d2 and you go g6, and then say we go here, here, and white goes queen c1. Targets the pawn. Then when you go to h7, white once again starts somehow preparing f4 and so on. And this sleepy bishop on c2 does nothing for now, but one day the center gets open and you have the king on h7, and my bishop x-rays the king, right?
Also, I want to say in these type of positions that as white, you're not necessarily looking at doing something incredibly active like going d4, d5. Instead, that you're looking for just maintaining that tension and waiting for black to react.
Absolutely, yeah. You want to keep this tension, kind of to hold this tension for as long as possible. Wait a sec. Is there one more thing? Because you have it in, what do you call it, a decisive variation? So let's pretend you go knight g3, g6. I don't know what the move is. Bishop e3. Is bishop e3 the move? It's like knight b4, c5, right? Knight b4, c5.
Yeah.
Which probably is not a great idea here, but like as kind of from structural standpoint.
Well, it does invite e5 ideas.
Yeah, yeah. Like you have to be. So basically, I'm very happy if this happens. I'm very happy if white has to go or white voluntarily chooses to go d5. But here, yeah, you have to be very careful. Okay, maybe it's too late to be careful about e5 here and bishop g5 and I guess a3. And
a3 is coming, yeah.
Like, falls apart. Knight g3 was played.
Knight g3, keeping the tension. And, well, I'm expecting Vincent to have anticipated this position and worked out exactly what he's going to be doing in order to, A, resolve the tension in the center, and B, just be able to connect the rooks. But let's move on down the boards and let's go to board 6, where we have Nurbek Abdusattorov against Abhimanyu Praggnanandhaa. And Abhimanyu yesterday, he drew a very, I would say, close game against Vidit. I think Vidit had some opportunity to push harder, but ultimately just a good game. But Nurbek Abdusattorov, he's the kind of player that's very ambitious. I say this time and time again, but I have seen him consistently refuse to repeat the position, even when he's worse.
Right.
And
these two have a previous kind of record of playing each other, but only 2 draws. It's again Abdusattorov being 4 years younger, and still, I'm terrified. I want to say, seeing these numbers and understanding it's not the rating, it's the birth year, 2004, 2000. How young these players are.
yes. Oh, let's not talk about that, Miro, because I can remember which Olympiad it was in 2004.
Right. And to confirm on your theory that Nurbek, he wants the game first of all, like not the theoretical position, not your theoretical novelties, and so he wants the game. He wants a tense position with like a lot of tension, a lot of like maneuvering, and eventually tries to come on top. And I believe Praggnanandhaa has shown how well prepared he is, and therefore first move was e2, e3. Good luck prepare against that. So e3, I do not know. I mean, we have to ask Nurbek, and maybe he won't reveal all the secrets, but like, what's your plan after each black's move?
Yeah.
Right? Because you give black such a variety of options, seemingly good options. You can play e5, d5, whatever.
But it's like that game yesterday with Gukesh. It's like the anti-junior, kind of Indian junior kind of chess. And the whole point is that I have noticed with especially the young Indian players is that they're constantly looking for the most active move, the most direct solution.
Very forcing.
Exactly. Yeah. And so they always handle this type of thing. And here you can even see it on the live position. It's going to be your d5, your c5. I mean, they're not going to be waiting around. And what we have now is actually is transposed into the Zukertort
opening, or system, whatever you call it. Here, knight d2, queen to c7. By the way, always thought that black was developing the knight to c6 in the Zukertort, so that you were threatening knight b4 and white would have to spend a tempo on like a3 or something. Rook to c1. And rook c1 is also kind of interesting. Because I'm used to see, but for that, I guess you don't put the rook on d1 then. Like, I'm used to see like knight e4, ideas of playing f4 and playing for the king side.
But look at this,
Knight e4.
Knight e4 being played, and I was not sure about that because I would have gone, I speak from experience, Miro, that the problem in this variation for black is that the queen on c7 ain't that happy.
Right.
Because white's making it very obvious. C4, like as you've indicated, is coming. Yeah. And the last thing you want to be doing is going queen to b8 or queen to d8 because it's in the island of the other rook. So I would be going just because I'm like a curious combination of a chicken and a lion. And I would be going rook ac8 because I'm anticipating c4 and I want to be tucking my queen on b8.
Then you can be safe.
Exactly.
Right. And you'd be right, I think. So knight e4, the move that is somewhat disliked by the computer after rook a c1. Rook a c8, your move, Yovi, just confirming you're an expert, is the best move in the position. Rook c8.
I've had this type of position, and I have suffered with a queen, not finding a happy place for the queen.
Right, so after knight e4, apparently c4 would be much more pleasant for white.
And c4 has appeared, of course.
Has been played. Right, so I guess, well, black very quickly captured on d2. So could it be that he worked out the entire line? I'm not sure. He spent around 20 minutes reaching this position. Knight takes d2. I guess you recapture with, wanted to say the knight, but now I'm second guessing. I'm not sure. Anything makes sense, in fact.
It all makes sense, great, because knight takes knight, you'll be thinking about going e4.
Yeah, like this one to prepare e4.
Yeah.
Or rook takes to keep the knight controlling e5. You have one rook dedicated to each open file, and then depending on your needs, you can later double the rooks, either on the c file or the d file. and this tension, that's so remarkable that it's very hard to maintain. But very often, the first person who starts taking is at a disadvantage. So you play all the maneuvering moves, like, then h3, h6, h3, a6, all of this nonsense, and then still, like, okay, it's like the ultimate stare-off,
No, but I don't know, Miro. My instinct was to go knight takes knight. I don't know why, but rook takes now is really singing to me because I'm seeing that actually white is going to be very quick. We're going c takes d5. I know white is the one blinking first, but you just want the hanging pawns.
Exactly. Like, say, let's make rook c8. Let's make rook c8. C takes d5. And then if black was to take with the bishop, it's probably just bad because this and this. Boom. And all of a sudden, all of the white pieces make sense. And it looks fairly unpleasant for black. And then if e takes, this is where rook d to c2. Computer wants to play rook d to c2. Also says h4 is a possible move. That is surprising.
I'm putting that one down in my notes, h4, because I have never seen a move like that.
Yeah,
rook c2 makes perfect sense.
And we've been kind of schooled by computer that in any position that you can consider, kind of h4 does not blunder upon, h4 can be a move. I'm still trying to understand what the point is. Maybe the point is like black doesn't necessarily have a good move here. Like if you want to go knight f6, then Comp is very happy to go bishop f5 and still ends up playing rook d to c2. So, okay, never mind. Knight takes d2, Nordibek is thinking.
Well, Nordibek has many options, and he does capture with the knight. So again, you're anticipating taking on d5, some eventual even e4. I mean, you have a lot of choice. But I would say white is comfortable, and there's a very real chance that they're going to be, I'm going to say, slightly better. Maybe even a little bit more.
These are kind of, somewhat deceiving. You think, how bad can it get for black, right? Okay, I'll be slightly worse, and maybe I'll make a draw in the endgame. But then somehow, say you play, once again, a move rook c8, white takes d5. You already figured out that bishop d5, e4 is not something that we like necessarily. If the pawn takes, once again, white goes e4. Blows the center open and just like has, I guess d4, knight e4.
There's also
this queen in so
exactly. I told you. Also, even if white were, instead of going e4, you capture on c5.
Yeah.
I mean, you have that exactly. If you take back with the b pawn, then there's a very real chance that you can even go e4.
Yeah, you can.
b4. Yeah, I mean.
Can go b4. Yeah, like b4 is quite annoying because I imagine c4. Yeah, computers was not showing c4 that I had to input manually, and guess what? c4 probably loses to this this.
And there's some slamming going on like, I'm thinking h7 on...
This is what
queen.
I would want it to be, like rook c4, bishop a7, queen h5. No, bishop c4, and it's... Don't ask me why, but it's winning for white.
And it's because of that queen on c7.
This is hanging, bishop f7 is threatening, I guess queen g4 in some cases, hitting this and this,
Okay, well, that one is brewing up very nicely. Let's turn our attentions to the women, where I would like to check on the top board between Vaishali and Olga Badelka. These are the only two players in the competition with the perfect 2 out of 2. Will someone get 3 out of 3? And it's quite funny, we're talking about the English 150 attack. Do you know why it was called 150? A little bit of trivia. Well, because we, in England and in the UK, we have a grading system. So, I mean, very strong players were like 200, and I would say like a strong club player was about 150. And so the whole reasoning...
That must be why I've seen... It wasn't the British rating list, but it was some tournament bulletin or something. And Michael Adams had like 250 or something. And I thought, what's that?
I think I'm like 230, that's at the minute, but I don't really play that often in the UK.
So the rating is somewhat different.
It's like a grading system. So like an average player would be like 150.
150 is like
and the same with
player.
The same with the name, the Barry. It was like any Tom, Dick, and Barry could win this one.
You guys are very ironic about it. Even when it comes to such a serious thing as naming chess openings. Right, anyway, so g6, and I would say this is a very, very risky business against any player but Vaishali in particular. Well, she gives me the impression like being, first of all, like very well-rounded, kind of classical. So you don't want to give these players kind of a free hand. Like, here's your center, here's your free development, just play. Attack me. The feeling is it's not the right thing to do against Vaishali. And also objectively, this, like, you know, this line is a6, a4, and knight to c6.
Yeah.
Very, very original stuff.
And the knight to c6 is a very, in my opinion, a little bit unusual, right? Because when I've met this when I've been playing whites, it's always been like castles, knight that goes on d7.
And even then, castle's the most popular move.
Yeah.
Here, c6 is like much more popular than a6.
Yeah.
Knight to c6, bishop e2 was played. And we are in an absolutely new position, according to this engine, not the engine, but the database that I have.
Okay, but I suspect with bishop e2 that we're going to see a transposition. It's just a quirky move order. So if you castle, I mean, well, white has a choice, right? You can go for your f3 business, but it's not really tempting. Exactly. And a pawn on a4 as well is not that tempting.
I'd say.
And these two players actually have a lot of history, as they have encountered each other before. So let's check out their head-to-head scores. We also see in the background Divya having a look at her countrymate, and we see 3 games.
And 2 draws. And 2 draws, if I'm not mistaken, they both happen in like very high-profile tournaments. The win comes from this year's Women's Grand Prix in Austria. The win for Vaishali, so that's the last classical game they've played. And the draws could have been one of the Grand Swisses, the previous Grand Swisses, by the way.
Probably.
Yeah. Bishop e2, and what we are saying, castles, I guess knight f3 would transpose us into, no, it doesn't.
Well, my question to you, though, is after knight f3, is what happens? Okay, you pointed out with your arrows bishop to g4. I remember having some games with Colin McNabb where he liked to do this, and then he would just take with the bishop to knight,
go e5,
and then go e5, and, you know.
I've played Captain McNabb once again, a couple of times, and I think maybe I won one, but he was a tough player.
Yeah.
It's very solid. Bishop g4.
Also, knight to g4. Let's have a look at that one, because that one was...
This one's always confusing to me. Like you can go, even here, I believe you can consider like going knight g4, and I never know, in all honesty, I never know when like these positions. So basically after knight g4, white has to part with one of the bishops, right? Has to part with one of the bishops, and sometimes black is very happy to collect this light square bishop, and so sometimes it's absolutely like pointless, and knight g4 has to be awarded a question mark. So here, apparently, it's somewhere in the middle. So black's position is playable, white is better. As you would expect after black chose the pair, that most of the positions, if white doesn't do anything super silly, white will be slightly better. So something like knight g2, e2, and you go on. I don't think you castle now with white. You probably keep...
Yeah.
You probably keep the king in the center, and yeah. So there is knight g4, there is bishop g4 as well, after castles, knight f3.
Well, this is where Vaishali will be making her decision, knight to f3. Is she going to be allowing this? First up, bishop go h3, play a little bit more quietly. But we'll find out. And talking about quiet, let's speed down the highway to the board number 2. And the reason I say speed down the highway is because the players are in a full-on endgame. Everyone else is in the opening.
No? This one? Board 4?
Board 2.
Board 3?
Board 2.
2?
Yeah. This is like whilst everyone else has the opening or very tense early middle game, these guys are in a full-blooded endgame. And the question is,
how did we get there, and what happened?
Can we whisker it at mega speed, because it seems to be...
And I actually have an idea what it was. Bishop e2, bishop b4, castles. So here, this 4 knights e6 tricky system, that after knight b5, black would go d6 and lure you into Sveshnikov. So bishop b4, bishop b2 is the pawn sacrifice line. Queen d3 used to be the move. Knight takes. Pawn takes, just like that. Bishop d3, c5, queen g4, queen f6 seems to be theoretical. Queen g3, let me see. Is it? Yeah, still we're following. By the way, the game of Abdusatorov is black.
Okay.
h6, bishop to f4, and now we still equal. So basically here, like you would say, wait a second. Isn't white like 2 pawns down? Yes, but opposite colored bishops, king stuck in the center, right? If any of the bishop moves happen, bishop d6 or bishop e5, black is in the real trouble. So what you have to do is like queen back here, offer the queen straight, bishop g7, bishop h6, wow.
Nice.
Queen takes, pawn takes, f-pawn takes.
Because you kind of want to create a pass pawn.
Right.
I get that.
Rook f3, not sure about rook f3, anyway, rook f1, f5, h4, everything. Well, the presence of opposite colored bishops, even though the rooks are on the board, but I would argue in this particular position it's probably the factor for kind of more of a kind of equal drawish tendencies, even though, of course, you have the weak pawn here, you have the pass pawn here, who knows?
Yeah, it does feel like could be a little bit random at some point, because I'm expecting white to kind of put the bishop on f4. It supports, well, rather it anchors the pawn on g3, and then you can go h5, h6 at an opportune moment. And it does feel like white is the one holding the key to opening up the position. Like you do have like d4 ideas in the air. You're able to switch over, but...
And it could be very time sensitive now, I understand. Sorry for once again interrupting you, but you've mentioned this d4, and I've realized, like, if black is in time to, rook g4 was played, like if black's in time to say do this and do this, then d4 will be met with c4, right? And then all of a sudden black gets, the wave of pawns on the queen side. Rook g4 was played.
Yeah, interesting, because this does allow like bishop f4.
Bishop f4, and then the pawn does make its way to h6 for sure.
And that's a thorn in black side.
Right. And maybe one more thing to mention, that say this happens, king f7, and this, and this, and this, and I just blundered something. I blundered the rook on f3, plain and simple. Yeah, okay, went here, rook here, pawn here. So if black gets to sacrifice an exchange on a6, maybe he's okay.
Yeah.
If white somehow gets to say, I don't know, let me play something stupid for black, which I often do, and then white gets to sacrifice an exchange on e6, white might be better. Again, so there are these ideas that you cannot swap the bishops because the bishops are of an opposite color, but in all of those positions, the bishop is kind of the key piece, keeping the position, the pawn structure together. So both sides will be looking for well-timed exchange sacrifice. So that's basically what I was
I agree.
to say.
And time is such an important factor in the chess game, especially the opening and also in the endgame. And speaking of time, I think it's time for us to step aside for a short break. But don't go anywhere, because during that break, we have a very special recap done by Sagasha on Days 2 action. And so stay tuned, and we'll be back with more action from the FIDE Grand Swiss.
Welcome everyone to the second round recap of the FIDE Grand Swiss 2025 in Samarkand, Uzbekistan. The tournament is in its early days, but we already have only a few handful players on 100% score. In the open section, we have only 3 players on 2 out of 2, while in the women's section, only 2 of them. In the open, we have Alireza Firouzja, Parham Maghsoodloo and Anton Demchenko, while in the women's section, we have Vaishali and Olga Badelka. First, let's have a look at the game of Firouzja. He was playing with the black pieces and was under some pressure. You can see here, white has a lot of space in the center, but it needed only one small error from Maxim Rothstein. He played his rook to a4, and here Firouzja broke in the center with pawn to c5, and that was all that was needed. After this, black took over, pawn takes pawn, then took the rook, bishop e8, hitting the rook on a4. The rook had to move back, knight came in, and then after b6, you already had b3 falling, and Alireza scored a resounding win here, moving on to 2 out of 2. The other game, which was very, very instructive and very exciting, was Parham Maghsoodloo taking on Anton David Guyaro. It was a very simple position that we had, but Parham showed his class here and showed why he's one of the most dangerous players when it comes to these open tournaments. Look at this position. It's middle game, queenless position, but look at this, bishop b6. A fantastic move, and after c5, trying to trade the bishops, he simply brings his bishop back, trying to reroute it to this diagonal, and then when opponent went really aggressive with g5, Parham had knight h5, threatening bishop d8, pawn to b3, he simply chopped off the pawn, and now brought his bishop into the game, and okay, Anton Guyaro had this very nasty threat of knight a2 checkmate, but after rook d7, king d2, and just simply moving his king here, giving up an exchange, it was all over. In fact, in this position, Anton resigned. Look at this attack with the knight and the bishop. Fantastic chess by Parham Maghsoodloo. In fact, Parham and Alireza Firouzja are now going to take on each other in round number 3, what promises to be a mouth-watering encounter. The other player on 100% score is Anton Demchenko, and he played an absolutely crazy game against Sam Shankland. It was a Sicilian, and in this position, Sam sacrificed his exchange in a typical rook takes c3 sacrifice. It seemed like black's position was preferable, like when the attack was going through, but somehow it turned out that white also was very quick to attack. In fact, Anton Demchenko showed his class in more than one ways in this game. He played excellent chess, opening up the black's king, And in fact, there was one move which is particularly my favorite in this one, which is check, bishop g7, and now takes queen takes e6, rook f7, and it feels like black has broken through and will deliver a checkmate, but e5, blocking the bishop, and now it's all over because bishop takes is met with rook takes g5 here, and so he played queen e5 and then trade, and now white was winning here with an extra exchange. So that's how the things are. We have 3 players on 2 out of 2 in the open, but 30 players on 1.5 points. So we'll see what happens tomorrow. In the women's section, we had our Vaishali, who actually played exceedingly well against Eline Rubers, the Dutch number 1. Vaishali in this position, the defending champion. After f4 was played, she brought her knight back, and this is where she unleashed herself. She played the move f5, and after knight f5, Eline was hoping for knight takes f5, queen d5 check, picking up the bishop. But, well, you need to develop your pieces. Pawn to d5, opening up the bishop. Fantastic chess by Vaishali. And she managed to actually checkmate the white king in just 22 moves. Look at this. The king was all over the place, and Eline resigned in this position. The other leader of the tournament is Olga Badelka. She took on Gal Soka, and in this position, here Gal had to play bishop d5, but she blundered with the move bishop f3, and this is all that Olga needed. She pushed her pawn to e4, attacking the bishop, but more importantly, after the bishop moved, there is a simple move for black that wins the game. Can you find it? Rook c6, a beautiful move, trapping the queen. The queen has nowhere to go, and with this, Olga managed to score her second win, moving to 2 out of 2. This is how the round was. We had some excellent games. Vaishali and Olga will play against each other in round number 3, and there are some fantastic battles that happened in the second round, but the tournament is laden with gems. You can check out these games and check out the entire broadcast and interviews on the FIDE YouTube channel. For now, this is Sagar Shah signing off. Bye-bye.
Welcome back to day 3 of the FIDE Grand Swiss, and we're moving into the middle game stage, and some of the opening battles, well, they're well past us. And here with us is Angelica, who's going to show us one opening battle that took her fancy.
Hi, Ivanka. We're having a brilliant opening preparation here from White. Grandmaster Evgeny Nair. He went for f4, and so far it looks like the usual move. He's just trying to expand on the king side. But after f5, it's a move of e4, which brings a lot of attention. Now black has an intermezzo move before targeting the knight. But what white did here? White is just taking on f5, not caring about the knight on c3. Pawn takes on c3. We see Murzin, by the way, reigning world rapid champion, is taking a piece. And this, as we can see on the clock, 1 hour 41 minutes, still a preparation. Rook takes c3. And here, the problem is for black that black cannot take the pawn on f5, so knight c5 was played. If pawn takes, so if pawn takes on f5, we have queen b3 double attack on the king and also on the bishop, so it cannot be played. And in case of some usual move like c5, for example, here, white threatens to take on e6, and after queen e6 there is bishop c4, the pawn cannot be taken. So the only move, which was played by the way in the game, is knight c5, trying to keep everything together, trying to keep the pawn on e6, the bishop on b7, and try to defend on the 7th rank. f6 is the move which is coming next. It was also played on the board, and here after pawn f6 we might see this long variation. Queen g4 check. The problem is black cannot defend with the queen. The knight is hanging on c5. So king h8 must be played. Bishop b1. We don't want to lose our powerful bishop. And after f5, trying to block everything, queen is coming to g6. Rook has to try to defend. Again, knight is hanging on c5. And after rook h3, rook h7, we see some trades. And we might see the threefold repetition, and the game might end a draw with the only ways to save it from black. So the whole piece doesn't matter.
Wow. Some fantastic preparation there from Nair.
Right.
With the white pieces, short burst of fireworks.
I'd be so disappointed if it fades out to a draw pretty quickly. I'm really hoping white got some other ways of developing the initiative. I'm just checking this one with an engine. The engine says everything is equal, but there are other moves, there is a move f5 instead of queen check. And maybe that's the point when Nair actually is going to stop and think for a little bit.
So that is his current position after pawn takes on f6. So we might still see some other moves, as you're mentioning. f5 is still
there's
there.
f5, which is a little bit different. The queen comes to g4 later on, but yeah. So really, indeed, impressive preparation.
It's a good idea, though, to get yourself into this type of position with white, because your opponent has to walk such a treacherous line, to get to safety. And there are so many pitfalls in that variation for black, right? You've always got to be calculating that the knight is hanging on c5. So fantastic stuff from Nair. And just goes to show that experience has its perks.
Oh. Yeah, and Evgeny Nair is a player I know quite well, I have to tell you, because first time we've played and he beat me this game, it was a painful loss. It was 1999.
Wow.
Some of our players, quite a lot of our players were not born yet.
Yeah, so this is very interesting. We have this matchup of experience and the youngster who is very strong, especially in the faster time control, as we know, the reigning world rapid champion, who has, by the way, under 1 hour on the clock.
Yeah.
Who knows what we will see in this game?
Exactly. Who knows? We look forward to seeing how that game develops. And thank you very much, Angelica, for showing that absolute beautiful variation. Well, it's getting tense, especially as we're entering into that early middle game phase where some people, as Angelica showed us, are in their preparation, others are surprised. So let's revisit our top boards.
Yeah, where do we want to start?
Well,
board 1, I guess, makes sense.
Yes, there's a few games I have my eye on, and definitely we're going to be looking at this one, Alireza Firouzja against Parham Maghsoodloo. These two know each other very well.
So here, just a quick update, we still did not leave the correspondence database, which makes me wonder why Firouzja has on only 50 minutes left. Perhaps there was, I don't believe he doesn't know the line. Perhaps there was a choice somewhere, like where you have two possible continuations and he was picking which one of the two will be kind of more venomous, more confusing for Parham to face. So after a5, a4, indeed a4 was played, knight a6, and I think here it's a kind of the first crossroad for white because f4 is the move and there were some other moves played. He does go f4, rook c8, f takes, d takes, queen takes queen, and now I believe you're supposed to take with the bishop, otherwise a5 pawn falls.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Say bishop takes and...
Wow.
Let me just check what the line is. That's quite funny, because look, white can, and it was played in, I believe in a correspondence game, white can sacrifice an exchange. Rook f d8 and knight takes a5. And the game goes on, positions roughly equal. Or, if you don't want to do that, you can go king to b1, and guess what happens? Black sacrifices an exchange. Rook c3, bc3, knight e4. And the position is roughly equal, and the game goes on.
Right. But wait one second. Does this mean that white is forced to go king to b1 because of this whole business of rook takes c3? Because at first I was thinking...
To address rook takes c3 and not to sacrifice the exchange yourself. Yeah, maybe.
Because I was instinctively thinking, I really want to move the knight from c3 to b5 or, you know, one day d5. And I thought, okay, well, let's just move the bishop. And
5, d3. Well, bishop d3 kind of theoretically stops the idea of exchange sacrifice, but it allows knight b4, right? So I'm thinking king b1 could be that if black was to play knight b4, then bishop b5, and all of a sudden it's good for white. Maybe bishop knight b4, maybe it's just not a clever move.
But what about? It's interesting, right? Because bishop to d3 with the evaluation bar went quite significantly in
bishop d3, knight b4.
Knight b4.
Right? And if you were to play bishop b5 now, let's just like check what.
Rook takes.
Yeah, we are. I guess we are just.
Are you just taking?
Take here.
And of course the knight is hanging on b3 at the end of that. Let's put that sequence on the board. Sorry.
Yeah. So bishop takes. Now, if we were to play bishop d3 first and then change our mind and move the bishop away, then black can take on e4, and if knight takes, it's not even rook takes, it's knight takes, computer prefers, like attacking both the knight and the bishop.
Okay.
Bishop to c5, bishop to b3, and if you were to take, I believe we are getting, no, we are not getting checkmated, it's just like casual, knight e3 takes d1, knight e3 discovered check.
Whoa. He did not take with the bishop. He took with the f rook.
He took with the f rook.
And
where,
interestingly enough,
well, computer likes, now what computer likes is bishop a6, and trade, and eventually a5 pawn falls.
I used the wrong expression. Take. Sorry, Mira.
Has to be take.
Take. Yeah, 3 times.
3 times.
Well, because 3 is a number. Apparently, if you're given choices, you should never be given more than 3 choices. Because otherwise you get overwhelmed.
2 choices are too much.
Yeah, exactly. So 3 takes.
So pawn takes, and it's not knight a5 that I was thinking was the move. It's bishop c5. Wow, that is clever. And to be honest, I do not fully understand it. I understand kind of the gist of this line. It's rook d8 and the checkmate, right? But what happens if black captures this c5 thing in the opposite order? Knight takes and the bishop takes. And apparently, so you just like exchange 2 minor pieces for the rook. But apparently, rook d8, bishop blocks, and you go knight d5 and you want to jump here. And yes, I guess if black captures, then the d pawn's dangerous, because computer likes knight to d7.
And now you go rook a8.
Now you go rook a8. I don't know what happens to this manipulator, to this mouth. Rook a8. Trying to collect the pawns. Maybe go knight c7.
Exactly.
Still having knight e7 if the knight moves. Yeah, and that's, once again, it's not like white is winning something. That's still a very, very tense position, but that's one direction for white to go for.
It's very dangerous for black, that position,
Yeah.
because the rook just gets active. So let's run through this line just one more time. So
Bishop
rook
ace-
takes rook.
What happens? Bishop a6. I'm not sure if black, so black was taking d1.
Yeah.
Does he have to? That's a big question, right? Can't I take this one? And there's still bishop c5, because the rook would be hanging on d8 anyway.
But wait one second. There's this bishop c5, which I think is like the fancy move. And I, just speaking from my own bias and view, I would be going knight c5.
Knight c5.
Yeah.
And you'd be absolutely right.
Well, not as right as
Knight
bishop
c5 's
c5.
no, knight c5 is a good move. And ashamed to admit that I thought for whatever reason it doesn't work. It works perfectly. And the move for black, which computer thinks is the strongest move, is rook to f8. Very logical. Well, the thing is, you apparently you cannot avoid. You can still go for the previous line, exchange on d1 and take on c5 with the rook, right?
Yeah.
And if you're not keen on doing this, you cannot stop white from capturing the bishop on e6, because bishop c4, I imagine, captures. Now, if the bishop takes, it's just like b3 or something, or well, it somehow likes knight b7. It's a very, very complex tactical reasons, but basically, black says, okay, you're allowed to take my bishop.
Yeah.
Therefore, I go rook f8, so that when you take my bishop, my knight's actually on the, so my rook's actually on the open file. And it's a funny pawn structure black has, with two sets of double pawns. But these double pawns, they completely restrict the c3 knight. So even if you've, like, you have, maybe not unlimited, but you have some time to remaneuver the knight. It's very hard to point out to what square, right?
Well, okay.
Like, where do you want your knight to be, Yolanda?
Yeah, I can see that. I can see that they dominate the knight circuit on c3, but it looks ugly, and you are ashamed a little bit to have voluntarily gone into this. But I think everything hinges on this white knight on c3, which is actually really badly placed, because the next move is going to be bishop to b4. The knight, the pawn on e4 is going to be vulnerable. So, well, I can see why Parham is quite satisfied with his position. And he's that type of player, very unconventional, willing to embrace this type of pawn structure in order to get the pieces flowing. Well, whilst this one is complicated, and you have to see this idea of putting a piece on c5, I would like to just really ramp up the complications and head over to board 4, where Yufa is playing against Gukesh, because this one is just crazy.
So a4, a6, and Yufa went for e5, which is not computer approved, or not our studio computer. Maybe it is approved by the big silicon monsters they use when analyzing openings at home. h4, g4, knight to g5, rook takes, and g3. There's 15 moves in. Computer's opinion on this position is -2, black winning. But I can see it. White going bishop g2, white going castle, and the king is safe. The pieces are, mobilized.
However, in the words of, I think it's Patsy, oh no, absolutely fabulous. However, the bishop is not allowed to come to g2 because e5 on the board.
e5, so an immediate kind of challenge of...
Exactly, confrontation.
Center. Yeah, what do you do? What do you do? So this would be my dream, but then, well, maybe I have to do this anyway.
Take on d4.
They being inspired by Yevgeny Nair, and then I'm castling, and you take, and I'm following the computer line, which is like -2, but it's not clear if it's like completely refutes my play, and some queen to c1. I don't know what is that. Don't ask me. Don't ask me why.
But wait one second. You can go. The king has a hiding place on f8.
Yeah, fair point.
So I'm satisfied.
You're piece up. I don't know why am I playing this position.
Because I'm looking at moves like queen to f6.
Yeah, but you have to watch out. A b5.
I was working on
rook is
c takes b2 was
c b2.
my
Yeah. So
my
here,
trump card there. Oh, hang on a second. There's knight e4 in the air as well.
e4. That's very tricky. Also, I can take this guy.
And then I was thinking.
And then if bishop takes, I do have knight e4.
I wanted queen takes.
If the queen takes, then a b5 is not enough? Question mark. Probably not. Yeah, maybe that's the refutation of my dream, because a b5 I would be thinking of, and then because of the pins, I'm winning some material back. But computer says, you know what, knight e5, have my rook, but I keep my knight, and then a b5. And that would be somewhat of a spin-off of Gukesh's game against Bakro with black, when he sacrificed an exchange and got a lot of pawns for an exchange.
Actually, that's really unbelievable. That's very cold-blooded. I'm going to confess that I didn't get as far as assessing exactly what to do after queen takes c3, but...
Yeah, no, well, but that was my kind of all-in attempt to get bishop g2 and so on. Maybe you have something sensible. Or is there? Ah, no, well, d e5, knight e5 does not qualify as being very sensible, because now you can't play bishop g2.
And also the pawn on b5 is protected. And you remember, you can tuck your king to f8.
And you might consider going bishop c6 and using this diagonal for your advantage as black. So I might still have to go bishop g2 here, you know, biting the bullet, just allowing check and going king f1, but it's not like I'm a big believer in white's position.
And at the very least, right, is something terrible going to happen if I just go rook b8?
Yeah, that's totally okay. It's totally okay. Yeah, I do not know. It's like, now that we... Hang on a second. So this, or where was this? I'm trying to figure out...
We came to the conclusion here, we had the power of take back, and we thought that white should be going bishop b2, and, you know, just...
Right, bishop b2 was not a bad...
Yeah, bishop b2 maybe, if you wanted... But not e5.
Yeah,
like e5 just didn't work in this type of position.
What's interesting, e5, he played spending only a couple of minutes. So it went e5, h6, like now I'm checking the timing for the moves. ef6 quickly, fg7 quickly, h4 relatively quickly, knight to g5, g3, and now after g3, he has g3, e5, he has already spent like 25 minutes, which might suggest, to be fair, anything. It might be that it's just like a nasty surprise, he doesn't know what to do. It might be that one of these lines that we were looking at, like this bishop g2, castle, queen c1, crazy lines, maybe it works, and now he has to, you know, kind of drag it out from the memory and kind of restore what exactly do I do. Because I didn't want to mention this, but computer also says, you know how you break this kind of pins by like adding more pieces, like queen d2, and then takes, and then like pretends.
Yeah, but that's a kind of
I don't believe in it. Yeah, it's very computery line.
And he's gone bishop g2.
He's gone bishop.
I think we're going to see what you were highlighting, this all-in approach where you allow black to take on d4, you castle, and
just say if it works, it works.
Exactly. Ride or die. That's
so, yeah. So seriously though, ed4 probably has to be played.
Yeah.
Castles. D takes c3.
B takes.
Can I go ab5 here?
Yeah, you throw that in, and okay. So there are some options. So Can I be greedy? I want it all.
Or take this. Right.
Okay, at first I'm going to go, I want it all.
Right,
C takes b2.
But
we have the power of take back.
Funny enough, I can take this guy, right? And then if you were to take on a1, white's actually better.
Incredible.
Check.
Take on check.
And then take the queen, attack the rook, and the other rook is attacked. And you know, white king is very safe. But what you do instead of capturing, promoting, you go bishop e6, and then I run off my... Run out of steam, right, precisely. Because now my beautiful bishop on g2 stares at my own pawn. And you will go c3, and you'll get those connected passed pawns and like b2, c3.
Yeah, and queen takes queen is the next move that
Yep,
black will be playing.
absolutely.
So you don't have the time to go knight takes e6, which is what you want to be doing.
Yeah, I think I can go knight e6 because knight g7 intermezzo, right? So knight e6, fe6, but then I cannot avoid the queen's trade.
Yeah.
So if I was, say, to go queen c2 and you'd go c3, I believe white's still like
the rook.
perfectly playable, right? But precisely after queen c2, you take the rook. I didn't want you to make this move, Johan.
Sorry.
I didn't want you to make this move, but you spotted it. Yeah. So there is c takes b2, and there is more conservative a takes b5, which I also don't see what the problem was. Yeah, black is just better, maybe winning. So which leaves me wondering what kind of an opening preparation that is. Is it a gamble? Is it like this one of those where you confuse the moves order and you go for something believing that this is my preparation, has to work?
I suspect that it's just a move order confusion because e5 is such a common idea in many similar positions.
Absolutely.
That you think, yeah, it has to work here and it's the principal move. But in fact, as we saw and we are seeing right now, it's just not the best idea for white to play. And this is a type of position where Gukesh will be feeling very comfortable because he can just crunch the numbers and work absolutely everything out.
Yeah. And
path is quite
like,
defined.
if anything, he's like,
Yeah.
he excels at like calculating those like complex.
Because there's nothing murky about this one. It's just really a case of just processing absolutely everything, you know, capturing on d4. He just has to work out, you know, a takes b5 or...
So, and he's absolutely capable of like just exhausting all the possibilities.
Exactly. And making some excellent assessments. Well, things are looking really good for world champion Gukesh. Can we... I have a few games I'd like to peek at.
Right.
One of them is in... Hang on, let me just get it up. It is in board number... It's the game between Hans Niemann and Rasmus Svaner. I just wanted to check in on him.
Or something, no? No.
No, I think he's quite away. He's on 1 out of 2.
Hans made 2 draws, right?
Yeah, he's made 2 draws. And he was one of my dark horses, you know. He's very unpredictable. He can do extremely well.
True that, and he's one of those guys who's capable of, like, all of a sudden winning a lot of games in a row.
Totally.
Right.
Okay, he's 19, board 9.
Board 19, I just missed him. Yeah, there we are. Hans having the white pieces. This is, again, this line, which some people argue make no sense, but still kind of works. C4, knight f6, knight c3, c5. So far makes perfect sense. Don't get me wrong. G3, e6, knight f3, d5. So-called Dubov-Tarrasch. I don't know why Dubov-Tarrasch, because I believe this line was played like much earlier. Maybe Dubov was not born, but he was the one to kind of resurrect this line and bring it back to the practice and a very high level. And the line I'm talking about is c takes d4.
Yeah.
So there are bishop, I think bishop e6 is the move, bishop e7 is the move, c takes d4. Knight takes d4, bishop c5, very forcing line. Knight here, bishop here. So d5 is an offer, but if you take d5, there'll be some bishop h3s, you want castle, and yeah, there'll be a lot of suffering.
It's like,
There'll be a lot of suffering.
it's like a reverse Panov.
Yeah, there is such idea in Parham as well, right?
I found that if you're struggling for an opening idea, just play your black opening repertoire with white. And that's it. You know the positions, and your opponent might not.
Okay, so knight a4. White does something very sensible positional. Like,
Yeah.
let's exchange, let's get rid of this bishop.
That's
like castles.
Exactly what you do.
Knight takes and then pawn takes.
Yeah,
You think, what's that?
Exactly.
It's like, why do you take with the pawn? And apparently, if you castle, which is a logical move, black goes d4, and somehow it holds. You can check the database, and you will find like a lot of grandmaster games, including. No, I don't think there is a Dubov game in here, but anyway, like there's a lot of grandmaster games, and stats confirm that black has a good position. So. White, instead of castling, says, let me go bishop e3 and block, get control with the d4 square. Rook to e8, castles now, and guess what? h5. Black doesn't have the rook on the h file, but still goes h5. Doesn't have the bishop either. h3 and knight to e4. It's a very, very borderline provocative play from black, I want to say, but correct according to the machine.
Has a concrete threat. I want to point out, knight takes in the game position, like the hands has to deal with knight takes g3. It's
h3, by the way, never been played. So h2, h3, never been played. So Hans.
It's a sensible reaction.
Well,
you often meet h5 with h3 because you don't want to be conceding the g4 square.
Absolutely. So h3, presuming that after h4 you would go g4. Right. So h3, instead of h3, there have been quite a few games with, 4 games only, in fact, was bishop to g5. Because I remember the quirky things do not end here, and sometimes black would capture on f6 with the pawn. I don't remember that. We need to ask Daniel Dubov at some point, but I remember like black having like all of the pawns like isolated and doubled, something to what Nigel Short once referred to as like Irish pawn structure. I don't know how polite that is.
It's not very polite.
It's not very polite, apparently, but yeah. The pawn structure is not very good, but somehow the dynamics compensate for it.
Yeah, I prefer the term drunken pawns.
Drunken pawns. These are, yeah. Knight e4, knight g3 being
big threat.
Well, a threat to reckon with. So I guess you have to move the bishop nonetheless,
Yes.
either to f4 or d4. And
d4 somehow feels safer.
yeah, we kind of have control over the position.
And now the question is, how is black going to be continuing? Because
There's
I was
h4, g4, f5. In a crazy fashion. Like, how can black continue the game he started in a crazy fashion? He'll continue it in a crazy fashion. So there is that.
no way. This is just mad.
Absolutely. And white can even... Like, I imagine, like, if you take bishop takes...
I think you have to do that.
Oh, wait. Can you take here, and if bishop takes... Bishop... No, bishop b6 is... I think bishop b6 kind of works if you take back. Because queen d5, attacking this. Does it work, though? Wow.
It looks good, Miro.
So queen takes, check. Bishop e6.
Queen takes knight.
Queen takes knight. And first my concern was, but what happens if bishop takes knight? And it's a b3. Rook takes queen, rook takes rook. And then bishop e4. Anyway, after bishop b6, black doesn't have to take the bishop. He can play queen queen d7, I'm thinking, targeting this. And still, like, white wins the pawn, but the king is not safe. I don't think it's like such a great
really
position.
Scary, actually.
It's a very, very confusing kind of position here. After bishop d4. So there's one option, h4.
Okay, to my eyes, not everyone embraces that kind of complication, especially when the white king is in danger. Is there any kind of safer way, more solid way to handle this? So
With white, you mean?
When I actually think
I
bishop...
don't think it... Yeah, maybe bishop d4 is not the move.
is actually
Maybe bishop d4 is
not
not
the
the
direction to go to. What about if you go bishop
Bishop f4 is possible.
Like how...
But does it change much if black goes h4? Maybe you don't have to go g4 now, like at least g3 pawns protected.
Well, there's
right?
g5 in the air, but okay, that's very weakening. So, yeah, I prefer this one.
But that's still crazy. That's like, as you see, evaluation bar is around equal. Shows that the positions are around equal, but it's anything but equal. It's so unbalanced. It's so much, let's say,
This
so
is
many.
hair-raising stuff for white. I mean, the risk for me is all on white now. They have to navigate these treacherous
I would feel the same way. So I'm not sure why would you kind of engage in this type of lines, but apparently Hans is very confident in his abilities to just keep it. The position's good, so I don't care if I'm attacked. If the position works, yeah, I'll just play.
Yeah, I get the vibe that Hans was surprised. Because if you want that safe position, you would go bishop to g5 instead of h3.
Yeah,
and I feel like, yeah, h5 came as a shock. And because it is, I mean, if you're seeing this position for the first time, you would never think that black's first move would be h5. You'd think, okay.
If anything, I would think about h6, stopping bishop g5, right? So that's how you play the isolate pawn position. You go h6, you cover this. You go, bishop g4, f5, e6, any of these squares. Yeah, h5 is quite bold.
It's I don't know. I'm just sensing that h3 was a knee-jerk reaction, and yeah. And you didn't quite, after knight to e4, suddenly it becomes very apparent how dangerous this is. Again, because you think bishop to d4, and I was thinking, well, there's no way that black is going to be going f5, but it is.
It does, right. So there was one more line flashed by the computer. After f5, one apparently can try f3, which if you ask me, looks extremely ugly. Even after a move like knight to g3, rook e1, and I don't know. It's one of those positions where if you'd ask me, I'd say I'd lose it with both colors. Because I don't understand it like at all. f4, for instance, asking, is your bishop okay on g2? But you can ask the same thing about my knight on g3. It's like, it's very nice, but it doesn't do anything.
No, that's...
Yeah. So white can play bishop f1 later, and if like giving you chance to take, but if you don't, then yeah, it's just like these pieces stay there.
That's true.
And the king is safe, strangely, like the coward with all the massive pieces.
But still, to let a knight land on g3.
G3 and being anchored, and it just stay there next to your king, right? It's irritating.
It takes a brave soul to voluntarily allow that. But, well, big decision on the board for Hans Niemann, as he has to make a choice, as Rasmus Svaner handles this part of the opening very aggressively. So let's just step away from this game and let's head over to the game I want to be looking at is the game between Boris Gelfand against Praggnanandhaa.
Board 3.
On board 3, yeah. And I feel like we can both breathe a sigh of relief because we've seen two very crazy positions and now this one is a lot calmer. It's very obvious what the white plan is. But my question to you is, once we just backtrack and find out exactly how the game developed from when we last left it.
Rook b1 preparing b4, black goes a5, knight e2, and knight to f4.
This is vintage Boris. You know, he just wants to go knight to d3, perfect square for the knight when you have a white pawn on d4, and just take possession of e5 and c5.
Yeah, and I believe maybe if it all kind of pans out nicely, which after knight f6 I believe can be achieved, you can go knight d3, then it kind of explains what's fundamentally wrong with, with the stone wall, so that the bishop on c8 is not your best bishop, right? Then knight to e5, and then maybe it'll be a bit slow, but maybe white can arrange this a3, b4 advance. For now, white is thinking, even on the clock, so it's not like a deep preparation from Prague, and Boris was caught off guard. And wouldn't you agree it's amazing how old school type of chess, right? You see the knight on c3, well, normally placed piece. There's nothing wrong. It's not your knight on the edge of the board somewhere stuck in a corner. But Boris says, I want this knight on e5. And he's ready to take 3 moves, right? Knight f4 to get it to the perfect square. So knight f6. And yeah, I guess you might go knight d3 immediately, then Compy actually suggests, like, let's move the rook away because knight d4 will happen, right? So first, let's move the rook away and we'll see. Maybe we don't need knight d3 just yet.
Yeah.
It's tricky. And from, like, following along those lines that computers suggest, like, eventually somewhere, even a move like b6, bishop, I don't know how you play b6. B6 is always like c takes d5, right? And
Yeah.
little weaknesses.
Okay, so so first up, when I've had this type of position with white, they've always like put the knight into e4.
So say we go here,
Yeah.
and they put the knight into e4.
And
Now that I'm thinking, maybe it's easier said than done when I said a3, b4, and so on. But a3, black can reply with a4. And usually to battle that, you would go b3, like in the King's Indian, you go b3, a3, b4. But b3, how do you play a3 then? It's very hard, right? And here, black might play b6, in fact. Because this one doesn't really lead anywhere. I mean, it leads to black's advantage, so black is not unhappy. Yeah, rook b1, rook b8, bishop d7, evict the queen, and it's like I've just like weakened all the dark squares in my position.
But as white, you'll be looking to meet b6 with knight to d3. Just, Boris has been showing us the way, knight d3.
And what do we ultimately want with this knight? Do we want this knight to e5 and then f3 and somehow e4?
e4.
Right, so maybe we don't have to waste time with a3s and stuff. Maybe we just go here and they say if they go b6, we jump to e5. And that's not far off from computer's top choices. Bishop b7. Let me play f3. Computer's not impressed, strangely. Like, it does work. There is no tactical refutation for f3, but just drops the knight back and says, you know what? Yeah, f5. I'd prefer to have it on f7, but it's fine on f5 as well. And some c5.
Yeah.
Knight c5. Changes, knight d7, So.
But this feels very nice for white as a game of two results, as they like to say. White's the only one pressing.
Yeah. So and
what about if black just goes for the standard plan? You
this
go
kind of
bishop
thing, yeah.
I'm thinking put the bishop on d7 first, just in case the rook's
d7.
Yeah. And then
wow. That's actually quite impressive. So in case of bishop d7, I imagine white has different moves, but one of the moves that computer suggests is actually to block the center and then to go knight d3 and apparently hinting at white being faster on a queen side that black is on a king side. So how would you get? I guess knight. It's tricky. Knight e4 or because this is what I would love to do, right? One of the ways of playing it. Maybe it's still not bad. A3. Bishop to h5, b4, but then my queen side's left unprotected.
right.
It's hard to tell. It's such a complex position, this one.
Yeah, no, it's pretty. Somehow I feel like it's comfortable for white.
Yeah, it should be, but like. I'm not sure like if comfortable is the right word. Like it should be better for white, but knowing Boris that he's a fantastic player, of course, but I'd say his preferred positions are like with a clear plan. right? And here, there's a lot of tension in this position. So he will be looking for the way to kind of clarify what both sides' intentions are. And it's not so easy.
Well,
Yeah.
no, I mean, this one is very tense, and I feel Praggnanandhaa does have to play very accurately, find the right plan in order to get a stable position, because Boris, as we've seen, has many options of going for knight to d3, trying to take possession of e5, maybe even expand on the queen side. And talking about the queen side, I would like to go to the women's section and board 6 between Kamaladinova against Dinara Wagner, because take a look at Black's last move. I mean, this position just looks crazy again, because White, it feels like they're going all in for like some bishop g5, opening of the h line.
And Black's last move was c5, c4.
Exactly. So my first question to you, Mira, I'm going to put you on the spot, is what's wrong with grabbing the c-pawn?
I guess not like that, because queen b2.
Yeah.
I think that is kind of the
And
justification. But what's after dc4?
then you dc3.
Again, dc3, bishop c3.
Rook f4.
All right. Oh, no, wait. The pawn
hang on a second.
The pawn on e6, no.
Okay, that wasn't their plan then. Maybe it was just bishop.
You are very confident.
I know. I saw this position for the first time, and somehow I assumed that this pawn on e6 was defended. But now the bishop can come out.
Yeah, I think I should do this to stop you from castling. Right, so bishop b4, and what does White do? Because takes, king f1. There's queen c3, and kind of Black is not in time, and even so White's not in time, and even if White's in time to play g3, king g2, still Black doubles on the f file, and it's terrifying. Yeah, so
c4, brilliant move.
c4 is a very good move, and therefore the question is, could White not allow c4?
Well,
Like, I don't know.
probably should have castled or something, because it's the kind of position where you just throw caution to the wind.
Queen takes, rook b1, queen a2, rook b7, it goes on, and I do not want to go deep into this. Yeah, but c4, brilliant move.
Absolutely brilliant, and looking very good for Black. So what is White's best now?
Castle.
Castle.
To castle calmly or not calmly, or to freak out and castle. She takes d3, yes, and it's minus 0.6, and White just plays this position, goes rook a to d1, and says like me, I'm hoping to win the pawn back later. But there's no good solution. The best solution is to castle, but there is no good solution.
Interesting, because this type of position, you feel like when you're hit with c4, you would be looking at some kind of panicky move, right?
Exchanges,
anything,
exactly.
rather than
kind of bailout type of thing.
Exactly, rather than castles.
To be fair, there is one more computer line, which the first things you said about this position was like White is looking for bishop g5, and then I've kind of completely ignored it. I should have checked it. Bishop g5 is a very interesting move, in fact.
Okay.
And not in a British sense interesting, but they call interesting a stupid idea. No, it's a good move under the circumstances. Yeah, the position's not good, but the move is good. I imagine capturing g5 is just bad. AG, and the g file, and it all decides in White's favor. So Black has to drop the rook back to f7, and this is where you have bishop h6. This is where now you can take c4, and after dc3 go bishop h6, and I'm very, very confused, because it still goes to show like crazy lines. Knight to d4, White can castle, White can go king f1.
Wait. When you say castle?
Castle short.
Yeah, okay.
not castle long. No, that'd be too much, even for the crazy position. Castle short, which is not normal way of castling, but still, better than castling long, I guess. Here.
And apparently nobody's attacking. Like from the lines that I can see, they actually care about open files about it. So there's not much of an attack going on. But so that's Dinara Wagner who played c4 against Kamalydenova, right?
Yeah. It's
This is such a tough pair because I believe one can make an argument that both of those players are kind of underrated. The Dinara, I know she's like a very, very strong player and it's like progressing. And Kamalydenova,
well, she had this fantastic performance last year.
winning the
winning
Grandmaster tournament.
A Grandmaster tournament. You know, she was the lowest
Lowest rated and scored like +5. Possibly
Totally.
even like undefeated. Yeah, it was such
No, she
a
was
shock.
defeated in the first round, and then
then just
stormed
swept everybody.
through one. Yeah, I mean, she's a fantastic talent. And talking about talent, let's check in on board one in the women's section in
Absolutely.
the game between Olga Badelka with the black pieces against Vaishali. Well, Vaishali's taking a big decision. She's committed her pawn structure in the center.
Wow. So bishop e2 castles, knight to f3. And black just went e5, d5, knight to e7, h3, and knight to h5. So we have kind of a King's Indian vibes, I want to say. I don't know. I'm abusing this modern word, vibes. King's Indian ideas in the position. But the fact is that the pawn is still on c2. And, well, to state the obvious, why it doesn't have this play with c5, of course, when the pawn's on c2. But sometimes it's not that bad of a change because maybe it's easier for you to just consider like castling long, and here you'd go g3, restrict. I don't think you ever go g4 here, even though theoretically it wins you the pawn, right? But like at least in the King's Indian, it's always there's always a belief that black either goes f5 or c6. And there's always compensation. I mean, just like some jumping, some dark squares, and so on. So I don't think you ever go g4 with white. You might go g3, though, kind of stopping this knight from jumping to f4. And then if this happens, I don't know if it works here. Once again, I'm operating under my kind of King's Indian experience, where, yeah, here knight can take. So if pawn takes,
Knight
then
g5.
there's also knight e5. Knight e5, and I'm threatening to win the pawn, and knight g3, fg3, bishop takes, and castle long is horrible.
Yeah.
But yeah, and it's very hard to play, again. It's very hard to play, because but looking at the computer moves, bishop h6, that's something that would never, ever, ever cross my mind. Okay, why do you want to exchange the quote-unquote bad bishop on g7? But apparently you have to.
You have to.
No, not like have to, but that's one of the good moves. Or you go a5.
Because, like, one thing that I was doing yesterday, you'll be very proud, Miro, but after the broadcast, I went and did some calculation puzzles.
Oh, yeah.
Well, and one of the things that I was doing was like, if it were black to play, what would black play right now?
This or this?
Yeah, so the first, so f5. So
how do we address f5?
Exactly, how do we address f5? So say make some random move, like with a4, a5.
a5, yeah.
And then f5. I know knight to f4 is also, but that we can handle with g3.
f4.
But this is the thing. So would we be going takes and then?
I'm actually not sure what we do. You're right. Yeah. So the problem with takes, from what I understand, is that knight takes. Yeah. They want our bishop. If we go here, they go here. Now there is knight d4, and g4 does not win material. Yeah, knight d4 would be okay, but e4 is even better, I guess, because yeah, f3 knight is hanging. Wow. And wait, I just paid attention to the clock. Do you know how many moves were played? 10 moves. Do you know how much time Vaishali has? 26 minutes.
Oh.
That's, wow.
That's significant, actually.
It's significant, like 20 minutes difference on the clock. And it's one thing, it's when I have an hour, you have an hour, 20 minutes, right? But it's less than half an hour for
Because
Vaishali.
there is more fun to come in this particular position, because we saw, you know, is white going to go g4 and allow this knight jump into f4? Are you going to g3? But then you have to calculate everything to do with f5, and the position gets very wild. I mean, the main thing is that white really hasn't committed their king to any safe spot, and it's not entirely clear where it's going to be living. I think I personally would be going g4.
G4 here, anyway.
I'm somehow terrified of f5.
Yeah. Well, I guess. So now, full disclosure, what computer does, addressing f5, is to go a5, f5, and then go g4, which I still don't quite understand how it works. So g takes, pawn takes pawn, and then you play pawn takes pawn, knight f4, and then you take, and rook takes, and you go g5. And it says it's good for white, which is very hard for me to believe, but I imagine the knight on e7 is not great. Yeah.
Well,
so that is like everything done wrong by white in the King's Indian. But apparently for this position, the knight on e7 is so bad that you can't really do anything.
Yeah.
So kind of structure-wise, allowing this f4 outpost and then, black doubling on the f file, I'd be scared, to be honest.
I was going to say, you stumble into this one, you don't plan this position with white.
Fair. Fair. Like you can occasionally end up or accidentally end up in this one and figure, oh wait, it's not so bad.
Yeah.
But it's not your dream position anyway. And Vaishali's clock just keeps ticking out.
Well, I can understand why she's spending so much time here, because it's a really difficult decision. And remember, she's a very active player, so instinctively she'll be looking to control black's play. And can we just quickly look at the g4 lines, just so that we can...
g4, knight to f4, and so we do try to take it, or or
should I do my famous play around it? Play around it then.
Play around it, but then I was thinking f5, and it's probably a very silly idea.
Yeah.
f5. Well, the thing with f5 is, I guess this is the problem. So now you outsmarted me, and I left with this bad bishop on c8. So I should not be playing f5, so you do play around this knight on f1, and black plays bishop d7 if we trust the machine, bishop d7. So maybe the drawback of not having the pawn on c4 is that black c6 eventually becomes kind of an inefficient, undermining of a center, because in the King's Indian, you go c6, they don't care. You take cd5, they take cd5. You've opened the file for white, potentially. Like here, c6, you probably will have to care somewhat.
Yeah, well...
At least, again, like, it's not that I'm that smart. That computer suggests the move, and I'm trying to make sense of the move computer suggests.
Well, I think that Vaishali will be feeling very uncomfortable in the current position, because it's a difficult decision to be made. Allow knight to f4, allow black to break out with f5.
Very.
And the clock's time is telling us that, but well, we might realistically see someone keep their 3 out of 3.
Right.
A perfect score, rather.
See this game ending in a draw. It has to be some threefold repetition. Otherwise it's such an unbalanced position. Right, and I guess we are getting ready for...
Yes, so as we saw, that game was full of dangerous moments, but here to share with us some other key moments in the other games, we have Angelica.
Thank you, Ivanka. Indeed, we have here with white pieces Levon Aronian, who is originally from Armenia, now representing USA, and he played a beautiful game. We're going to pick it up just in a moment. So he found a novelty. He played a novelty. In this position, by the way, the move which he played, bishop b5, was played only in 2 games. But the novelty is coming later because usually here most of the players took with the rook on e5. There are millions of games in this position. But here, after bishop takes on b5, pawn takes on b5, so now, as we can see, white is up a pawn. So what black can do, and with black pieces we have the Polish grandmaster Bartel, he has to create an initiative. So rook takes on e5, castle happens, and bishop f4. This has already been played in a couple of games. This position, black is forcing white to make a decision where to go with the bishop. And by the way, this year, during the FIDE World Team Rapid and Blitz Championship, the game between Wahidov and Ilyanov continued with bishop g3, but it allowed black to continue with the f5, creating attack on the king side. So in this position, we have a novelty. Bishop c1 was played, stepping away to the starting position with the bishop. And apparently it's a great move, because now if black would continue with something like f5, there is already no threat, there is no bishop on g3. What white can do is just simply retreat with the rook, because the next move of black will be anyway bishop d6. And then already maybe starting their own counterplay. Of course, there are still pieces on the queen side, but the pawn is a pawn, and for now there is no real attack for black. So what black did in this position, black targeted the rook on e5, and slowly and comfortably we can see that Aronian is defending the position, and there is still extra pawn on the board. This is a current position, by the way. As we can see, it's already a crushing advantage here. And the pawn is still there, by the way. What do you think about it, Joanka?
I'm just admiring Levon's creativity. It feels like ever since he transferred federation, he's got something to prove, you know, because he was told by the Armenian government, okay, well, you're a little bit old. And he was like, okay, I'm going to transfer and I'm going to show you, I'm going to prove you wrong. And in every interview, he's always saying, I'm just here to enjoy. I want to fight it out. And I just like this creativity, bishop to c1. And it looks a bit scary, actually, with the rook on c3 and the queen on c4. But ultimately, it's the extra material that's going to count.
Yeah, and I believe like we probably should kind of continue the line. I also check it with the engine. Yeah, here now at the very end, the position that you currently have, rook c3, it's specifically bad because of rook a c1. So white is not trying to take the rook, but goes rook a to c1.
Trying to trade.
Yeah, and you trade, and you get on the d4 square, I guess. No, I think rook takes.
C1.
Yeah, rook takes, and the black queen doesn't know where to go. If you go queen e4, that's knight g3. So Compi goes to a6 instead, queen a6, and then bishop d4. It's such a pleasant trade, right?
Yes. Bishop d4, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So at the end of the line, we're trading this powerful
we trade the bishops. Yeah, we trade the bishops.
Then maybe white is the one who is attacking on the king side. Look at the pawn on the g5.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you're extra material as well, so that's always good news. It's all to do with king safety, but...
And rook a1, by the way, it has just been played.
It's such a nice move as well, you know, to ignore taking that rook on c3 and instead just to initiate that set of trades. It'd be a very important win for Levon, who started off with 2 draws.
Definitely, and we'll see more of him, hopefully.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Angelica, for showing us Levon's game and especially this new idea of going bishop to c1. We are going to take a short break here in Samarkand, but don't go anywhere, because coming up during the break, we have an interview with Jan Nepomniachtchi, and stay tuned for that and a lot more coming up after this break. See you then.
I'm here with Jan Nepomniachtchi, who just played against Edis Gurel, winning the game. It's really scary playing against kids. Would you say it's the same like this at the top level?
I don't know. It depends if you have some phobia about kids. Yeah, okay, yes, for me, I don't. But I mean, the thing is, like, first of all, he's not like so young anymore. Like, he's like 16. I think he turned 17 this year, and though he looks like very young. And secondly, of course, all these kids, like, so they already have like whatever 25 or 26 elo, so probably you don't count them like as someone weak and just perhaps talented. Of course, like, it's always a formidable opposition.
And playing here at the Grand Swiss, we've got all kinds of top players and kids. What is your goal in this tournament exactly?
Try to guess.
Okay, the bigger goal here is candidates. This is your first time playing the Grand Swiss, if I'm not mistaken. Is this the big goal here that you're preparing for, going all out?
Yeah, basically that's the only goal why I'm here. So I think Grand Swiss was introduced like whatever 2021 or something, first time 2019, and then 2019 maybe I had like some very fine chances qualifying from the Grand Prix, so I decided to focus on the Grand Prix, not playing the not playing in the Swiss. And yeah, like this time, like for me, it's after like many years, it feels a little bit like starting from scratch. Yeah, so yeah, so let's see where it leads.
And you haven't been very active in general with classical tournaments. What is your favorite format to play then, and what do you think about this super long time control here?
Well, I still prefer classical tournaments, even though it's hard and it's like sometimes boring to make all this preparation. And okay, perhaps that's why like Fischer Random is so lucrative. Yeah, like you can like basically skip like the preparation part, like come and play, and the rest of the day is free. So, like as for me, I would happy to play more classical, but okay, I don't like have like some normal limitations which would fit my schedule. And of course, like this year's schedule is oriented about like is built because of like both Grand Swiss and World Cup in the autumn. Yes, so basically the second half of the year. So before the first half of the year, I tried to prepare, yeah, and now I'm trying to play. Yeah, but yeah. So far, like I'm simply happy like to play some chess.
Don't you think it makes a player a little bit rusty if they put the playing aside for a bit and only focus on preparation, or do you balance it with some training games?
I don't know about players, but for me, of course, it makes me rusty.
Yeah. But do you feel rusty now, or do you feel like you're in good shape?
Well, depends on what I see when I check the game. So I was like super unhappy with the way I converted, and also with the way I played, basically. But yeah, somehow maybe I just needed to win a game, like to like have a nice start. So maybe I shouldn't be like so harsh on myself this time, and give also give some credit here for the work, all the work which has been done.
Well, I hope you do that and are easier on yourself. When it comes to preparation, you know basically every opening, right? You know so much theory. So do you come to the board with something else prepared for your opponent, or do you basically just decide what you want to play at the board?
Yeah, you know, the trick about like modern state of things is that basically most of your knowledge, which would be, I mean, especially opening knowledge, quickly becomes irrelevant because, let's say, like 10 years ago, there was like several good openings, and like everything else was maybe not as good, or just maybe like murky. But nowadays, basically, there are no bad openings, so there are no bad lines. For example, inside Rue Lopez, inside like many openings, basically like. When you play Catalan, there's like 10 different lines inside Catalan for black, and everything works. Yeah, when you play like Rue Lopez, like there are 10 or 12 different Rue Lopez and for black, and you don't even need like to study all these Berlin things or Marshall things. You can just basically pick a line and just play it one time. And that's why like early on knowledge. I mean, okay, basically you can bring the like laptop to the game, yeah, like to check what's going on, yeah. So basically. Nowadays, the amount of memorization becomes a little bit like, I mean, unimaginable, and probably this like forces players to change their approach at some point.
Do you ever forget lines that you know, during the game, you're like, I saw this, I should remember this? Does that ever happen? Memory gaps?
Constantly. I mean, yeah. Sometimes it's just. I think Vishy said that it's better like to to like forget everything and know nothing, than to know like 99% and don't recall some very important finesse, and like that's why you just would make incorrect conclusions here about the position. So sometimes it's like it's even a grace here to don't know things here.
And I have two final, a bit strange questions, not in the chess realm. First of all, would you prefer if people called you Nepo instead of Nepo? Because everyone is used to calling you Nepo with the incorrect pronunciation.
Well, basically, in Russian, it sounds like a full name sounds like Nepomniachtchi. So once like someone would be as as skillful to pronounce it like fully and pronounce it correctly, I would be just absolutely happiest person in the world. Yeah, but jokes aside, like whatever works, yeah, like Nepo, Nipo, or just like as they say, like in Russian. I mean, I might be wrong with translation, so I say in Russian, хоть горшком назови, только в печку не ставь. Basically, whatever you call me, just don't put me into the oven. Yeah.
I love that. And then the next question, it's strange, but there's some psychoanalysis behind it, so trust me on this. If you were a tree, which tree would you be?
Okay, Dubov is not here, so Dubov I would surely say like oak, yeah, because it's basically the meaning of his last name. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I would call something fancy, like when I was like in Barcelona a couple of years ago. I really like jacarandas.
We have those in South Africa.
Really? Yeah. Okay. In our climate in Russia, it's uneasy to raise, so it's somewhere like in some special places, in special gardens. Yeah. But I dream of having one at home one day.
They're beautiful purple trees for those at home. Do research them. Well, thank you so much, Nipo, and good luck for the rest of your event.
Okay, thank you.
Hello and welcome back. And we are delighted to be joined by FIDE CEO of FIDE, Grandmaster Emil Sutovsky. Now, Emil, it's such a pleasure to have you here. And the Grand Swiss has become one of the most important international events in the calendar. It's such a unique event. Can you tell us a little bit about how it came about?
Well, that's one of the projects which took quite a bit of time to start running, but I think it's one of the big projects we can be proud about. I recall myself playing in Isle of Man in the tournaments that were there back in 2015, 16, 17, and when I was still a competitive player. And there I met and had a chance to, let's say, befriend with Isai Schanberg, who is really such a great patron of chess, and he supported these events. And when I came up with an idea, let's do something bigger, not just an international strong open, but something bigger that will have will be a part of qualification cycle that will have more players, more countries, but at the expense of higher prize fund and more expenses towards the accommodating players and flying them in. And I have to say that, yeah, he supported the idea and it was great. 2019 was the first event. Then it was only open event with the participation of few women players. I believe you played yourself?
I did play, yes.
Yeah. And then starting 2021, we started running both open event and women's event. And it makes me feel very good about both, about creating opportunity for all those players who are near the top, but were not exactly in a position to fight for qualification, but also for the younger generation. I remember very well, I mean, young Noderbeck there, or young Gukesh, or young Prague, Vincent, and so on. So they had basically their first major opportunity to compete at such a level, let's say in terms of qualification cycle, in terms of playing 11 games with very top players, because previously they were basically restricted to the World Cup in terms of, and the World Cup, you know, it's a great event, fantastic, fascinating. but one loss and you're out. Here you can progress. You can feel the how your chess improves even throughout the event. So I'm happy we continued with that, and obviously I'm also happy that we reached the stage that we can do without. Although it's we are very grateful to Isai Shaming and the family, but it's great to see that now the organizers are willing to host it, willing to cover the expenses. The budget keeps growing because the prize fund grew considerably, and more players are playing in. But it's already not just a wealthy patron of chess who loves chess and ready to contribute, but there is a request, there is a market for the event, and it's great.
Yeah, absolutely great. And talking about the event, what is your broader vision for this? Because it has grown, you know, from 2019 when it was this big open, as you mentioned, and then it became both a women's section, and every year it just seems to get bigger and better, more diverse. That's for starters.
Yeah, it will keep growing. Obviously, I think it's an important integral part of the World Championship cycle. It's also very important that we have it built this way that the prizes already are attractive, no matter, let's say, if you're even a very top player. I mean, the total prize fund of 855,000, quite meaningful, I would say. I mean, it's a record prize fund for the Swiss system tournament, and I think maybe for any tournament apart of the World Championship match.
Yeah.
And it's of course great, but most importantly, we also should not be focused just on the money side, but what kind of experience we also bring both to the players, to spectators online, to the media. We try to make this event more and more, let's say, followed. We want people, because World Cup sounds so massively strong by its definition that you don't need further intro. I mean, some people think that World Cup is even more important than World Championship match, right? And for Grand Swiss is a bit of a strange bird, so you had to explain what it is, and the first is what it is. But now it's already becoming a brand. It's very important when things become a brand, because then it's easier to find organizers, to find sponsors for the event, to sell broadcasting rights, and that's what's happening with Grand Swiss. Of course, it's not like World Championship match or Olympiad where you have people lining up several years in advance to host it, but still it's something that's becoming a brand, and we spare no effort. We also try every time to think about little details here and there, and hope it works.
Yeah, and certainly seems to have impacted you. And you've been a top player. You're now on the other side of the board as a CEO of FIDE. Does that impact how you're looking at an event?
Well, I was a top 20 player, which is maybe not necessarily a top, but
it's a top player.
Around it, right? And of course, I knew it well from other side, and I knew what our players vying for. I knew what is needed. And of course, we cannot please everyone, because, you know, inevitably, unless you do something for a very small group, where it's easy to cater for every little request for every one of the 8 participants or 2 participants, like World Championship match. In an event like that here, 172 players, inevitably we may have here and there things that we need to improve, but overall the whole idea is that this event is created for the players but also for the spectators. I think it is very important for me personally. I would say that it's one of the very few things I'm really proud of being in FIDE, that I managed to promote, to create, and of course once again with a generous support which came, but it doesn't come overnight. Yeah. It takes some work. It takes some arguments why it should work. Yeah. It takes some work. It takes some coming up with a concept what could be sold or what could be seen as something very nice.
Yes. Well, okay. This certainly is an event that you can be proud of. Now I know it's only day 3. But what storyline impresses you the most? So let's have a look at some of the games, because we have, as I mentioned, lots of different type of players. We have a world champion, we have former world champions, we have legends like Boris Gelfand competing, and super young talents like 14-year-old Edomush here on our screen against Vincent Keimer. And as a grandmaster, I'm going to have to ask you to work your chess brain cells.
I would say Erdogan is number 1 surprise or relation of the tournament. Not long ago, last month, he beat Peter Svidler in the match.
I saw, yeah.
And I think it was 4-2.
In the classical.
It's a classical, and he lost the blitz,
Exactly,
actually.
how ironic.
Yeah, and here also you could see that, I mean, he won his first game, then he managed to hold very bad position versus Gukesh.
Yeah.
And now we see him on having already winning advantage against Vincent Keimer, who is not an oldie himself, right? I mean, Vincent is exactly at the age when you expect a breakthrough, and many expect him even to qualify from this event. So I know that Erdogmush is not only very talented player, he is extremely passionate about the chess. I know it firsthand because I invited him last year to play for the team I captained in the World Rapid and Blitz Team Championship. And I saw how dedicated he is, how he is devoted, sometimes at expense of other, maybe not less important things, but I could see how devoted he is.
Yeah.
And this type of an attitude probably is mandatory to date in order to climb up, because the competition is very stiff.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you spoke about devotion and dedication to the game. I mean, as being his captain last year, can you give us an insight into exactly what he was doing to get his chess to be so good?
Well, he was basically, that was Rapid and Blitz Championship. Yeah. So he always wanted to play. You know, in team competitions, as you know yourself, there are many players who would say, well, I would prefer not to play, but I'm ready to play. He just told me, I'm ready to play, I want to play every game, no matter color, no matter opponent, no matter which board, he wants to play. He really, really feels an urge to play. And we see also that he's now very much supported in Turkey. And I believe that's also an integral part of any growing player, because without such a support, even if you're very talented, you need a good trainers, you need matches like he had with Svidler, and now he's going to play MVL. You know, he's going to play the match with MVL. So it's something very important. Actually, we see Shah Mamediyarov. He is a main trainer for Erdogmush. Yeah.
Okay. I did not know that fact. And moving on to the position, I mean, you mentioned he has a winning advantage. You can see the evaluation bar. Looks very good, has control of the center. Maybe we can just do a little deep dive and find out exactly.
Yeah, it's sort of Rui Lopez, where everything that could be possibly wrong for black went wrong. Probably Vincent prepared some sideline in order to surprise his opponent. We saw he played this bishop d7 and a5, which is very, very, very rare. And then Yagis, I mean, we call him Erdogmush, but his name is Yagis.
Yeah.
So he actually responded in a beautiful way. And now, if you look at the position, I don't see quite what to do. I mean, if black retreats with knight c6, I just play bishop a2, and then f7. You cannot really protect it there. I just go e5. I mean, this game can be over within 5 or 6 moves. Queen f4, e5, and I just break through. You cannot take on a3 because it is protected now, but even in the future there will be a discovered check on f7, and rook will take on a3. And let's say if you try something like b7, b4, then there is a tactical blow like that. I mean, maybe queen c4 immediately, but takes on queen c4, and the rook.
Yeah, the rook is on breeze, yeah.
Yeah. So I don't really see what Vincent can do. He's a super strong player, and also he had a very good season, right?
Yeah.
But today, everything that could go wrong went wrong. That sometimes happens when you try to play for a win with a player who is arguably weaker than you, who is very strong, and with black colors at all. It can backfire.
But we've seen this approach actually from a lot of the players, actually, when they're playing the young talents, and they're looking at just taking the game away from theory. So we saw that with Vincent earlier on. You know, he was doing some a5, b5, expanding very quickly on the queen side. But also Gukesh yesterday. Yesterday, you know, he went for d5, c3. And
there is one big difference. With white, you can afford yourself almost everything. I mean, but
you can't do that.
With black, you can't. I mean, any single mistake and you're already close to losing. And here, I think Vincent made more than one mistake. If we look at this game, so far it was okay. But then he for some reason, absolutely voluntarily gave away the pawn center. I mean, he could have played, let's say, bishop g7, queen d2, white would be better, but nothing terrible. But he gave away center. I mean, this idea obviously occurs, let's say, in Zaitsev free Lopez.
Yeah.
But black always has to support it with something extremely concrete. And here there is no concrete way to undermine white center or to attack pawns. And basically takes, and it took a couple of good moves here. Okay, rook a6 maybe was a mistake where from the bad position he got to the lost position, because here just bishop g5. And this pin is incredibly unpleasant. It happens in Breyer always.
Yeah.
Well, if black doesn't play h6 in time, you can be pinned this way, and it is very annoying. And here, with your rook on a6, with your knight on b4, I mean, white just has all it takes to launch a decisive attack.
Yeah, and yeah, maybe he has to stand with the knight on b4 for a little while longer. If that's possible.
Not really clear what would he do. Yes, I'm not exactly threatening to take, but you need to make a move. I will play queen f4 now.
Yeah.
And then I go e5, queen h4.
It's kind of hoping to kind of neutralize
I will
the
play
e5.
d5, cutting you off.
Yeah, it's a difficult position there.
Nothing. No good news I can share for Timer's fans. The only good news that it's round 3. And even if he loses, he'll be on 50%. To remind you, Vidit last time started with a loss.
And then he racked up the wins, I remember. Yeah.
So it is still not the tournament over for Vincent, or indeed for anyone who would lose at such an early stage. Or one game, maybe.
Yeah.
Somebody who would start with half out of 3, I think his chances would not be really spectacular.
Well, the problem is with this. Well, it's not a problem. It's a double-edged sword. So it's one of the beautiful things about this event is it's so strong.
Yeah, you will keep playing good players no matter how many points you score.
And I remember, I mean, one year I had an okay event, and the other year I started with 2 losses, and then I was still playing extremely strong players with no points out of 2. So it's difficult event. But okay, well, we'll see what Vincent is made of. We'll see how he'll be able to survive this one. Can I ask your opinion? Because I know that when you're playing competitive, you're playing very, very sharp, aggressive chess. And I just wanted your opinion on the game between Yufa against Gukesh. Is there any hope for Yufa to drum up an attack here?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the computer shows you -3 for black, but this -3 is much less winning than +2.7, which Erdogmus has. I mean, here as black, you have to defend. You have to find maybe not only moves, but difficult moves to refute the attack. And let's say I would not bet my house on Gukesh winning it. I mean, objectively, it is winning. Possibly in more than one way, but it would take some precise moves, and it's not a matter of finding this or that setup, because let's say queen d5 now, some sort of checks, the pawn h can be annoying. Once again, it is winning, but it's far from over. But the bad news for Yufa is he only has like 11 minutes by this point, and although there is 30 seconds increment for every move, still it's too short time to come up with something. So he needs to be precise, creating problems for Gukesh, and also to do it quickly. Because if black consolidates, the bishop is a bishop. He's a bishop up.
Exactly, a bishop is a bishop is a bishop. But I was, again, because you're such a fantastic attacker and you're used to handling positions down material, what would be like the weaknesses that you can see in black's positions that you would be targeting?
Yeah, king, the
king
file, the 8th rank, the rook on g7, which is totally misplaced, and you can think of attacking it one way or another, queen d4, queen d2 to h6. So there are several attempts. An engine says us that nothing works, and objectively nothing works, but it is not an easy defense. I remember a similar scenario actually in one of the critical games of the candidates where Gukesh won with black against Prague.
Yeah.
There was a sacrifice, I think, 2 pawns or something like that, and Gukesh managed to hold it very nicely and to refute an attack, but I think in the middle somewhere, Prague had a way to escape. So my, let's say, forecast here is that yes, probably black gonna win, but I would say that white will still have one chance in this game, which he can seize.
Yeah. Well, it is true. The rook on g7 is loose, so, well, he has to make a difficult move here. Either queen to d4, queen to d5.
Queen to d2.
Or queen to d2. Ah, yeah, coming into queen to h6 and start that direction. Yeah, it's a nice idea, actually, queen to d2, because it's unexpected. I mean, I was just solely focused on the center.
But actually, I mean, if Gukesh was underestimating white's threats, he could go wrong because play too quickly. He has a lot of time. He needs to invest time in 2-3 smart moves, and then the game will be over. But it's not like one move that will be. He will need to find a series of strong defensive moves.
Yeah. Yeah, he definitely will have to play very accurately. And yeah, I mean, also the H pawn, let's not forget that one, has the potential to cause some menace.
It can be destruction. Let's see some other games. How about looking at the games of disruptors like Rapport or Dubov?
Yeah, let's head there, because we haven't actually, because this field is so stacked, we haven't actually checked in on them too much.
I don't know if our cameras are anywhere clear. I mean, get a clear view.
Yeah, and I will be...
Richard Rapport playing board 12 with Aydin Suleimanli from Azerbaijan.
Let's go there. Aydin Suleimanli, another one of these young talents.
Yeah, okay, not so young anymore, but still young. He's around 20.
Is he?
I think. Maybe 19, 20.
Okay.
Yeah.
I get told off all the time, because in my mind that's
Actually,
super young.
He rose to fame by winning Airfloat Open 2000, the one before the COVID started, so I guess 2020.
I remember he did very well at the World Cup.
2019, 2020 was it? So he then made quite a name for himself. Later he stumbled a bit. It wasn't as, the curve was not Indian type of curve when we have Gukesh 2550 next year, 2700.
Yeah.
No, but Suleimanli is a good player, and he's 2602, but I would say he's definitely 2650 plus material. And Richard Rapport needs no introduction, obviously.
Yeah, no, he's one of the most creative
players on the list. So Queen A3, you see the position is imbalanced, and well, in this sort of position, black has to do something quickly, otherwise he will be smashed positionally. Because if you go, let's say, knight c6, then I go b4, I have majority there, I will press, and my knight would go to h4, then c5, b5, whatever. But the computer suggests a curious move, knight c2.
And that is what he just played. I just wanted to point out that you couldn't take the pawn on d3.
Yeah, definitely. That's, I should have mentioned it, because if knight were to take on d3, then it will be
b4.
Captured.
And, oh dear, no room for that knight to escape. So knight to
e4,
c2.
you can play e4 and go knight e5, but then you'll lose the d4 pawn and eventually again.
Oh, but hang on a second. Oh, they've been repeating moves, Emil, so we're well timed, because they're calling over the arbiter. They've repeated the position 3 times.
It's a bit surprising that Richard gave away, let's say, a complex and okay, it's easy with an engine which is saying 0 + 4, 0 + 5, but let's say knight. Let's see what could have been.
Well, I was thinking queen a4 rather than just do the dancing, and when
the knight c5.
When the knight was on b4.
Ah, you mean after dancing?
But oh, hang on a second. Then you take on d3, yeah.
No, the right way was to play queen b2 to kick away the knight. You have no other way, and then knight e1. So now I want to regroup and to start all the same with queen a3 and whatever, or f4 even. So you have to attack
knight
me.
c5.
To prevent. And here, probably that's what he missed. Here he goes again, queen a3. Now taking on d3 still loses to the same pattern with b4. You can block it with knight a6. So you sort of got one of your problems fixed. But that's the difference between why bishops are superior to knights. Knights can operate only on the one half of the board.
Yeah.
Bishops can do both. And you see, now he plays f4, opening the second front, basically. And then it will be already challenging for...
Yeah, you have to take a decision.
Oh, what a beautiful line. You see, if you take on f4, knight goes to c2. Because there's no bishop e6 anymore.
Yeah, you can't take.
Bishop d5 check. And then...
Yeah, and then there is
the rook
queen
takes
takes rook at the end of it, yeah.
Yes, this one.
Beautiful.
Takes on a3, and now not rook b6, which is also maybe winning, but rook e8 and the mate.
Oh, stunning. But okay, knight to c2 is actually very difficult. And this
Yeah.
whole concept of going f4 just to activate the rook.
But it depends on your mood largely. If you are, you feel that you want to play this position, this is exchanging opinions, so maybe Suleiman shares the idea. If you are in a mood to play, you find this, because you have a lot of time, but maybe also Rapport was rather short of time, so he felt that he cannot do more and went for a draw. It's not like he had a winning advantage or anything, but he surely was on the better side of a draw.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it's one of those situations where you go back and you turn on the engine and you're yes, beautiful resources available. And whilst you're here, can I ask you your opinion on your countrymates, Boris Gelfand against Praggnanandhaa? Because this one for me is very exciting to watch. Clash of styles, clash of generations.
A legend and the possibly future legend.
Yes. And also, with the storyline that Gelfand at one point went over to India to teach these strong grandmasters.
He did, and I'm sure that Prague and other guys sort of benefited from this. I spoke to Gelfand before the tournament, and he gave me very interesting stats. Try to guess how many players in this tournament, men and women, attended his lessons at least once or more than once. That's a good question. Probably at least once.
That's
in this whole event. So the 172 players, men and women.
Yeah.
How many of them attended his lessons as a teacher, as a lecturer? What would be your guess?
I would say, as a percentage, I think it would be very high, 80%. I think
that would be too much, 80%.
But he's very prolific as a.
Yeah, but he doesn't do a lot of coaching.
No, but as these lectures.
Yeah,
because
okay, 47 players.
47 players.
Not as impressive as you suggested, but still quite a number.
Because I remember if you're a federation and you want to help your young juniors or your elite team, you ship in Gelfand.
Indians, he helped Kazakh players, Azeri players, the team. So maybe like 30 players are from these three countries. Oh, of course, he worked with Dubov for a long time, and Dubov always praised his work, and so on. But it's so he was, he's a.
But so many of us have stories, Emil, of like we're in the airport, we just played a great event, and Gelfand walks past, the chessboard is out, and he comes and stops. And you feel the passion that he has for the game.
It's amazing. It's amazing. I feel he's a bit, how would I put it? Gelfand and Ivanchuk is the same caliber of players. Ivanchuk never got to the World Championship match, but he won World Rapid Championship. So they both were number 3 in the world at their height. So they're more or less of the same caliber. But because Ivanchuk is so eccentric, everybody loves him because he is like from outer world, and he's like an alien sent to us, and who plays chess, who can sometimes behave irrationally, or dress, or be too emotional. Let's put it this way. Whilst Gelfand is much more reserved, and let's say, and for this reason, he's mostly known for his excellent book. And as a trainer, but somehow I think it doesn't get enough of credit for his career, which is already over 35 years. Just think about it. In 1990, which is 35 years from today, he was number 3 in the world.
Yeah.
He was number 3 in the world with 2,700 in 1990. So it tells you everything you need to know. So, and it's still very much part of a present, right?
Yeah. Oh, I mean, he's very active and playing a lot, and also.
As for the position, I think Prague had a poor opening choice because he got to a line where Gelfand, it is like bread and butter and everything you have on, including caviar. Because he plays Catalan, he teaches Catalan, he wrote a book on Catalan, he probably dreams Catalan.
Yeah.
And he played, and also Prague played one of the lines where white can slowly build up. Objectively, computer would say 0-0-0.
Yeah.
But it is easy to play with white. I don't know how the game will finish. I mean, that's a problem in chess because the variance is sometimes it's very low. So basically, you play just one game, and maybe Gelfand will blunder on the move 38 in the winning position. Let me not jinx, but it can happen. But strategically, I don't think that was a good choice. And let's say I would expect Boris to lock it now with f4, and then to slowly build like king f2, rook h1, h3. Of course, black will either trade on e5 or go knight e4. Of course, black shall hold it, but I think Gelfand likes what he gets.
Right, I can see this type of position, where he does all that and just allows this h5, h4 business and focuses on going b4 at some. It's that kind of position.
Yeah, maybe. So you prevent me to playing by playing first. And then if I focus on b4, b4 probably doesn't lead anywhere because I will play a4, locking it, and
Even
very difficult to play b5, because in order to play b5 you need a bishop to go to f1, but if you go with a bishop then I have a knight to e4. So let's say most likely it will be a draw, but I certainly believe that Gelfand feels ambitious about this game. And in general, Gelfand is always ambitious. He's not one of these players, who says, well, I'm already 56 or 57, whatever it is, 57. I would play solidly. Prague is a young genius. I will hold him for a draw. No, he is a Korchnay-like type. He would go till the very end with most ambitious approach.
that's excellent to hear, because I feel like that's one of the big things about aging, is that you steadily lose your confidence. The calculation skills tend to get a little bit more rusty. The young generation are just so quick. And confidence really impacts the quality of your chess, unfortunately.
That's true. And I think Boris' confidence also dropped because he was a very, extremely confident player. For 30 plus years, he only played sharp niders. And then he switched with black with all sort of more solid setups. But, said that, it's a bit different. Confidence, yes, but self-esteem for the players of the kind do not allow them to play for a draw while having white. It's like you have been Vaishali or Ivanchuk. When you are white, you feel that you want to get a game. Black is different. That's true. That's true. There was a great player, Richard Teichmann, who was one of the top players 120, 100 years ago. And he was known to say that basically there are two pleasures in life. One is watching wrestling. He was just a huge fan to go wrestling. And the second is to play chess with white. So you don't have to suffer, but you play.
Well, yeah, you determine the pace of the game. Wow. Well, we'll see what Boris does in this position. He has some decisions. Does he let black take on f3? Does he play f4, lock it down? It's an interesting development. It's going to be an interesting, complex game, that's for sure. But Emil, I know you do have to go, so I'm going to say thank you so much for joining us here, and it's been a pleasure to listen to your thoughts, and it's so wonderful that we have an event like this where the best players can...
It was a pleasure for half an hour to put off my feet ahead and to focus on the games and to see many of familiar positions and of course familiar faces and friends. And yeah, I'm really excited. I'm excited as a chess fan also to see every day we have like a dozen of exciting games or even more.
Exactly.
That's really exciting, and I'm really happy to have it. And I want to thank again Uzbekistan for their hospitality. Samarkand is a great place. It becomes one of the world chess hubs because it hosted World Rapid and Blitz back in 2023. Now it hosts this event, and next year will host Chess Olympiad. So great place to be, and hopefully participants enjoy all the conditions and can focus on the games.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's such a perfect tournament. So thank you once again, Emil. And we're going to take a short break. And when we return, we're going to bring you a lot more of the action. So stay with us.
I'm here with Abhimanyu after the second game at the FIDE Grand Swiss, where he just drew against Vidit. But yesterday you played against Divya, and I think a lot of people were watching this game and excited because obviously you are her second. You were her second at the World Cup. What was that like playing against her?
Yeah, it was pretty fun. Like, we played a very sharp opening, and I think I messed up a bit, but yeah, it was so complicated, and also we got into time pressure, and yeah, she was better at some point, but okay, it's a game, and yeah, it was a weird feeling playing against her, to be honest, but okay, it is what it is.
And how do you prepare for a game like that with someone that you've helped with their preparations and you kind of know what they're playing?
I think both of us were extra motivated to play well. We were, yeah, she was also fighting, she played some aggressive stuff in the opening, and yeah, I was also up for it.
Some aggressive stuff that you've seen before, or you were surprised?
I mean, I knew it, but still I forgot my prep, which is always the case, so yeah.
And you've played two Indian players back to back. Of course, we have a lot of strong Indian players here. What is that like, playing against your compatriots?
Yeah, before this event, I played in UAE, in Fujairah, and there I played like, I don't know, at least 3-4 Indians, and it's just a normal thing. We are used to playing against each other by now because there are just too many of us.
And you are quite active with the tournaments around the world. Tell me how that's going.
Yeah, it's going okay. It's nothing special. I would obviously I would obviously like to do much better, but it's going okay. I want to improve on that year because, okay, this is the main event for me for the year at least. So yeah, it's been going all right, but could be much better.
The main event sets up a bit of pressure, don't you think?
No, I'm enjoying it. I'm considering this event as a 2-week vacation in Disneyland, yeah.
With some chess prep.
Yeah, I'm approaching it that way. Chess, I'm just playing, yeah. It's fine.
And are you enjoying Uzbekistan, your Disney World, I guess, here?
Yeah, Disney World. Yeah, actually the weather here is quite nice. So at night, especially along the channel, it's very pleasant and nice. And yeah, like I'm going with some friends there and walking, and yeah, it's overall it's been pretty pleasant.
And with all these countries that you travel to play chess, which has been your favorite?
It's a hard question. I would say Spain because I've had my best results there. And also the place is quite beautiful.
And being so active, just coming from Fujairah, don't you get tired? How do you reset for a whole new tournament?
Yeah, probably. I think it's a bit of irresponsibility. Like, there's a sense of irresponsibility to play so much, but yeah, what to do? I don't know what to do when I'm home. And okay, you prepare for some time, you feel decent enough, you feel prepared enough, and you want to play, you don't want to stay home.
Well, thank you so much, Abhimanyu. Good luck for the rest of the event. Let's see how many Indian players you play against here.
Okay, thanks.
Hello and welcome back to day 3 of the FIDE Grand Swiss. And now there are fireworks aplenty already on all the boards. But to show us one of the standout games, we have here with us Angelica. Angelica, what you got?
It's a high temperature outside, but I believe on the boards just action is heating up. As we can see, this is a position from the Daniel Dubov's game against Maxime Lagarde. This position was already much better, as we can see, winning for Dubov, but I would like to show something. We have here a pawn structure which resembles us French defense, but it's much worse because black doesn't have any pressure. And in this position, Dubov went for rook b7, looks like a logical move targeting the bishop, but there was a miss because knight f6 would be a very beautiful knight f6 would be very beautiful move because after bishop takes on f6, which is a forced, pawn takes, here black has to defend the king side because there's always knight e5, queen g3 coming, so rook g8 is a logical move. And here, knight e5 is coming in, targeting the bishop on e7, the pawn on f7. So bishop e8 looks like a logical move, but here comes the rook to b7. And to hold the position, black would have to play queen f8. Imagine it, all the pieces are standing there in the corner, and this is something what you don't have to calculate, and this position looks like a big pressure here for white completely winning. What happened in the game though, rook b7 was played, bishop c8, targeting the rook, and here one more time stunning knight f6 could have happened, but Dubov didn't play it. Here, though, it's a bit more tactical because we can see the rook on b7 is hanging. After bishop f6, one more time, black is forced to take, pawn takes. And in case black would take the rook on b7, there would be an immediate knight e5. And the problem here is you cannot stop from queen g3 and queen g7 checkmate. For example, if you play something like queen d6, queen g3, and there is already a huge threat of the checkmate and knight g6 discovered check with winning the queen. And in case black would continue in this position with queen d6, bringing back the queen, stopping knight e5 idea, there would be a nice move. Queen e3, targeting the pawn on h6, but also introducing knight e5 threat, not caring about the rook on b7. And if bishop takes on b7, knight e5, queen c7, the only move trying to defend everything, but again, queen g3 is coming in with the same threat of the checkmate and knight g6. This didn't happen, though, would be very beautiful, but it was not played. So in this position, Dubov went for rook b4, which looks completely normal human move, removing the rook, also cutting the queen opportunity of stepping away. Bishop a6 was played, starting to targeting the queen, but after a couple of moves in this position, queen c2, bishop c4 was played. Finally, knight f6 is coming. This was played in the game. Bishop takes f6, pawn takes, a5, starting targeting the rook. But here, after rook b7, one more time, we see that position is just heating up after rook a2, b8. Still completely winning for Dubov due to the beautiful pawn on f6. There is rook a2, b1 move which can be played. Potentially knight is always jumping to e5. It's so tough to defend for black. What a game from Dubov.
Yeah, absolutely. What a game. Some beautiful moments as well, especially like the second knight f6, you know, with all of the tactical motifs. I mean, I can understand why he didn't find it, because it really was study-like, but wow.
Seen something very similar, to be honest. Like, I believe the knight would be on h6 instead of e5, and white would sacrifice like half of his entire material in the process, and you cannot stop like rook g8, knight f7, checkmate, this kind of thing.
But you have to see it so far in advance. Yeah. So I can understand why he missed it, and I can see why he went for something a little bit more like human.
This is just like a nail in the position.
Yeah, it's completely the thorn in black side. No, that's it's still a very good position for Dubov, so we'll see whether he's able to convert this. If he doesn't and he goes back and switches on the engine, he's going to be kicking himself a little bit.
I hope he's going to finish it off because looking at the...
It looks great.
Looks amazing.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Angelica, for showing us this spectacular opportunity that Dubov could have played, but there's you know, we're getting closer and closer to the time trouble stage, and as the games are developing, they are getting more and more tense. We already have a result, Miro, in the top boards of the women. It was a win for Zhong Yujin against Avantika. Avantika yesterday being so close to winning against Bibisara, and today
I played Bibisara just to sleep in the very last moment.
So close and yet so far away. But today, she was chanceless against Song Yushin. It was actually a very beautiful attack, and maybe we can just show up the closing moves.
That one's already like much better for white, and after f5, bishop to a6, spinning the b7 pawn, f4, queen b5, everything comes towards the king. Check here, queen check, rook c1, and how do you stop rook c8? The answer is you don't. Yeah, very nice attack. I can see there's one more result. Maria Muzichuk has won against Vafa Shruk. And this is it. There's been some draws on lower boards, but the top player, the leaders, that's how you call them, people playing on first board, are still playing, and it's a very tense position still for Vaishali and Badelka. Vaishali being down to 3 minutes 40 seconds on the 20-second move only.
Right.
That's one time trouble and a half.
It is definitely going to be bring up to a very intense time trouble. But let's go over straight to the game between Yufa and Gukesh, because we're going to see a result any moment now. Maybe we can backtrack and find out exactly what happened. So we left
very
it
quickly. Yeah, we left it here. e4 castle. Takes here, and that's, we said quite possibly white has to do it, and just hope that something works here, but nothing works. Yeah, queen a3, knight e5. Gukesh was very precise in defending this one. 7f6, bishop e6. It must have been Jovanka, just the mix. Yeah, that was maybe some move orders mixed in this game. Yeah, rook down, not a lot of a chance.
Catching up with the final position, or the game position.
Check here, and you have to. How do you run away, by the way? Something strange happening here.
Well, he's just
king
gone
here,
king to,
check here.
And he's blocked with the bishop.
And bishop g7, yeah. That's on the board.
Yeah, it's on the board.
It's on the board.
The question for white is how to keep up the checks, which you cannot do.
Check and checkmate is what black's threatening. Checkmate in 2, and to add to that, black is rook up.
Yeah, well, I guess you have to go king f1.
King f1,
but
then the move I'm playing is queen h8. I know it's not the strongest move, but
it's
make sure it trades the queens, and that's what I want to see.
I have an expression for that. Put it in the bank.
To put it in a bank.
Exactly,
precisely. We've been told, remember, that there was a beautiful game played by Fedoseev on lower boards, on board 15.
And we have resignation.
We've gotten resignation.
Gukesh wins and moves 2.5 points out of 3.
He might have been on 3 out of 3. Would he convert yesterday's? But
well, it's not easy.
Should have.
Not easy to be perfect. But fantastic game there from Gukesh with the black pieces. Everything went his way. Perfect opening. Yufa confused the move order somewhat, went for this e5, and Gukesh just showed us why it was bad, and he handled the danger like the world champion that he is.
Absolutely. So not a walkover really, but relatively smooth, very smooth, but relatively easy game, I wanted to say. So getting the advantage with black after 15 moves.
Yeah. So you mentioned that there was
Fedoseev's game. I just seen it was a really funny position there. I'm not sure if the game is not finished by now. And I've lost it. Oh, okay, board 20. Yeah, just look at this position, Ivanka. That's absolutely insane. I don't know how it happened to be here, but white has a duo of this c6 and d6 pawns. So somewhere there, it still looks absolutely normal, and it's only been like 8 moves ago. And black goes for queen b4, d takes c6, and queen b2. This is where it all starts. White goes c5, bishop takes, and c takes. And it's still kind of playable. Would black capture the c6 pawn? But black decided to take the bishop on e2, rook f to e1. Brilliant move, offering the exchange in addition to the bishop that was sacrificed on e2. Goes here, rook takes e7, bishop e6, and knight d4, blocking the diagonal for this queen, and then white wants to play queen f6. Check on b1, king h2, g5, and now I guess queen e5 is the strongest, but possibly other moves work as well. Queen to e5, threatening a checkmate, queen g6, and a beautiful, beautiful knight f5 move. It's hard to believe for me that white is a rook down. There's a feeling white has more pieces on the board. So the threat you have is to capture e8 and then go knight e7, and black will be forced to take.
Yeah. And is knight f5 the only move? Because when I was looking at this, I was thinking knight takes bishop.
Knight takes bishop. Yeah, cb7 wins, computer states. Knight takes bishop does win as well.
Okay.
Yeah, knight takes bishop does win as well. Maybe it's simply a move. Yeah, 7 f6, and you just move the queen. Yeah, it doesn't matter where. So now you are probably not checkmating the black king, but your pawns decides. So somewhere you're gonna go d7. Queen to e5, queen to g6 on the board.
Okay. And knight to f5 was that stunner of a move, right? You have to bear in mind that white is a rook down.
Yeah, and finishes the attack with quiet moves. So knight to f5, and if you were to move the rook away, and computer prefers to go rook f8 for whatever reason, white would go rook takes e6, and now knight e7 is threatened. You cannot take with the queen because queen g7 checkmate. Yeah, that's the end. And that's move 25, so it's almost a miniature.
Almost a miniature, but okay, it's not yet quite finished, but it's looking like Hanesian is going to be winning this one. Okay. I love that game, but let's go over to where the tension is, and that is in the top board in the women's between Vaishali and Olga Badelka, because we brought it up earlier. Watch the clock. It's not just about the position.
Yeah.
Because we're only on move 22.
And believe it or not, we are on move 22, but we are 3 hours and a quarter into the game. And what was exchanged by then? A pair of pawns. Everything's on the board. And you can tell that people running out of time, everything's on the board. Position is super sharp. Well, not sharp yet, but complex, strategically very hard to play. So it will be a massive, massive time scramble which will decide this game. I don't think this game goes past move 40. In all honesty, I don't think it does.
No.
Simply too many tactical tricks here and there.
In fact, there's a whole load of people in time trouble. And, also Dinara Wagner, she's looking like she's going to be winning her game. But let's stick with this one, because this one is the most unclear.
This one's the most unclear, and that is like the winner of this, if there is a winner, becomes the sole leader of the tournament after only 3 rounds.
Yeah. And just to remind everyone that apart from our show, you can follow the games of your favorite players more closely, because there are individual streams with dedicated cameras. So you can find those in the description of our broadcast, and you'll find all the links that you need. And here we're going to be focusing on Vaishali against Badelka, as Vaishali ticks down to just over a minute, a minute and a half.
So bishop goes to e3, and well, it's a very, very tricky task. In fact, for both players, black, one could argue, has like a nice protected passed pawn on e4, but for experienced King's Indian players, you might know that oftentimes it's not such a, it's not such an asset. In fact, the b7 bishop is not very happy about this pawn being on f5. Well, e4 is a nice pawn, but f5 pawn, so you can drop the bishop back to c8, but it doesn't do much there. So the question is, how do you go around? How do you activate, maybe not the bishop, but the knights? And then queen h6 is one computer suggestion. So I imagine, like, sometimes planning for knight h5, bishop f6, opening the g file, maybe doubling on the g file. There will be potentially some sacrifices on d5 with bishop f6. That's, I can see computer goes for in some lines. But imagine figuring this one out with minutes on the clock.
Not easy.
No, this is such a hard game to play. Knight g6, by the way, it's another possible move.
This was what I was thinking, and it's such a shame that knight takes knight comes with a check, because otherwise
you'd go with a check, and after king h1, you'd go with another check. Nice. Right, so knight g6, h g6, but then white somehow stops knight g4.
But bishop to c8 played.
Bishop to c8 played instead.
Okay, which is, again, following the rules, right? When you're not sure of what you're going to be doing, you improve your worst placed piece.
Yeah, well, the question is, if it's an improvement, it's probably kind of a prophylactical move against white's potential g2, g4, even though it's hard to imagine where g4 would work.
Well, Vaishali has to make a quick decision, and she retreats the bishop, attacking the queen.
Bishop to e2, and the queen goes back to f7. And this is where computer says, you know what, white actually can play g2, g4. It must have been better to go knight g6 to exchange this knight.
Wait.
Yep.
Do you make a decision like that?
g4.
When you have 1 minute and a half.
No way.
And you've got to make many moves.
Speaking of like improving the bad piece, I'm not happy with my h4 knight. So I would look at like g3, knight g2 stuff. But now I'm realizing that d5 is actually hanging. So I'd probably just go bishop c4 and play this little chicken game. That maybe you go to h5, I go to e2. You go to f7, I go to c4, and we repeat the moves.
Yeah, and it's definitely a very interesting position. I mean, but do you checking out and just repeat?
Well, she's on seconds. By the way, bishop c4 is like, it offers the repetition, but black has much better move, which is c5. c5, and the pawn is pinned to the bishop. You cannot go en passant. And then if you can, that means black improves the structure immensely with this pawn being on c5, and then bishop d7, b5 ideas emerge in the position. She didn't play a move. She's on 20. No, from the camera view, I can see she did. g4, which was the strongest move in the position. And I wouldn't make such a decision, but she did.
Wow, she's brave, because this is the kind of move where you cannot retreat. You simply have to go forward. And now,
I have to tell you, it seems that black has himself the only move to keep the position balanced, which is to capture on g4, fg4, ag4, and once again, not an easy move to make, h7, h5. And I don't see myself playing h5 either. I mean, it's such a tricky position to be.
But I think h5 is very natural, because you want to be meeting g5 with knight
g5 to go to g4.
This is where the bishop coming to c8 makes perfect sense.
Yeah, now we actually made sense.
Well, hang on a second. What does she play? She hasn't made a move.
No, wait, well, she did take on g4, and ag4 happened. fg4, ag4, so that once again, Badelka's to move. So h5, g5, or...
Okay.
I think it actually turns in white's favor. I believe it does turn in white's favor. So now, computer changes its opinion, kind of looked a little bit deeper, and now h5 is no longer such a good move. So g5, check, bishop takes, and if you take with the bishop, white has I actually thought of it, but I didn't believe it fully. White has seemingly like a sacrifice on g4, and you know what? You have to activate the king. King goes to g3, rook goes to h1, black king stuck in the corner. This is better for white.
Yeah, well, king,
What a game! I mean,
but you have to be brave with the king, right? When you only have seconds left.
Such a tricky position to play, and I imagine that there's a lot of stuff going on in the other games, but how do you leave this?
Yeah, absolutely.
Literally, like white has seconds, black runs out of time, and also will have, yeah, like it's the massive time trouble. It's move 26 only.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it's going to be and the position suddenly got crazy as well, with Vaishali just burning all the bridges with g4, and well, Olga has some time, but. Yeah, we've seen, I mean, maybe h5, maybe the rook moving over.
Yeah,
some pressure against.
Right, something like that. But then white has, like you have to consider g5, but there's also f5. Mm-hmm. And both of them seem to be quite serious moves.
Yeah, very.
I don't like
serious.
black's position, to be honest, and computer doesn't like it as well.
I understand that objectively, but it's the clock as well that is playing a hand in the whole of this. Because can Vaishali back this up in the most accurate way when she has not too much time on the clock? Yeah.
Well, this 30 seconds increment to some people kind of seems a lot, and sometimes it is a lot.
She's taken the pawn.
She's taken the pawn on d5. Which knight has taken on d5?
It was the f6 knight.
Oh, well, but it's just a terrible blunder.
Oh.
Rook takes.
Rook takes.
And knight to g6.
Oh.
And queen to h4.
And
knight
Vaishali
d5 gives the game away.
Gonna crash through with that stunning sacrifice. Rook takes d5. And Vaishali, she spotted it very quickly, as we see.
Yeah, but Elka spotted it as well, because she went one knight takes d5, and she didn't recapture the knight on d5.
Yeah.
But it's just too late.
It is too late.
One move too late.
Yeah, but this is going to be a big game. But one of the other day's big stories is the game of Gukesh, and he's right now with Angelica, ready to show us his, well, beautiful game today.
It's a true pleasure to have world champion here with us. Thank you so much, Gukesh, for joining. Huge congratulations on the win. Could you show us a key moment from the game?
Yeah, sure. So I think it started from the opening. I mean, there's a weird mode. Usually they go bishop g5, then after h6, take queen a4. I think my opponent, I mean, this is still not that bad, but I think my opponent just mixed up what he was supposed to play. And then after dc4, yeah, he didn't know what to do. And I think after e4 already, like I'm just a pawn up in most of the situations.
I saw you were discussing with your opponent that this is line already bad for white.
I mean, maybe not very bad, but yeah, like black is already slightly better, I think. And yeah, queen d1 was like he came up with a nice, interesting try, but it was just good for black, I think. I mean, there was one nice line with if he takes bishop g5, then I can just sack the queen and yeah, I thought this was just. This was just winning for blacks.
Too many pieces for the queen.
I mean, 2 pieces, but I'm getting knight f5, bishop c6, and like the attack is just crashing through. Yeah. So, yeah, he went for this, but yeah, I should just be I didn't think it was that bad, but okay, it was always just better. I don't think he had a chance after that in the game. I mean, it looked kind of scary at the start with all the pieces cramped, but okay, everything is nicely defended, and it was not that hard to convert.
It's still just the beginning of the FIDE Grand Swiss, but Gukesh, how are you feeling about your game and about your performance so far? You have 2.5 out of 3, which is great.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with how I'm playing. Also, the first 2 games were pretty good. Yesterday I missed a winning chance, but okay, overall the games are good. So yeah, I just want to continue like playing good chess and maybe even better than so far.
And as already you are a world champion, and many players here are fighting for this long-awaited spots in the candidates tournament. What is your motivation here?
My motivation is just to any tournament I play, I want to win the tournament. So that is the biggest motivation, and yeah, to just do the process well, play good games, stay focused, and yeah, just give my best in every game I'm playing.
And final question, Gukesh. Samarkand is a place where you have already been a couple of years ago for the World Rapid and Blitz. Now you're here for Grand Swiss. Next year there'll be Olympiad here. How is Uzbekistan treating you?
Yeah, Samarkand is a really nice place. Everything over here is great. The food, the hotel, the playing conditions, everything is nice. So I'm really happy to be here, and also the last time I had a nice time. So, and last time was the first tournament. Last time was a tournament where I qualified for the candidates officially. So this time that I don't have to think about the qualification, it's more peaceful.
Thank you so much, Gukesh. Jovanka, Evgeny, do you have any questions you'd like to ask?
I just wanted to ask Gukesh about your thoughts about the Grand Swiss in general, because I do remember we both played in 2019.
Right.
Gukesh was very, how do you...
Some Karakan, right?
Yeah, we played with each other in a Karakan. He crushed me. Didn't have a chance, but I just thought, what are your feelings on this event in general?
Yeah, it's a great event. Also for me, that nowadays I'm not playing that many open tournaments. It's nice to play such a strong open tournament, see many new, not new faces, but faces that I don't see regularly. And yeah, it's like a, I was so used to playing opens, and suddenly there's no more, so it feels kind of nostalgic. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, but the word nostalgic coming from somebody under 20.
Wow.
Imagine how nostalgic we are on many topics. Thank you very much for joining.
Thank you so much.
And best of luck in your remaining games. We hope you join us as well, more games. Wow. Well, it is a great game there from Gukesh, actually.
Absolutely.
So calm, so collected. But calm and collected is not how we're going to be describing the other games, especially in the women's section where players are going down to their seconds. Again, we saw Vaishali. She's now winning.
Yeah, she's now winning, and let's move to something else then, right?
Absolutely, because there is time scramble ahoy in the game between Balabayeva against Katerina Lagno, where we have
3. Yep.
Balabayeva, she did get down to her final second. She's built up that time to 1 minute.
Right, but the position itself is not as dramatic, so to speak. Katerina with black. I believe the intention was to play for win. As of now, it doesn't seem that she's better, but maybe still there is a chance. You kind of go b5. You hope to, keep b5 was just played. Keep pushing those pawns, create a passed pawn, and who knows? Maybe one day this passed pawn becomes a queen.
Well, when you have less than a minute, it's very good to just give your opponent those considerations, because it's very difficult to calculate very quickly.
Absolutely. And then again, computer says it's equal if you do this. How confident would you be doing this, with rook behind the passed pawn? Are you sure that you'll be able to stop? And are you sure you won't lose this endgame?
And the black king has an expressway, right, to f5, where it's going to be munching all these pawns.
So, yeah, it's not an easy decision to make.
No. And that's why she's ticking down to under 20 seconds.
Wow. It's a big time trouble. Yeah, AB5 played.
Mm-hmm.
B5, AB5 played. And I imagine if you're not taking this pawn, maybe you're okay, but again, you have to come up with a move.
But if you take with the rook,
yeah, if
because you're afraid of...
Queen to g6 is a nasty move, because very often you have a trick like rook to e2 or rook c4 to unpin. Here you don't have any of those, so you'll have to unpin like this, queen g2, and then black would go b4.
Wait 1 second.
Yeah, let's go back to live position.
She's
done it. Queen
exactly.
E4, rook E4, queen G6 at tempo. So Lagno was waiting for her chance. And now, what did he do?
You have to unpin with queen G2.
Yes, and then black goes B4, and now with queens on the board, and such an awkward position, the queen on G2, rook on E4, there's nobody to guard to stop the C-pawn.
Incredible.
Yeah, there's no way.
Well, she's gone for E6.
She's gone for E6. Now C3 is good, but even better, surprisingly, is B3.
She's gone for E6, sorry, Miro.
Yep.
Instead of going queen to G2.
She's gone for E6.
Directly.
Well, now apparently black just wins with C3. I don't know how easy it is to spot it. C3, pawn takes, rook C4, and you're using the pin. You're using the pin, and this is it.
Well, Katerina has the time to figure this out. I mean, does she...
Well, B4 is also strong, to be fair.
It makes a lot of sense, right? B4, and let's get those pawns motoring. But there is E7, E8 in the air that you have to be careful with.
E7, and now, quite surprisingly, if you were to go C3, and white, well, again, I'm just following the computer line. White goes B3, and it's bad, but not yet over, strangely. I don't understand why, to be honest. Why can't I go rook E8, you know, and just say, okay, I have protected passed pawn on C3, right?
I guess you go queen G2 in that point.
Yeah, queen G2, and can black go like queen D, D6, and then I guess you will eventually win this one. You drop the king back. Can you drop the king back, or I'm missing something? Well, actually, queen F2, and then white all of a sudden becomes very, very tricky.
Yeah. Well, you know what they say, the clocks make fools of us all, but...
That is true.
Yeah, C3, that will just net
C3 seems
material.
like to be just like, yeah, game over.
C3, you'd have to go B3.
C3, B3 to control the C4 square, but then there is rook E8.
Rook E8, and then you're not in time.
E7, rook can take.
And queen G2, you just take on E6, and that's it.
No. Queen G2, if you take E6, white captures and go back to C2 with a check. I also thought this. I also thought this, that yeah, you just collect the pawn, but apparently you go C2 first, make them pinned again, and then you take. And then you take.
That's just a
that is tricky, but it's possible to find, I believe.
Yeah.
It's possible to find. So Katerina Lagno, I think she started with a draw, and now she won in the second round, and now if she converts this, she'll be on 2.5 out of 3.
Yeah. And she's also one of these players where only the 2 spots will be good enough for her.
Yeah.
She wants to qualify for the FIDE candidates. She qualified last year. She was working with Demchenko, came. I mean, it was very close in the sense that she was playing some fantastic chess, but she just couldn't win those promising positions. And now she has another promising position. C3 is the tactical shot that she has in order to get the rook over to C4.
All right, so a quick overview of games 1, 2, 3 in a women's, or shall we just like wait for?
Well, this one is so exciting because it's a big moment.
Right, and it's only 2 minutes left for Katerina, so the move should be played very, very soon.
And you feel like it's a question of timing here. She either has to go C3 or she has to go B4.
And she's done B4, which is much more human, of course.
Anything else actually would have spoiled the position.
I think so, yeah, but also... Yeah, B4. If you don't see C3, what's the other move you consider? Yeah, let's go B4 in order to play C3.
And now you have to unpin with queen G2.
Yeah, like white, in order to stay in the game, has this queen G2, oops, not F2 mirror, but G2, queen G2, then B3 is good, C3 is good. But still, there is... Like, I would not bet on myself beating the computer here, even in such a winning position, because I'm seeing this line that there are some tricks still.
It's move 36, and
Seconds for
Absolutely.
Ksenia. E7. So now after E7, it's B3, queen here, it's C3, pawn takes, it's B2, and you have to leave the rook unprotected. So this one, once again, I don't want to use the word simple, but it's pretty straightforward, and she makes first move in this right direction, Katerina. So B3. And queen B1, I guess now this is a dead pin. Now you can't possibly do anything, so now black actually goes rook E8, rook E7. You no longer have any tricks.
But nice concept there from Katerina, right? To encourage the opponent to take on E4 with a rook. Looks safe enough.
Right,
G6.
absolutely. And that's precisely like you're very low on time here, and you know this queen, rook endgame, you trade the queens and rook endgame, it could be lost.
Yeah.
It could be lost. You don't have the time to calculate if you're holding or not. And you think, okay, I'll take with the rook so that I keep counter chances, and then just to discover that queen G6 is such a deadly pin. Right, B3, queen to G2.
C3.
Believe it or not, but C3 is the only winning move.
And she finds it.
She's done it. C3.
Yeah.
Now when you take, and white has to take, I don't think white has anything else. White has to take, now B2 is the only winning move, which probably will be played. Why not B2? And now you can see that B2 actually wins the rook.
Yeah. Well, you wouldn't go C3 without following on
without
through
having,
with B2. And some pause there from Katerina, just double checking her lines. And it's also one of those situations where black's pieces are beautifully coordinated. The queen on G6 not only established this deadly pin against the rook and the queen, but also it covers the promotion square of the E
diagonal. It covers the diagonal. So originally, when white took on E4, white threatened the discovered check, right? The queen from G6 covers the promotion square. B2 played. This should be the end.
Well, perhaps she's... No, you can't even go rook B4 because B1
exactly.
queen.
Queen C2 back.
Yeah.
Hang on.
But now you're in an eternal pin again. You have to go rook E8, rook B8, anything.
Yeah, rook E8 works, rook B8 works. Does rook C3 work? No. I just blundered badly. Queen takes B2, the rook's hanging.
Okay.
So you see, if you have the talent, you can always find your move.
Well, now it's Katerina.
It's move 40. Also, it's move 40.
But she still has 1 minute and 40 seconds to work this one out. And again, you just have to be very cold-blooded about it. Absolutely. The queen is back in that pin. Rook E8. Just don't go.
Don't go rook C3. Rook B8 is good enough. Yeah. What if I go rook A8?
Also
does win.
Because the thing is, white can't do anything.
White can't take. White can't go E8 because then he'll take with the rook. Yes, so just don't blunt it. Don't take on C3.
But also, rook A8 doesn't actually do anything. So you might, from my opinion, you should just go rook E8, threaten rook takes E7. Yeah.
Well, I thought threatening check and B1, which I might. No. Then you take, you go E8. Yeah. And of course, yeah. Rook E8 or rook B8 are two productive moves, kind of.
But
one threatens the pawn, other threatens to promote the pawn. And she's done.
Final move.
Rook E8. Rook E8, and yeah.
And now, rook takes E7 is in the books.
Should be the end of it.
And black wins this.
Board 1 is officially over. Vaishali is the sole leader of the tournament.
Okay. She's keeping that perfect 3 out of 3 score, which incidentally is our poll of the day. We are asking who will keep the perfect 3 out of 3 score after round 3. Is it going to be Alireza Firouzja, Parham Maghsoodloo, Anton Demchenko? And speaking of that, let's head over to their games and see whether anyone has a chance of keeping that 100% score.
Well. Firouzja down to 2 minutes 40 seconds. So it's also a time trouble in here, right? So Firouzja down to 2:42. Parham still has 6 minutes. The move number is 28, and position variation is black is better. Believe it or not, but computer says 0.6, and it's not because black has some clever this move or that move, but a couple of moves lead to 0.6. Maybe if you add more lines to computer analysis, maybe more moves would lead to 0.6 in black's favor. Wow.
Okay.
So quite a picturesque position with this white knights being casually like on c7, d8, right? Bishop to c2, one of the engine-approved moves.
Well, where are you going to put the rook?
Because rook has to stay connected to this knight, and it turns out there are not that many squares. You can go here, you can go here. Rook to d5 would lead to bishop b3, so rook d2 is the only move.
It is, and that was what was played.
Check. And king to b1 once again.
You almost
like
feel
to a3, you didn't want to go, right? a1 would be king in a corner and potentially a victim to this double attack on b3, so king to b1.
Okay, so now some quick calculation is needed, because does white have a threat? Like, for instance, is knight c6 in the air? If knight c6 is not dangerous, then what is to stop black from just going e4?
Yeah, that's one thing. There's also knight e4 continue to chase the rook, like hoping that eventually the rook runs out of squares and then d8 knights. But yeah, but what happens after e4? Knight to c6, rook's limited in its moves, but rook c8 is a possibility. Rook c8 is the possibility. It's such a complex position. But that's the type of chess they play nowadays, that everything is like so tense. That's why older generation, even though we claim we understand the game better, okay, or whatever, we just can't keep up. Absolutely no chance.
Yeah. Well, the big question is, knight c6 a threat? Because if it is, you do something about it. You go rook to c8, like you mentioned, or knight to e4.
Yes, in this case,
exactly.
It turns out, I'm checking with the machine, so it might have not been a threat, but now you allow the knight back to d4. It's not like white's winning immediately or something, but like white's okay.
Okay.
Let's get a knight returns. So computer really favors either rook c8 or knight e4.
Rook c8 is such an unnatural move.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'd agree with that. Yeah, rook c8 is mysterious.
Totally. I mean, what's the purpose of that? I mean, if you want to keep the tension, then...
So knight here is the point. Knight takes, rook takes. And if knight takes f8, king f8, black is better according to the machine, but it's opposite colored bishops. I understand these like 3 pawns are currently blocked and stopped and can't really move forward that quickly.
Okay.
But would it be enough for black to win?
Talking about the move that...
e4.
Absolutely.
Yes.
It was the most natural.
It's a natural move, yes. Yes, I agree. It's a natural move. So now, if you don't play knight c6 with white, you're in a big, big trouble.
And
did he do it? Did he do it? No, he didn't, but he's still thinking, right?
yes, he has 3 minutes to ponder. But one of the things about black pushing the pawn to e4 is, as you showed us, that the white knight gets back to d4 from where it defends.
Yeah, it potentially stops the pawn. It disturbs this b3 bishop, right? So let's continue the line. So the rook goes to c8, knight goes here, say bishop c4. And this jumping doesn't stop. Look, there's knight f5. And if black went bishop d3, computer's willing to sacrifice on d3. Now, I mean, I refuse to give my opinion about this position. Like, I just want to witness and admire what they play.
And
yeah, let me tell you this, like if you don't play knight c6, it actually is quite bad.
Yeah.
It actually is quite bad.
Okay.
So you don't, to an extent that you probably don't stop this pawn, or what's the problem? I can see black also going like f5, f4, e3.
Yeah, it's a difficult one, right? Because you trade off any pieces, then the power of this pawn on e4 just grows increasingly. And rook takes, yeah, I feel like knight to d4 makes the most sense, but you've shown me the way.
How bad is this? -4. Knight here, e3 resigns, right?
Oh, he doesn't play knight to c6. Instead, he centralizes
The other knight, knight to d5, which is the second best, but still not enough. You have your rook c8, you have your f5.
But rook c8 is such a mysterious move to me. It makes
guess to
no
stop
sense.
that, yeah, now it makes more sense because knight c6 and you don't have rook c8 anymore, knight e7 check. Maybe now that you're covering the c6 square, now maybe it makes more sense.
But wouldn't you be playing like king g7 or something just to prevent a knight appearing
but
on
then again,
f6?
knight to c6. You actually do have rook e8. But something's terribly wrong with rook c8. Computer doesn't tell it. It's knight e7 still. Because when you take and knight takes, the rook's hanging, the knight's hanging, knight cannot defend the rook. Wow. And imagine, it seems like you've just exchanged the pieces, you moved away from the pin. So what tactic is left here? And there's always, like Alireza playing, there's always tactic.
Yeah. Miro, it is drama all round, as it seems like everybody today has burned up a lot of time in the middle game. And there's time travel as well, also with Praggnanandhaa with just under 4 minutes. Boris Gelfand is 1 minute. We have Adomush against Vincent Keimer. Adomush, had a very promising position. And this is the game between Gelfand and Praggnanandhaa. But on our screens, there's something in the air. Because yesterday, there was hardly any time trouble. Now it seems like everybody, as the play is developing, I don't want to say nerves,
it
but
could be kind of a bit random. It could be nerves, and it could be the tensions building up. And the more kind of easier rounds you have, the more you feel, I guess, obliged. Five from the very beginning. Well, we will be seeing more and more of those, like really, really well fought rounds straight from the start. Gelfand, at some point, I believe computers said that Gelfand was better, but anyway, that's the current position, roughly equal according to the machine, and again, like still a lot of pieces on the board. That's the battery. Pressure on b7, so black is relatively passive, defending the b7 pawn with all the pieces. Gelfand goes knight g3, which I imagine. Oh, wait. Black didn't. I thought black would be taking. No, black goes queen h4 and knight back to f1. It's a silent draw because that was the position. So it happened a different way. This, knight to g3, knight to h5, knight f1, queen e7. And then Gelfand went knight g3, queen h4, knight f1. It's a silent draw or maybe not yet, because queen e7 does not repeat the position for the third time. Maybe he just makes a decision to repeat once and get himself a little bit more time and then think if he wants to continue.
Yeah. You somehow feel that Gelfand would be happy with the draw, because it also feels very dangerous, because the G pawn is
like if you allow G3, who knows what happens.
Exactly.
If you allow G3 in a wrong moment, that is, because black theoretically could play G3, but then guess what? White goes H3, and I guess kicks the queen away.
Yeah.
And computer all of a sudden shifted it in white's favor.
Black also has these kind of funny moves, like instead of G3 immediately.
Yeah, here.
Yeah, you can go like bishop e1, just for fun.
Well, that's a lovely one. And then at some point...
Doesn't seem to do anything, but...
Look, it does, I believe. Because if I take the pawn, which is like very generous of me, I imagine, like allowing this bishop f2 check. Is there a check? Yeah, takes here, takes here. I wanted it to be a checkmate after queen h2, but you're not capturing with the knight, are you? No. Knight g3 wins. Knight g3, bishop g3, and black is winning. There is no way to guard h2. Good enough, yeah. Like you'll have to play f3, and black will be winning here.
Okay.
Objectively, it seems that he shouldn't be pushing. There is queen e7 repeating, or queen e1 was the other move computer was suggesting. So queen back to e7.
Okay, this is tantamount to the draw offer, right?
Let me double check. So this was the position. So black goes knight to h5, knight f1, queen e7 first time, knight f1, queen e7 second time, knight g3. So Boris does play his move on the board, and now Prague can claim a draw, writing down queen h4 and calling an arbiter.
Well, I'm tempted to leave everyone on a cliffhanger, Miro, because Maghsoodloo between Alireza, Firouzja, I think things are livening up.
Right. So what do we do?
23 seconds, and
Let's go to
could finish in a draw. Yeah, okay, we'll put this one on hold. I mean, either we're going to see a repetition, or a game is going to continue for a long, long time. But Maghsoodloo only has 10 seconds, so let's head there.
Whoa, what happened? f5, so he went with his pawns. f5, g4, takes, f4. Allowing the double connected pass pawns, and not really, because white can take on c5. And bishop c5, and then go check, and king moves, and then take on e4.
Right, but then you've...
Then you have the knight, which is stuck on d8, and black has a powerful pair of bishops.
Exactly, and the f-pawn is still running.
The f-pawn, which is a kind of a new hero. And that's the only line, white has. Check, takes, check here, king to g7, knight e4. And I was thinking bishop e3, to be honest, but bishop e3 allows rook d7. And apparently some strange attacking pattern that I don't... well, there's no attacking pattern. It's just like knight takes pawn and knight stops the pawn.
Well...
Bishop c5 played.
Absolutely, he had to do this.
You have another move, as it turns out. You can try bishop d5, eliminating the knight, which goes for this fork. Now white takes, and you take c5.
But then you have this switch.
White takes this one, and you go to h7. And you know what happens? White goes with another check. And if king was to go to g...
Wait.
Yeah.
Miro, some moves have been made.
He just recaptured on c5. So bishop c5, knight f6 on the board.
And now the question of where to go with the king.
Yeah.
King g7 looks the most natural, attacking the knight.
Absolutely. You don't want to go to h8, no.
No, that's the one square you don't want to go to.
You're probably not.
You know, because you have a rook coming to d7 and with ideas of checkmating on h7. Okay, steps up.
Yep, king g7. Now, of course, you take the pawn.
There was nothing else to do.
Right.
And here, he's touching the bishop, but remember, there's danger because of rook to d7.
Yeah, what do you do? There's rook bishop e7.
Knight c6.
Bishop e7, knight c6, and now why would be almost winning if not for rook h8 threatening the checkmate from h1? Remember when we seen this bishop on b3 pushing the king away? It felt that there will be something on the back rank. So now it is very important. Like, if white doesn't play knight c6, he loses. Played. If black doesn't play rook h8, he loses. Let's see. that's, you know, time trouble situation, and the price for each move is so high.
Both players having to find the best moves. Rook h8.
Rook h8.
Rook b7 is also another possibility,
b7,
but it feels so passive. No, he, of course, Maghsoodloo, he's a fighter. Threatens checkmate.
Knight f2, only move.
Only move.
Play the tempo. Now, while black has a bit of a breathing room, there is bishop c5, there is bishop f6.
Bishop c5. Bishop c5, threaten checkmate.
Bishop c5,
Threatens to capture
take
the
the
knight.
knight and go for a checkmate.
So knight to... And
Bishop c5 played.
the pressure just keeps on piling, and now it's...
Let's move 38. Now again, white has the only move to survive.
So I was thinking knight d4. Does that survive? That's probably not.
Knight d4 loses to bishop takes. Now if rook takes, there's rook e8. And apparently you can't stop. I don't see why, but you can't stop. So if I do this... Now wait, that was a glitch.
Maybe you have to go rook
rook h2. Rook h2, yeah, it was my glitch,
then
not
rook
the computer's
g2.
glitch. Yeah, rook h2 and rook g2 and so on. Yeah, so if you were to take with the pawn, this is where rook e8 wins, and you just like kind of can't stop rook e8. So the move to survive would be to go rook d7, and after king not f6, but g6, I guess, to go rook b7, attacking this bishop while your knight is hanging. And then bishop takes f2, one of the lines, rook takes, rook h4. Why is it equal? Why white is not winning or black is not winning? I won't be able to tell.
This is a mystery.
I won't be able to tell. What's important, it's only 2 moves left before they reach the time control.
But still, both of the players are walking that tightrope, especially Alireza Firouzja, because we saw retreating the knight to d4 is going to be a big mistake. It allows the rook to infiltrate.
And there's only like 2 ways to deal with this bishop f2 threat. It's either knight d4 or rook check, rook b7. Even then, it's not that easy to believe. Aha, it's a kind of giving a check in the right moment, because where do you go? Like if you go to h6, you block the h file, you're no longer threatening a checkmate, right? If you go to f6, you're running into knight e4 check with a tempo. So you kind of have to go here. And then rook b7, there'll be some knight e5 checks if needed.
Okay, he finds it. Miro.
He's done it. Rook d7.
Rook d7. The only way to survive this position was to attack the bishop on b3. And again, as Miro mentioned, for Maghsoodloo, it's all about putting that king on that correct square. King g6, that's fine. That's the best one. King h6 looks a bit weird, but it's still okay. But you do anything else, and you're going to find yourself in trouble. So, of course, King G6
played.
The most natural move.
Move 40, and that's the only move for Alireza. To go rook to b7, because knight e5 loses to king f6. And you win the bishop, but you win the wrong bishop. You are getting checkmated.
Well, the players, I mean, hats off to both of the players for surviving what must have been a really nervy time control.
Wow, and
threats of everywhere.
This particular game, sometimes you get into a time control, into a time trouble, but at least you had like a portion of a game that was calm. This one, start to finish, like every move, you had to calculate, and calculate. That's, no, that just can't really. Can't believe you can play chess on such a high level.
It requires tremendous nerves. As the rook swings over to b7, and now it's Parham's last move before move 40.
This, capturing the bishop, both work, and it's roughly equal.
It's a pleasant choice, though. I think he will capture the knight on f2 and then just round up the pawn. And then we're in for another sharp endgame as it becomes a race. Whose pawns are more dangerous?
Yeah, like here. And the compy was saying rook h4, but
Like you
Well,
all,
it's such a tricky position you want because you have this idea, for instance.
I was thinking that.
Then you're not stopping the f pawn, I
Exactly.
imagine, right? So what happens? Like white takes, black takes, goes rook h7, stopping the b pawn, and then the f pawn might start running. So you'll have to move the king, and this is where black has rook b7.
Okay.
Wow.
Well, the player is now.
Knight taken, the bishop taken.
Everything is kind of calm. But the players now can breathe a big sigh of relief. They've made move 40. They get an extra 50 minutes on the clock, as well as having that 30-second time bonus per move. So I think Parham will now sink into a deep thought. But whilst the players are thinking, let's quickly check in on the game between Praggnanandhaa and Gelfand, and then peek into the game between Domus against Vincent Keimer.
So Prague decided not to repeat. Went rook to h7, took h5 with the bishop, bishop f1, bishop e8, rook g2, king f8. And last move for Gelfand? No, the last move been played, rook g3, queen h4. G3, queen h4, that's the position where they did reach the time control.
Yeah, and it's
a threat of checkmate in one.
Yeah, we have to deal with that one. But what do we think? Do you think Prague will be looking to press from now on? Because, Boris has kindly played a move for us as he defends queen takes.
Rook to b2, yeah.
To b2. But now the bishop can start to slide in.
This one's not very promising bishop, right?
There's an expression in chess. Bad bishops make good defenses.
Defend good pawns, that's what I was told. Yeah,
all right.
Bishops defend good pawns. And then indeed, like you'd have the bishop on c8, which is very passive, but it would defend the pawn on b7 and e6. The other bishops, though, potentially somewhere can hope to get to like e1 or c3 or d2. How efficient is that? That's another question. I believe like white has something very close to a fortress, to be honest. Like you can move the knight back to d3. If you need it, you go
I'll tell you what you can play. Okay, now it's really the kind of move that will... You can go b5.
b5 was black.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It doesn't do anything. Look, it was just me being flashy.
This, and you can take with the bishop,
Yeah.
right? You can take with the bishop. Or maybe it doesn't really... Yeah, it doesn't. These are chances to break through.
And I'm just thinking, then you relocate the bishop to a5, and then you go rook b7. And
at some point, like you find them right.
Although
go rook b7.
You really are sometimes making life difficult for yourself because
say after queen
c2. Good.
After queen c2, the queen defends h2 now. So the bishop is hanging. If you move the bishop, there could be some checks on c5. Kind of reminding black that he also has a king.
Yep. So, okay, well, I was just wanted to show that there was a possibility, probably not now. And, well, let's check in on Domus against Vincent Keimer because...
Board 5.
Yeah.
And just let me conclude this one, the previous one, that it has all the chances to turn into a monster game. Because we passed move 40, we have a lot of pieces on the board still, and blocked pawn structure. So, sometimes it goes like another 30 moves of maneuvering and then a pawn break. And then another 30 moves of maneuvering and a pawn break.
But you mean monster game?
Monster game,
as in
terms of like
long
hours,
game.
Number,
Yeah, absolutely. I thought you meant a monster game, that it could suddenly explode into life and become a beast. And I was like, yeah, I'm with that.
Well, with that as well. Like if you find the if you find the right moment to play your b6 idea. How about that one? So Domus, I believe had much better position at some point.
Yeah.
what I was saying. I believe Edomush had very good / decisive advantage position, right? At least that's, I remember that's what he was saying, yeah, with Emil. And I think, yeah, this position was overwhelming advantage. And he lost it relatively quickly. So for h5, and here e5 would win.
He's shaking his head.
Anyhow, there was a lot of tactical trick. He was winning. He was completely winning, Yamanka. And what happened to him is plain and simple. He thought he would win with rook f7, move 40. And had he gone instead rook e8 check, and again, it's easy for me to be smart because I see the engine moves, but rook e8 would have won, say move 40, he captured f7, king takes, and he already played queen takes a8 because that's perhaps the only move that makes sense. Then black can give a check. You go here, I don't know, can you go to e2? Well, you could. But it turns out it's not such a big advantage, I guess. Like the knight's anchored, the king's weak, knight f4s are threatened. So you might as well just turn to choose to repeat. And if you go king g1, then of course queen takes f3. And your king is in the open. Your king's in the open.
It's not enough. Because you can go queen to... You'd think that you go queen to b7 check.
Yeah,
But
the
then
king goes
to
forward.
f6, and where is the other check?
Yeah, she has had this one.
But no,
You get in this, targeting this.
no, can the... You almost feel like it should be white that's a little bit careful.
But for now, there's no check.
I'm thinking
well,
king.
there is a check, but
You know, I'm thinking king.
king to g5,
King to
right?
g5.
King to g5.
Okay, that didn't work. That was too much.
It didn't work for a very specific reason, because white takes knight f4 and rook e5. Even then, like imagine you have to calculate this line. I'd be scared, like to miss some move, this king somehow mystically runs away from the checks, and then you are guaranteed to get checkmated.
Yeah.
So queen
But-
a8. No other move for black but to take on h3.
But Miro, the emotion says it all on Edomish's face. He's really annoyed with himself. And actually, when the camera focused in on Vincent, you could see that Vincent was suppressing a smile. Yeah. Like, you know, you feel that I've got this, I'm saving this one. Well, still a job to be done for Vincent, as he has to find the most accurate way to proceed. We're expecting queen takes pawn, followed by the queen capturing on f3.
King f6 is the right move, which is not a surprise. You don't really want to go to the 8th rank. Queen d7, and apparently the move to hold would be queen g4. Takes. That's computer suggestion.
That's not an easy one.
That is not easy to kind of decide on. Maybe you go for this kind of eliminating on the other possibilities. But can you tell for sure that this is a draw? No, not really.
No. Not obvious at all. Well, that's a task for Vincent ahead. He has to find these moves, he has to trade off queens, and he has to make those correct assessments. Time travel has passed, Evgeny. So let's head on to a break. But stay with us, because when we return, we are going to break down all of the action that is going to be ahead of us. So stay tuned. Hello and welcome back. And yes, the players have all made the second time control. So now we move into the next portion of the game. There's been, of course, some many key moments. So here with us, it's Angelica. Angelica, wow, I can see from that position that things were very exciting.
Indeed, Joanka. I mean, I believe the round 3 is my favorite so far. We have seen so many brilliant moments. And in this game, we have the international master from Greek, Stavroula Solakidou against Alina Roberts. And we already see that White is having some pressure due to the, first of all, the open G-file, as well as there is also expanded pawns in the center. But here was a mistake played by Alina Roberts. Here she should have continued with Queen E7, just being careful with all the rook sacrifices, because after she took a pawn on E4, I think the move is screaming for itself. It's rook G7, but it was not missed, because here Alina played bishop F5. Her idea was, in case White would continue with rook D to G1, she would take on F3, with discover attack on the king and on the queen and take the next piece. But the stunning knight e5, that's what she missed, because now suddenly Black cannot take neither the rook nor the knight, and of course there is a big problem with the knight on c5 as well. And after king g7, basically the only try for Black, rook g1 bringing the other piece in the game, bishop g6. In the next couple of moves we see how much the pressure is built up on the king side, and we see Stavroula is down and exchanging the position. And here she went for a very human move. She took on c5, but computer suggests knight e4, and it's not so easy to see, because after knight e4 you don't capture back the knight, but you play bishop h5, putting even more pressure on the g-file and g6 square. Of course, it was missed, or maybe it was calculated, but was not so clear for human. So she just played completely normal, bishop takes c5, pawn takes c5, and knight e4. And there is a big pressure on the king in the position. There has been a lot of fight. Still, Black tried to defend, but there was a big pressure happening, and they went all the way till the end game. And here already White was up material, so Black resigned. What a game from Greek international master.
Absolutely. Now, Stavroula, I've never played her, but I certainly know of her as a fearsome attacker. So it would have been second nature to her to find that knight takes e5. What a stunning blow. And it's a good game there from the Greek international master.
A truly amazing game today in the round 3, as well as the open, also in the women's.
Is there something in the water? Because all of the games have been incredibly exciting.
I have a tough time to choose one to come here, because they're truly amazing.
Right. That's what I wanted to ask you guys. Do you like round 3? Because I'm afraid of round 3. We have to pick play of the day, the game of the day at the end of the round. I'm getting lost. So many brilliant games in round 3.
Yeah, okay. Well, this is perhaps where our audience chat can help us out. You know, throw us some suggestions. Just send us anyone who you think has played a great game, and well, we will listen to them, and in the end, we will come to a decision. But it's going to be a tough call. Thank you very much, Angelica, for showing us that gem. And well, now that the time control has been reached, some positions have clarified, but there have been some surprises, because during the break, I know that we were absolutely shocked that one person was still in the game, that they hadn't lost.
That was Fedoseev, right?
Let's head that back there, because
so
we have to show the position that we left from.
What was the game?
I think it was 20...
20-something.
Something.
And Dubov is still playing, by the way. Can this be right?
It just goes to show.
I can't find Fedoseev. How's it possible?
Fedoseev is 20.
Fedoseev is 20. Yeah. Well, so he is in a ninth endgame pawn down. And to remind you guys, 15 moves ago, it looked like this, where computer was saying Black will get checkmated not later than 19 moves. I don't know where this 19 comes from, but basically, and I think we looked at it, Queen G6 was played, and then knight to F5, knight takes E6, wins. C takes B7 was chosen, which is good enough. Rook A B8 forced. Knight to C6. Again, like not much Black can do, right? knight to d5. Rook takes rook, rook takes rook. Now, knight e7 would have won. Knight takes, pawn takes in the same vein that, you know, the queen got stuck, and then b8 is a huge threat. So it would be just lights out. Instead, white went for very, very tempting and, you know, a classy finish. d7, bishop takes d7, b8, expecting resignation.
Yeah,
right? You
as
take
you
the
would,
queen,
right?
you get checkmated. You take the bishop, and then yes, white has, for a brief period of time, white has 2 queens on the board. But guess what? Both queens are hanging. So now, knight e7 would have been answered with knight e7, and despite having 2 queens on the board, you don't have enough, and black is already quite good on material. And I was thinking about like a very unique battery on h8. You have queen behind the bishop behind the queen, but almost never queen behind the queen. Guess what? Black can play knight g6,
And everything is
and the
covered.
king is safe. Anyway.
But what a beautiful defense, you know. Let the queen, like, promote, and 2 queens on prise, and there's absolutely nothing. Okay, you know, white, actually hats off to white, because white must have been like, oh my God, I must be winning, and then suddenly this must have come as a complete shock, and he had to reset. And the current position, if we skip...
Still, yeah, check here, traded the queens.
Take.
Here. Yeah, king e5.
And this is winning.
And this is winning. 3v3, and this a outside passed pawn should be enough. However, Firouzja will still fight. f5. Hang on a second. That was move 40, f5. Computer, after f5, only gives a minor advantage to white. So king to g3, and now black had to go check, check. What's the trick here? So black could have gone check.
King.
And if you go here, black goes check. And if you go here, I think, no, here's stupid because knight c4. So you go here, and I think this is the moment where black can trade, go knight e4. And I guess you go here, you exchange one more pawn, and somehow the king runs after the a pawn, and the knight can be sacrificed for the other pawn. So anyway, it seems like he was not so far away from achieving a draw after being lost minus bajillion.
Yeah, well, it would have been, I don't know, we can still expect more twists and turns in these endgames because it's a knight and pawn endgame. Anything can happen. And talking about anything can happen, let's go over to board 2 between Arjun Erigaisi against Anton Demchenko, because we've been keeping tabs on this, and Arjun has been in really good form here. You know, he had a great position. If we rewind a few moves...
Yeah, I'll say once again. Let's see last 5 moves of the time trouble, if you don't mind.
Yep.
So let's move 35. And white has, like, significant positional advantage. Black goes for trade of 1 rook and gives rook a8, rook a2, activating... the rook. King e1 is a bit of a surprise. Bishop b8 apparently was a blunder. b5 was winning for white, was missed or preserved for,
can we show
for
why?
the better times. Yeah, knight takes, rook f2. White's still winning, b5 and move 42. It's a winning move, c takes, and all he had to do, check here to go rook e5, and it would have been +3. All he had to do. Like, it's easy to say, right? It's easy to say all he had to do. Anyway, Arjun went rook d6. Well, the knight can't move. Knight b5 is a threat. Black goes b4. And computer said it's not so much for white.
Wait 1 second. I mean, we can break this one down, actually, because the rook on d6 looks very natural, but rook e5 is better because it just allows the c pawn to advance. You're threatening to go rook check on e7.
Let's say black went b4 once again.
Yeah.
You go check.
And the king, wherever the king goes, you can pick on...
You go c6.
Yes.
Bam, bam, bam. Or
exactly.
d6 and c7.
And if you attack the rook, you can either keep an eye on the b pawn.
Yeah, and if you go here, rook b7 is nice,
Yes.
but
You can also take.
knight c6 and collect the b pawn. Yeah. You
Okay.
could stop the b pawn, but you can also collect the b pawn. Right. So that was very convincing. Now, after b4, white's still better. But it's a tricky situation, though. Like, white's own king is cut off from the game, right? Black did preserve the b-pawn. And also, it's quite a limited material left, right? So if this knight somehow gets loose from a fate, escapes from a fate, then yeah, black would have great chance of saving.
Yeah. Okay, first up, rook c6 check. And
c6, I don't want to be going to the b file where you just give a check, collect my pawns. I go to one of those squares, d8 or d7. And intuitively, I want to go d7 to keep the rook under attack. But when I pick at computer lines, king d7 loses.
Well,
My intuition goes out of the window. So king d7 is rook b6, and I guess because once again some
you get
c6 with
with
a check.
tempo.
Right. It's like I don't even know what move I'm supposed to be playing. Like this is not a move, right? If I play some non-move like rook g2, then c6 and rook b7, and there is still some mechanism of like promoting this pawn. Rook b8 or winning material, I guess. If knight e6, you just trade, and c7. If rook back to f2, well, there isn't. The pawn's not promoting. White just takes b4, and computer says it's completely winning. Don't you understand?
Well, it's the pawn on c6.
Well, fair point. Yeah, protected. Rook c4. Yeah, rook c4 might be a threat.
It is.
c4, and I'm threatening c7, and if king c7, then I have a check again.
Exactly.
Wow.
So it's actually really important for black, which we are understanding with the help of a computer, that you have to go king d8.
Maybe to have this window to escape with the knight. So if rook b6, you'd have just enough time to play knight d7.
Right.
Yeah.
And if they go, what
Here.
else could you play here? Rook.
I guess check back, but we've
Then you have
been there,
exactly. So I think rook to b6 is the most.
b6, knight here.
Rook.
Then I'm somehow rook b5 maybe to go c6 to take the pawn.
Right. And can you?
That.
Go. I was just wondering whether you could do weirdy stuff. Rook g. Could you go rook g2? No.
c6.
Three. Okay, it just goes to show.
Knight.
Maybe this is not humanly possible.
It's still not easy. Yeah, knight f6, you already have like knight e6, king e7, c7.
Okay, I'm going to ask you, do you think it's possible for a human to draw this?
Yes, if the other human in front of you makes mistakes. Plain and simple.
Yeah.
No, it is very hard to navigate this position for sure. Like seeing this rook and knight maneuvers the engine provides. And I have a theory on this because we operate in patterns, and these are like not so often positions. The positions you don't have so often, and like I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I find when I'm trying to solve studies or calculate some positions where you have a lot of like short rook moves, and so it's so hard because rook is such a piece. It's like a very fair square, and on an empty board it looks like everything's the same.
Yeah.
You have your instincts of going with the rook like behind the passed pawn or very far from the king because he wants a lot of checks, but that's about it, right? And when you have to tell the difference between, okay, this one to b6 is very clever, but to give a check and go to b6, it's absolutely nonsense. How am I supposed to figure out? Luckily, they've gotten quite a lot of time, and they can try to calculate it all. And I believe this is precisely what happens to Arjun now, who has spent 30 minutes already.
13 minutes.
30 minutes, yeah, maybe more than 30 minutes. He's on 28 minutes now, and we do not know what time he had when he made his 40th move.
I think he'll be feeling very positive about his position because, as we've shown, it's very difficult for black.
Right, yeah, like white still has all the tries and
Exactly.
black has some narrow escapes.
Here, there, and everywhere, and it requires a lot of, I would say, anti-human moves, you know, to put the king on d8, to understand that the c-pawn mustn't advance with check,
the knight,
that the knight is coming out. Maybe there's going to be some ideas from black to, at the right time, attack g3 with the rook. I mean, it's going to be complicated. It's going to be a big fight. And I think we take a pause from this game because we'll let the players just settle in and adjust to this endgame. But let's go over to board 6, where we see Norbek playing against Puranik, and this one is a lot clearer. And the evaluation bar is saying that as well.
White is much better thanks to an extra pawn.
Exactly. Maybe we can...
Once again, we somehow did not cover it in great detail, right?
Yeah, this was the e3. This is what I remember from this game.
I remember,
and it became
this queen is awkward on c7 type of conversation. And yeah, rook a d8, c takes, e takes. And somehow white's always been better in this game, it seems. Norbek, well, bishop a4, by the way. Not a bad move, but if you wanna, my opinion, it seems like Norbek almost plays it like somewhat too scientific. Because when I've seen this pair of bishops staring at black's king, I thought, yeah, white's gonna go for some sort of an attack. But this is almost like an academical approach. d1, queen d2, clinical, as they say, right? Bishop a1. to have queen b2 sometimes, yeah. Does it remind you, I think you've mentioned David Howell waiting for you to lose, right? So this is something very similar, right? King h2 back. What's happening over here?
It's a kind of way...
Why don't we take the pawn? Can someone tell me, why don't we take the pawn?
Because the rook is hanging. I was thinking this for a long time.
You take everything and there's rook
and then
d8.
rook d8 and the rook.
D8. Yeah, maybe I'll show this line quickly. Sorry. So, like, there've been multiple instances of white being able to take on d5, but then rook takes, queen takes, rook d8, and this rook is defended enough. So rook d8 and yeah. Black just wins the game. So king h2, f6, moving round and round. Bishop a5, so from this, bishop being on a4 and then the other bishop being on a5. Once again, in the same game, it's not very usual thing to see.
And there you go. Did you see that? Hang on. When d4 appeared,
yeah,
that was what... Norbek had done nothing. He'd gone king h2, king h1 for many times and then gone all around the board.
Right.
Okay, we just go revisit that moment where d4 occurred for black. I just wanted to establish whether it was forced or whether black got fed up.
No, black could have hovered around even more. Queen b7 was fine.
Yeah.
E to d8 was probably fine. Yeah, so he was waiting, and eventually got rewarded. So this was this haha moment. B4, the knight spinned, the d-pawn spinned. King g7. Somehow still the d-pawn is alive.
Not for long.
Not for long. Right. And yeah, they've passed the time control. This is what we have right now. Rook 5 to d3. And you can see the evaluation bar. White's not like completely winning yet, but of course, huge advantage.
I have a theory. If you master the art of being patient, you can become a grandmaster. Like that literally is the key. And by patient, obviously you need to really finesse it. Like you need to still keep the coordination with the pieces because you are playing against one of humankind's like biggest like nature, you know, their trait is to basically do something. Everyone wants to do something. Everyone wants to go forward,
Right.
have that simplicity. But if you keep on circling round, because that literally was just Nordebek
happened.
going around and around and around, and somehow he managed to make his opponent dizzy. And
So, yeah, if you play this little game on move 24, we pay attention to where white pieces are, not the black setup, but white pieces are. And then on move 34, so white pushed the pawn to a4 and the bishop to c3. So 2 changes in the span of 10 moves. So 8 moves were spent on this, like
Exactly,
hovering
just
around back and
King
forth,
H2, King
triangulations,
G1.
King H2, G1, H1.
yeah.
Incredible.
That's what I think as well, and I'm sure there would have been a lot more. But it was just something I've noticed is that this is a technique that I've only ever had grandmasters do against me. And I did it last year at the Olympiad. And it was so good, I can tell you. Just to do absolutely nothing.
And it changes your mindset. Like when you stop thinking, oh, okay, I have to be productive, I have to show what I have,
Exactly. I mean,
I have.
All I did was, oh my God, you would have been so embarrassed, but also perhaps proud at the same time. I was playing white, I put my knight on f1, I put my knight on g3, and then maybe, you know, queen shuffling here, there, everywhere. And, you know, I just kept the tension alive a little bit, and my opponent just kept burning time on the clock because she was thinking, how do I force a draw? How do I just trade off all the pieces so that there's no problems whatsoever? And
You ended up winning this game. Yeah.
I did end up winning this game. And I was very proud because it was very anti my nature. And, well, we see it. The reward here is that Nordebek has a winning position.
Yeah.
So can we check in on someone we haven't actually considered, but it's actually, he could be in with a shot of doing very well in this tournament, is Abhimanyu Mishra. He became the youngest ever grandmaster when he won the title at, is it 12 years old?
Yeah.
In a few months.
Race with Karjakin, I think, and it's like a few months or possibly like a handful of days earlier, or in earlier, younger age that Karjakin did, right? Yeah, and he's facing Yu Yang-yi. And at some point, Yu Yang-yi was a member of world's top 10 as well, right? It was 2770, I believe. So a very, very strong and also known to be very solid player. And in the current position, white has the queen against the bishop and the rook. And apparently, the engine claims it's winning, but, you know, sometimes these positions can be fortresses where the engine would say, yeah, state the obvious, +2, meaning, like, yeah, white has more material, but we already know that. But it could be that there is no, like, clear plan how to win. So we might not stop here for long, but what I wanted to do, for sure, is to show how this queen was won, or rather, how it was lost. So that's, I would guess, was the Petrov defense. And interestingly, black was the move in this position. Black could have captured on h5 here, but he went b6, white went a3, and a capture on h5 here turns to be a big, big mistake. Because white goes f4. Yeah, so you would think, yeah, after queen h5, capturing this doesn't work, the queen's protected. White goes f4. And now if you take the bishop, guess what? Rook g7, queen h5.
Okay.
Odd. And this is where black actually captured g4, and this is how we've got to the material we've gotten. But how about rook f5, and the queen is protected, right? And then you give a ladder checkmate to the queen. So it's like when you start learning the game of chess, like you are told how to ladder checkmate the king, right? One rook cuts this file, the other rook gives the check. And that's a ladder checkmate to a queen, and the queen's lost and white's winning again. Okay, apparently it's kind of this similar position because, yeah, something like that happens.
Yeah. Well, Actually, a really nice moment there. And, well, the big question now is, does Black have a fortress in the game position? We'll keep an eye on this and we will let you know. But the action has been non-stop here in Samarkand. And Angelica's got a game that you don't want to be missing, so I'm going to go straight over to her. Well, we'll have to wait for that just a little bit, but we'll bring you the action.
Right.
Because she's been showing us a lot of gems. So whilst we're waiting for everything to work, let's take a peek in the top board between
Firouzja
Alireza
Maghsoodloo.
and Parham.
Completely winning. And remember the line that we were discussing, like the white rook to b6 idea.
Yeah.
And it's on the board, and it is apparently refuted the same way that we were discussing. Black can take and go to h7. Oh, well, maybe it's not as easy because white starts pushing the pawn, and okay, but computer claims, screaming after rook b6, that, well, anything else is equal. You can take on g4 and equal, but I wouldn't trust computer on equal when it's like pawn race and, you know, discovered checks and everything. But bishop takes b6, computer claims to be absolutely winning for Maghsoodloo. That would be such a big, big win.
That would be absolutely huge. And he would be retaining his perfect 3 out of 3 score, which incidentally is the poll that we are asking on the social media. Will it be Alireza Firouzja? Will it be Parham Maghsoodloo? Will it be Anton Demchenko? I don't think it's going to be Anton Demchenko because he is struggling to survive a quite unpleasant position against Arjun Erigaisi. But it could be Parham Maghsoodloo, who actually will be the early leader.
Yeah, that's an amazing, amazing game. In fact, played by both players. It's very tense, a lot of calculation on every move. And yeah. So that's the way Firouzja won a couple of games, by creating very tense positions and waiting, or not waiting, but eventually his opponents were cracking under pressure. And then Maghsoodloo, similarly, not only being able to withstand the pressure, but if he finds bishop b6 and I believe another 10 very, very precise moves, maybe he wins.
Yeah, well, actually, this is the kind of position where you can just simply work it out. It's like that branch of a tree. But, well, we're ready. And Angelica, you know, you've been waiting for us. So show us exactly what you got for us.
I've been enjoying the game of Parham Maghsoodloo against Alireza Firouzja, definitely. But we have some gems, as you mentioned. In the women's section, we have Irina Krush, the grandmaster from US, who played against international master from China, Lu Miayu. And in this position, we can see that Krush is already down in exchange. She sacrificed it, but she has these beautiful pawns on the queen side. And at this moment, there was an idea for Black to give back the exchange, although White would still have a pawn up after bishop takes f8 here, queen c4. There would be still an extra pawn for White in this position, but still Black is in control in this position. Black didn't do it. Black went for h6 because there was a pawn hanging on h7. And this was another moment. Bishop e4, still one more try for Black to take on e4, giving up an exchange. One more time, queen c4, a bit worse because knight is already on e4, not on d3, and still we're having this extra pawn. White would still try to push, but this was a fatal mistake which comes at the move 24. Rook c8 was played, and here we will see the brilliant game on the light squares. Bishop d5 check. Now if king steps forward, it's going to be pinned, so king h8 was played. And now knight h4, we see suddenly like all White's pieces are entering the position of the king on the light squares. Bishop a8 is trying to defend, but knight g6, bishop takes, queen is already there. Suddenly all the pieces are there, and the two rooks are standing for Black on the queen side, doing nothing. Queen d7, and after bringing another piece, computer says it's a slight mistake, but definitely you have to bring more pieces in the position. After rook a6 here, bishop takes c5, rook takes c5, and here bishop e4. And in this position already, black has to give up an exchange back, because after f5, as we can see, was the only way to stop checkmate, queen a6, and it's much worse position, as we were mentioning before, and this was completely lost here already, and after a few moves in the endgame, Irina Krush managed to convert. What a beautiful sacrifice.
Yeah, that's a nice attack, and that's very common, in fact, that you play on a squares of particular color, right? So that's quite instructive, that you get the queen, the bishop e4 things. Yeah.
Very nice, definitely. And also, I'm going to say very nice that experience triumphs over youth. And I say that as someone of the same generation as Irina. No, but absolutely instructive. And Irina, you know, she recently, well, last year she received like a nice bonus there from the Sinkfields, you know, just in honor of her becoming America's first grandmaster, and she's been able after that to focus on her game and play a lot more chess. So it's great that she's doing well here, and that she, you know, Liu Miayi, she's incredible. I mean, she's going to be a superstar in the making.
Will,
I mean,
definitely.
she's been playing chess around, so we'll see how things pan out for her. But what a game! Thank you.
Yeah, definitely a true example of how material is not important, but important are the squares in attack.
Exactly. Thank you very much, Angelica. And oh, it has been an insane day of chess. Very tense. We've had time troubles, we've had blunders, we've had all manner of games. And talking about blunders, we gotta race back to that board one game between Alireza Firouzja and Parham Maghsoodloo and break down this rook to b6, because this is a critical moment.
Well, to be fair, after a bit of investigation, I'm not sure if I should call it a blunder. It is a losing move. And there was a better move instead of rook b6. Apparently, rook b8 would have been enough for a draw. And don't ask me why, I just trust the machine. But rook b6, bishop takes, pawn takes. Rook h7 is the only winning move. And after c4, you have to figure out that you go to d7. Not to b7, not run with the king to stop the pawns, not push your f-pawn, but you have to go rook d7, cutting the king off, and then you are threatening to move the f-pawn, and you have to figure out that you're faster than white move compared to like white moving those pawns. It's not an easy task, not at all.
But rook to d7 it makes a lot of sense, because almost you feel like if black does not play that move, they're in danger of being worse. Because if you reach yourself in a situation where, exactly, where the king is the one stopping the black pawn and white is able to join up.
Yeah, right, yeah, because white can like kind of defend all the pawns, like b4, c5 has potentially like two connected passes supported with a knight. Yeah. So anyway, the line goes rook to d7, then white can go knight b8 or knight b4. In case of knight b4, you go f3. After knight d3, still the path is not straightforward. You go king e7, and I think you go around the horn like this. Point being, so that while the rook is on the d file, white cannot come with the king to stop the f-pawn. The moment you cover, I think the moment you come, maybe I can go king d2. So anyway, say I go b4, for instance, and king d8. I guess they tried king d8 is the move, but king d6, king d6 also wins.
Yeah.
It also wins. It's quite tricky, right? Knight f2, then of course you go king d6, king c6, and the king eliminates those pawns.
And the knight isn't on a good circuit as well to be any help in advancing the pawns. Because what I was thinking of is, say, for instance, white manages to get this b4, c5, b6 pawn construct, where the knight on f2 is not able to deliver a check to the king on c6.
So you go here. Wow. And then some rook e7s from black. So now black cuts the king on the... Yeah, well, black apparently wants to go f2, right?
Yeah.
So if I go king d1 and we go king d7, and I'm just like blindly following what engine has to say, king d2, rook e2, I don't get it. Here, king c6.
I think, well, it's quite clear, right? You just want to hold the queenside pawns with the black king, and then the knight, unfortunately, has to do a lot of dancing, right? You know, it has to keep an eye on f2, also has to keep an eye on b2. The king has to do the same thing as well.
All right, but all I'm saying, like, you have to make a decision now. When the rook is still on b6, if someone would tell you, you know what, take the rook, you're winning, then it's much easier for you to figure out, right? Okay, I have to, if we have this information that I'm winning, I'm probably stopping the b-pawn. Yeah. I'm probably cutting off the king, because otherwise how do I win? Yeah. But you don't have this information. So now you have to decide right now, do I take the rook on b6? And I can see long in the line that white gets connected like b6, c5 pawns and the knight jumping. I might be scared I'm losing there.
This is a big question, right? And he's made a decision.
And he's done it. He's done it. Bishop takes, pawn takes.
Well, it was going to be now or never. And now he has to go rook to h7. You have to stop the advance of the b-pawn.
Well, it's incredible that rook h2, you would think,
I was thinking...
It's a brilliant move, because if king goes to b3, we drive king even further from the f-pawn. But after rook h2, king d1, rook b2, king d1 doesn't make sense, by the way. Knight b4 apparently is enough to make a draw.
Yeah, I was giving you funny looks, because king to d1, because I would have thought...
Seriously, I'm
king
sorry,
d3.
but that's...
I mean, if you're going to do that...
If you're going to do king d3...
I know, but then you go rook takes.
And yeah, the problem is that f3, and you're not stopping. King e3, there is f2. And king e1, f2, there is king e1. I'm not very happy going to d1 after this check, but that would be the only chance to make a draw. But rook h7, the best move, we know that, the best move on the board.
That's fun.
A shocker for Alireza Firouzja, because I'm not yet sure if he's aware. Again, they don't have this information. We have this, the evaluation bar, I have the computer lines. The players, they don't know. They don't know.
No, but we do know. We hold all of the answers, and still the path is very complicated. So the next task for Parham is to find this rook to d7 move. So we were looking at, was it c5?
Rook to d7.
c4, sorry. c4, and...
Rook d7 is
rook to
the
d7.
only move.
And here, if you go knight to b8...
And if you go knight b8, then rook to b7, knight takes pawn.
Can I just...
Rook takes pawn. You want it... Matching with the pawns there.
Just want to check, you know, that f3 is not winning. No, it's not winning. Okay.
So knight takes, rook takes. Yeah, but here the knight is so silly, right? So I have to get knight c5, and it's here, and a check, and you play this tempo move, king e5, knight takes, and you take on c4. You've only left with one pawn, though. Once again, not easy. c4 on the board. You can see c4 is on the board.
There's a very quick answer from Parham.
And it's rook d7.
It is rook d7. I told you, it makes a lot of sense, because if you find yourself in a situation where the white king is guarding that rogue pawn on f4, then you could find yourself in trouble.
What could I do to allow that? I don't know, run with the king to stop the pawns. Well, by the way, if I run with the king to stop the pawn, I'll lose immediately to b7. So anything other than rook d7. Okay, I could go a5, but it's not really a move one considers. Yeah, rook to d7. It's amazing.
Amazing.
Absolutely amazing.
Okay, so here, we were looking at knight b4 in order to get the knight back to d3.
Yeah, to d3 or d5. And then you have to move the f-pawn forward. By the way, is knight d5 a move? Because rook d5 is not yet enough. Yeah, just take f2, b7, queen, queen. So knight d5, you have to move the king. And I do stop the f-pawn, but rook f7 or f2, king e2, rook f7, king f1, and king d4. So remember there was a line we were supposed to go via d8, c8, b7, and now we go forward. And still, for me, it's nowhere near easy, even after the kind of the hardest part, rook d7 being found.
Yeah, not easy.
I guess if Parham wins, it solves our question, who's going to be the player of the day. When I'm so impressed by this game.
Yeah, and also he will answer our poll of the day, where we ask the question, who will keep the perfect 3 out of 3 score after round 3? Nice triumvirate of 3s there. But, I mean, Parham, very impressive.
Absolutely incredible. Knight b4 on the board. So still following the very best line of the computer. Now, by the way, f3 is the only move to win. Let's say I wanted to go a5. Let's say I wanted to go a5 to attack your knight, and then when you go knight d3, I'll start running with the king. Now c5 wins for white. Pawn takes knight, c6, and these 2 pawns prove to be stronger than the rook, which is not a big surprise if you ask me. But what is big surprise to me is that black has the f-pawn himself, and this pawn is of no help. So rook d6, you would go, because now b7, black gets to take with a check. But c7, and yeah, and next move b7, next move b8.
Nothing to do.
Absolutely incredible. So knight b4, once again, you have to be very, very precise. You have to go f3 and f3 only.
But judging from Parham's reaction, it looks like he's understood the way to win.
Wow.
Knight d3.
So yeah, f3.
F3.
Knight
Yeah.
f3 on the board.
But of course, I mean, this is the most logical move. Pass pawns, you push him. Knight d3. White has to keep the f2 square guarded. And just a quick reminder that the white king cannot approach that f-pawn, because as soon as you do,
Yeah, you do.
f2 appears.
King e2, rook takes knight, and that's it. But what a game, Joanka. That's...
Well, it was like a movie, right? You know, you had that time scramble that was very intense. Both players finding only moves to keep the game alive.
The game quality, we missed a part of this complex queenless middle game, so maybe there could have been some slight mistakes there. But when we tuned in, this moment where the white knight was on c7, white knight was on d8, and there was a sequence of moves by both players that would match the first choice of an engine. f3 played, knight on d3. That's what I can see. And then this is where you have a choice. King e7 wins, rook d8 wins. Is there anything logical that doesn't? I guess king e6 doesn't win because you blunder fork. That's something not to do.
I was curious about that. Like, do you...
Yeah, so knight to c5.
Is it a loss? Because
King e7. It's not a loss, but yeah, you go f2, e7, and then queen c4 check, I guess. But no, king e7, of course. There's absolutely no reason to go king e6 if you're going to go king e7.
And Parham's plan is very clear.
You go
Drop the
here,
king.
here, or here, here, and then it frees the rook. Like when the king's on c8, or preferably maybe even like on b7, so the pawns are not running, it frees the rook, and then you do one of the following things. You support the f-pawn and win the knight for it, or you go rook d4, targeting these guys. Maybe you win the g-pawn and win the game thanks to that. Anyway, the moment the king is in the square of this b-pawn, I believe black should be, it should be like easier for black to win. There might still be some tricks. There might still be...
And whilst Alireza is pondering what is the best defensive setup,
Let's move on.
yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. And whose game are you most curious about?
I thought, let's just go like...
Should we go work our way down again?
1-1, Erigaisi, Demchenko.
Let's head there.
Right, we said it's almost impossible for human to defend, and yet Demchenko is finding all the moves, at least for now, and the white's advantage decreases. Well, possibly because Arjun went rook a6, which computer criticizes, instead of, I think, rook c6 or rook b6 was the one that we were looking at. And b3 was a very clever move, distracting the knight. Rook g2, rook f3 or rook g2 would have done the same. Rook takes g3. So eliminating or exchanging these kingside pawns, so you have an extra defensive option to trade the knight for this very, very dangerous c-passed pawn.
And do you think we're realistically going to be seeing rook and knight against rook?
Against rook, yeah. I guess if you get it,
And would you
surely play. You surely play. I mean, why not? It's a risk-free position. At least you make them kind of demonstrate how confident they are. Right? I mean, if you see that person just kind of is not impressed with your actions and plays right moves and plays them very quickly, then maybe you give up. But I don't see the reason not to try.
I had some advice from Judith Polgar, actually, in the rook and knight against rook. She says, first up, you only do it if you know there's apparently some key positions where you know, the rook and knight can checkmate the rook. So if you know that and you know the tricks, then you do it. Otherwise, you might be just wasting everyone's time.
That's true. It's true. Unlike rook and bishop, right?
Oh, that one you
Rook and
play
bishop
on.
is much better chance.
But interesting. And also, like earlier on, we had a discussion about chess stereotypes. And one of the things that I've always assumed is that if you are a grandmaster from Eastern Europe, especially like Russia and Ukraine, I would say, that you're very good in the technical stage. Like when it comes to endgames, that's when the lights come on, full beam.
Yeah.
Is this true?
As somebody who did not win embarrassingly high amount of winning endgames, I can confirm it's a true theory, but there are some exceptions to that. I think it used to be the case, and everything you can say in comparison. Because like I can tell you my experience when I was, let's say, 2250, 2260 rated, as one of the first visits abroad, and I've realized that I am much better than sometimes even like 2400 players, foreign players, when the queens are off the board. And I've never been considered an expert, endgame expert back at home. So I thought, yeah, there must be something that we know that they don't know. But since then, of course, like everybody has the computer, there's a lot of even online endgame courses. So I don't think the difference is that huge, that vast. But yeah, there could be still people who nurture the traditions of so-called Russian chess school, Soviet chess school.
Yeah.
There was a part of it like dedicated to endgames, to technique, and so on.
So when you talk about like a part of it, I mean, are you talking about something that was very organized? Did you? It was this like a club thing, like they were like, okay, right, it's Rook and Pawn Endgame night.
A bit of a program, I want to say. Like there were books published, like the program how to prepare, I don't know, the candidate master, and then it would, there would be maybe a paragraph or two, like dedicated to endgames and what you have to know, 3 Philidor positions, and then this and that,
Yeah.
You know all 3 Philidor positions. I do not know all 3.
I know one.
So one is Rook Endgame, of course.
Yes.
The other one, Rook and Bishop against the Rook.
Oh, yeah,
the one
yeah.
that is in every book, how to win when you actually have a winning position.
Yeah.
This one's Philidor. And the third one is Queen against the Rook, apparently. With some triangle and,
Yeah.
They
I
attribute
have looked at all 3 of them, but I need to just refresh my memory as to what is the way to go. But, yeah, well...
Anyway, Demchenko so far puts up a very, very good resistance. What shall we do? Gelfand with Prague said this game, I suggest we visit once every 10 moves they play. Because if the evaluation did not change dramatically. By the way, I thought of it quite some time ago already. And I can see that finally, in some cases, computer mentions h2, h3 for white. Because it could be, I understand it looks like tremendously dangerous. You're opening the file in front of your own king, but you do have more pieces on the king side. And if you are lucky to open the H file, or the G file for this matter, maybe you are getting somewhere with white.
That is true. And...
So, say one of the lines, Bishop d3, and I guess it could be that white has, Bishop f5 sacrifice in mind. I don't know. The computer's very happy to play Bishop d3 for whatever reason. You go Rook h8, for instance, and now h3. White starts to be better. h3, because you do want to take. It looks scary, but you do want to take, because all the squares are covered, right? The knight from f2, knight's king's best friend, right? Was it this?
It's covering all the critical squares. Oh, but this one is...
You take, it's rook takes, or it's queen f6, you trade, and... I don't know, computer says white's better. It could still be, of course, this type of white better, which you never win.
My brain is very funny, Evgeny. I think there's something in the air. Because all I'm thinking is when I see that king...
You want to go b6.
No, I was thinking of the James Bond theme tune with the king on d7. It's gone... doo, 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 doo. And this is why it's sometimes very difficult for me to play chess, because there is some portion of my brain that is singing a tune.
Dedicated to finding those memories or analogies or I've noticed this recently. I was very serious about my chess when I was playing. I would be very concentrated and so on. Now, even play a game. I don't play tournament chess, but even in a friendly game, and I get a position. And I think, how can I make it into a study? This nice idea, but it doesn't work here. But if we remove the bishop, add the knight, it starts to be not thinking about the real position, but some random ideas. Anyway, so all I'm saying that Gelfand has maybe not a real chance to play for a win, but he might have some thought.
He might unsettle Prague, right? Because Prague thinks he's got a bind going on the king's side. But h3 is always in the air.
There's an immediate h3 as well.
Totally.
There is an immediate h3 as well, where black has to take. Rook takes, queen e7, and again, it's not much, but it's advantage white. It's actually very similar. Yeah, rook takes, and computer wants to take with the rook. So What else do we...
Yeah, I wanted to also quickly go back to the game between Yais Edomush against Vincent Keimer, because Vincent,
All of that was fun.
he's good at the endgame, and he's willing to work through every possibility and all the complications. And here, when you said that Queen to G4 was the most natural and the only way for Black to save it, I was a little bit hesitant because, you know, I thought, you know, the Black King should be relatively safe, but Vincent has done it. And now, I mean, there's so few pieces on the board that we can actually even pull up the table bases, and the computer has worked all out. That's a...
It's not yet, I believe.
My one has.
Can't. Unknown, so that means
What is unknown?
Not here yet. We don't have table base. For
Why is it suggesting all of these G3? Oh, it's just a glitch in the system.
No, it just shows like every possible move. So let's say after rook a6, let's do something. Let's go check, king, whatever it goes, f1, knight d4, and then we go for the table base, and still unknown after rook d6. Now it says knight d6 is a draw. Everything else loses, which makes sense. Knight d6, and now everything's a draw.
Yeah, well, we're going to be heading to the table base
Very
in the next few moves.
Yeah, so basically Black can play check, takes. That's it.
Mm-hmm. And there's a draw because the Black King and Knight are able to work together to have this barrier. So can we just...
This, by the way, is probably losing now, because King G3, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or what was the line that was a draw?
I think if you went the other direction.
I went to F1,
Yeah.
it was a draw, right? This one is lost. But after King G2, how do I make a draw?
You just
I go King
defend.
E6, maybe defend this one, and this one's still under attack. Ah, right. So that was my logic why you go to F1, so you hit the knight, so Black cannot defend the d pawn. But after King G2, yes, Black will defend the d pawn for now, and d4 is d2, d6 defended, d4's hanging. I guess if this you go. I would have thought King d5, but Compy says d5. That's a nice, look, it's a nice cage, so the king cannot really escape from g2. Or if this, knight f4, Peter says this one's an easy draw. I don't know how easy it is. Basically, White cannot activate the king.
Well, hang on a second. Black can just go King F5, King E4.
Yeah, that's the other thing. That's the other thing. Knight on f4 defends this, can be defended with g5. Yeah, it could be some sort of a bind that even if you've activated everything, you just can't push away.
Mm-hmm. Well, and whilst Vincent is pondering over what to play and finding the correct path to that much coveted draw, let's check in on our top board, Parham Maghsoodloo. Is he finding the way forward to win against Alireza Firouzja?
Oh yes, King E7 and Alireza played C5, straightforward. And there were two good moves according to what I'm seeing. King D8 or Rook D8. And Rook D8 was chosen by Parham. Rook D8.
Mm-hmm.
Which is a bit trickier. Like King D8, to my liking, looks like a bit more straightforward. You want to, just crawl with the king, stop the pawns. But I guess, again, like computer only shows me kind of the best lines. But if maybe White has not a best move C6, to which you have to play like, five most precise moves in a row, and so on.
Exactly, and it's quite scary to allow those
Allow, like,
pawns,
two pawns on the
C6, B6, it requires precise calculation.
So now, after Rook D8, what happens if I go C6? It's amazing. Like, I would assume King D6, right? It's amazing you can actually go Rook D8. And you say, I don't care, your pawns are not going anywhere.
Well,
I
how are you going to
stopped
stop
understanding what's happening.
But you have to stop F2. unless you've got some fun
No, I was thinking
business.
b7,
Now
but then you
king
go king
approaches.
d6 and here, right? If I put the knight on, yeah, I guess, yeah, like if I put the knight on f2, then again you go king d6. So you have rook f6 as well, and that's why computer's better than us. Rook f6, and this one's hanging with a check, and if this, then king d7, then takes on b6. I would never ever, yeah, especially if I see king d6, like, you have a rook on the 8th rank, stops the pawns. No, of course you leave it. You lift it to the 6th.
Yeah. Well, Parham navigating the complications with great accuracy and looking like he is going to be the player to reach 3 points out of 3, maintaining that 100% score. It's an impressive game there from Parham, but it's going to be a long night.
It's going to be a long night.
Buckle up, everyone. Now is the chance for you to just refuel, refresh, get yourself some drinks, some popcorn maybe, because we're going to be in for a lot of enjoyment in the endgame stage of day 3 of the FIDE Grand Swiss.
I'm here with Levon Aronian after the 3rd round at the FIDE Grand Swiss. Levon, 2 draws and now a win. A steady start. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm very happy that I finally get to win. Yeah, in this type of tournaments, like very tough open tournaments, quite often the worse you play, the harder pairing you get. So yeah, I'm happy to join the people who are in plus.
Yeah. And you're on quite a hot streak, most recently winning the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. But that, of course, is a faster time control, and now this is super long. How has it been adjusting to that?
Yeah, of course, it's kind of tough. We rarely play very long time controls. But, you know, I think I have the most experience among, I mean, many of the players. So, yeah, I'm used to, you know, continuously switching time formats, so I'm fine with that.
Do you think this experience will beat some of the youngsters here in these long games?
Youngsters are generally very good. Recently, I mean, they've learned to play long games. So back in the day, we used to say, you know, Blitz is only for youngsters and the classical is for older people. I think now it's the other way around, as it shows that the experienced players are doing pretty well in Blitz.
Yeah. And what's your favorite time control?
I like 130 for the whole game, or yeah. Yeah, I think nowadays the game is so studied, the classical chess is so studied that we need to speed it up.
Yeah. And your wife Anita has been going with you to all these tournaments. We've seen the beautiful pictures of you two. She's quite a lucky charm. Is she here with you at this event?
No, she's actually recording some songs, so she's working on her career, and that's why she couldn't come. But I have my second, Manuel Petrosian, here with me.
Do you ever get her song stuck in your head while you're playing?
Not yet, but she wrote a really beautiful song recently. She's going to work on that, and I think that might.
Yeah. Well, we're excited to hear. What's it been like being a professional chess player and a family man and balancing all of that these last few years?
You know, being a chess player is a dream, I think, for me, and, you know, being here, I'm so happy, you know, because I get to see people that I've played with so many times, and it's some sort of a family feeling. And yeah, I just hope that I will be half as good a parent as I am a chess player. So, in order to help my daughter, perhaps choose the career that is right for her, and why not chess?
So you're teaching her chess? Is she old enough to be learning it?
I will start maybe when she's a bit older. She's not yet 3, so yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Levon. I hope you have a great event further.
Thank you.
and welcome back to probably the endgame stage of the FIDE Grand Swiss Day 3. The clocks are ticking down and the margins are razor thin, and every precise move is going to start to actually decide the outcome. We've had a very tense day. 6 out of the top 10 games in the Open are still progressing, whereas all of the games in the women have been completed. And we have already in the women's one person on a perfect score. We have Olga Badelka. No, sorry, my apologies.
Olga lost.
She lost.
Makes
Vaishali. This is what I wanted to say.
I wouldn't say defending champ, but defending winner of this tournament, right?
Yes. She's on 3 out of 3. And the question is, on top board, who is going to continue their perfect score? And this was our poll for the day. We asked who will keep the perfect 3 out of 3 score. Will it be Alireza Firouzja? Will it be Parham Maghsoodloo? Will it be Anton Demchenko, or none of them? And you can see that the polls were decisively in favor of one person. And who do you think that was, Miro?
I believe Alireza Firouzja, being higher rated, having the white pieces, would have been crowd's favorite.
48%.
48%.
And just 16% thought that Parham Maghsoodloo would be the early leader. And Anton Demchenko had 3%, but 33% actually believed that it would be a very solid day and no one would maintain perfection. Yeah. So.
All right, so what we have in store, we have all the results in the women's section, so why don't we go over those results quickly, just name them out. We don't have the graphic yet, but just to...
You might have the graphic. If we do, we'll put it up. But yeah, let's definitely do a little bit of a recap of the day. There was a lot of drama between Vaishali and Olga Badelka. It was all decided in this really insane time scramble. And it was Vaishali, actually, who impressed us. The way that she just gambled. She took aggressive decisions when she had so little time on the clock. And it paid off big time as Badelka couldn't handle the pressure and blundered.
It was this night capture and it was done. And yeah, on move 38, the game was done.
Yeah.
Board 2, Bibi Sarasobayeva finished in a draw against Ulviev. We have the Badelka game.
This is the big moment.
Over there, it's been twists and turns before that, and you can see. Can you see? It's a very small font, but I can tell you, Vaishali had 1.5 minutes in this moment. It's move 24, so you have to make it all the way to move 40, and she goes G4. Not only the best move in the position, but very brave move as well.
I could have sworn her clock ticked down to their final seconds when she made that decision.
Yeah. So apparently it shows time before this move.
Yeah.
It's kind of what you get after Black's last move, so to speak. So because after this move she had 41 seconds, and 30 out of this 41 seconds is an increment.
Yes.
So her clock ticked down to 10, 11 seconds. And then she played this G4.
I was shocked. I almost fell out of my chair because I was like, what a gutsy decision to take when you just have seconds left on the clock. And it's going to get a lot more complicated. And this whole thing paid off because after pawn takes...
Pawn takes and Olga Badelka... well, the position was already kind of hard for her, but she thought she could take the d5 pawn. It happens to be a fatal mistake because rook takes d5 and you cannot take the rook. Knight g6, h6, queen h4 wins the game for white. Black would have to block with the queen, and this is it. Or bishop h6 leads to a checkmate. So bishop b2 followed rook h5, but here white is a piece up, and the attack continues. The g5, g6, very straightforward.
But here is just a question of technique, as they say, because she is extra material up on the board, an extra
e4,
piece.
A check, king h7, and rook g5.
Beautiful.
You still find the way to make it exciting. Rook g5 threatening queen to h4, and queen h4 happened, and discovered check with the knight, and rook to g8. Winning the queen, winning the game.
And also, becoming the sole leader on 3 out of 3, keeping her perfect score, setting her up for a repetition of her 2023 victory. So we've recapped what happened, all the drama that happened in the top board of the women's section. So let's head back to the drama of the first board in the open, as Parham Maghsoodloo with the black pieces and Alireza Firouzja battle it out. For Alireza, he's in survival mode, as Parham just keeps on finding the correct way
All the
to...
best, obviously best moves.
Yeah, I mean, he's figured it all out.
So c6 was played, king to d6 provokes this pawn to move to c7, and then rook to e8 or rook to f8, both of them being very logical moves. You once again either keep the king cut off or you are threatening to support the pawn, and then nothing can stop the king from going to c6, b7, and so on.
Yeah. Yes.
Is c7? No, c7 is not played yet, but...
He's not made his move just yet. And do remember that there is 3 time controls for the open section. So the players would have been given an extra 50 minutes once they passed move 40. But on move 60, you get 15 minutes added to the clock.
So far, they did not make it to move 60. That's move 49. So there is not necessarily a time pressure, but there is quite a bit of time deficit for Firouzja. c7 on the board, rook e8 at tempo. So he did narrow it down. He calculated everything, it seems. Rook to e8. And what to even do?
Okay, I got it. You go king c3. And if you
C3.
go king c6, knight
You
e5.
do have this check. And then I would take on b6.
And I would take on f3.
Right, I would take on, but that's me, Miro. I would take on b6, you'd take on f3, and you'd probably make a draw. But Parham will go king b7 and win the game immediately, because knight f3 loses to rook e3 and the pawn is stopped. It's incredible, right? So king c3. Well, but you can't go for the same idea. You just have to keep the king somewhere else, right?
Okay.
So what if I go king d2, for instance?
But the problem is that you can even mess around with king
here,
d7.
Right? You can go king d7 to c8 to b7.
Exactly.
Again.
And there's still no way that you can cross. And also rook e2 is incoming for black.
Yeah, with the king being on d7, you've actually kind of stopped both pawns. Mm-hmm. Right, and then the rook is free, and then you can get like rook e2,
king
g2.
c3.
King c3. So now, king c3, king c6 wins immediately. King d7 is also a winning move. But king c6 is kind of this extra finesse, right? So you put the king on c3, and now I can go king c6.
Well, the camera says it all. Alireza leans back. Just one last attempt to save this one. But for Parham, it's just a question of mobilizing the king, getting it to use, getting it just simply to block the white pawns. King c6, king b7, king d7.
Yeah, king d7, c8, or king c6, b7. King went to c6, so now knight e5, and the only kind of only move to find to seal the deal would be to go to d7, where white cannot really take the pawn, and yeah, nothing to be done. There's knight f7. There's one more piece of tactic. Look, knight f7, and then, yeah, of course you can be boring and take the b6 pawn, but what you do is you go f2, check, you take, white takes, you promote, white promotes. And if white promotes into a queen, you go check and take.
Mm-hmm. That's too flashy.
Yeah, probably you don't need this one. Yeah, after knight f7, you don't need this one. You just take this guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just take it.
Yeah.
No, well, actually, after knight d6, You will have to go for this line anyway.
F2.
Oh.
Yeah, because you still have to stop the white king
Yeah, so
from
it's
catching
this
the
and this,
f-pawn.
and yeah, and then like if you lose time, then maybe the king catches the pawn. So you have to go here. Knight takes pawn, c8 queen, and the only way to prolong the game for a tiny bit would be to promote into a knight with a check. So you're not losing the c8, the piece you promote on c8, but then of course, yeah.
Yeah, that's not...
Too many pawns, and the knights are very awkward. Like,
Right.
I'd say, like, for it to be interesting, it would have to be something of even that. No, of course, yeah, like not taking the queen.
No, but
some of that nature, so that at least you have some, some ideas for a fortress that everything's defended. You will probably run into some sort of a Zugzwang and lose anyway, but at least this one can be, like you playing this can be justified.
I would say if the g-pawns were gone and the a-pawn for black, maybe
No, but
there's a chance.
then it's a draw.
Yeah.
Then it's just a draw. Like if you have the knight, 2 knights against the queen. Like if 2 knights are nicely placed, it's a draw.
Okay, I need to go check out my fortresses. And, oh, we have resignation. Parham Maghsoodloo wins and is the sole leader with 3 points out of 3. What a game.
What a game you won. That's absolutely insane. 51 move of pure precision.
Completely.
That's
It was tense. There were moments where the clock was ticking down to the final seconds, and Parham and Alireza Firouzja just kept on delivering accurate moves. And it was all down to one blunder from Alireza. And after that, Parham was merciless.
absolutely. So one.
Yeah. Well, well, the excitement doesn't just stop with this game. So let's have a look at what is happening. For instance, walking down to board 2, we have Arjun Erigaisi against Anton Demchenko.
Yeah, well, computer says it's a draw. I say I'm very scared with black. My knight from f8 didn't make a move in like 20-something moves. So I'm very scared here. The pawn's on c6. White's couple of moves away from like promoting the pawn by force. So yeah, there's still a lot of tension, of course. Move 54. Move 54. So if you don't have an immediate draw, which I don't think you have, we might cross the 60 moves time control. We might actually see the position where black has to trade the knight for the pawn. We might stay very, very long time with this game. But this is an endgame, which objectively is a draw. And guess what? On board 3, if nothing has changed, it must be like a middle game still, with queens on the board, with a lot of pieces on the board.
Not a middle game. And this one is still going to go on for a while. And Arjun Erigaisi will be the one pressing. He'll be aiming to get a king to d6 and try and establish a mating net against black's king. So Anton Demchenko not out of the woods just yet. But if we head over to the game between Boris Gelfand and Praggnanandhaa,
Yep.
I'm not sure
Wow.
whose king is in bigger danger. Look at this. E5 from Praggnanandhaa. Now, this game could just suddenly turn.
Yeah, well, it was so nice and solid. What happened? What happened? Remember h3 breakthrough, right? h3 breakthrough was played. And this happened, and knight went to g5, and these pieces were traded. Rook here, check. And now Prague was ready for a draw. How about that? Now Prague was ready for a draw. He was asking the teacher to repeat the moves. And he's gotten a no from Boris, king f2, bishop takes the g5, pawn takes, and e5, believe it or not, is the only move to save black. So queen g5 would have lost. Queen g5, there's a check on h7, and after king to c8. Do you know what move? Yeah.
Actually, there's no check
there's no check with the queen. But if you go queen b6, there's a check with the rook. So you know what you do. You go a2, a4.
That's what I was thinking.
And it's, I don't know how you find such moves.
Well, because you gave me a big clue. You said there's no check with the queen. And actually, I wanted to play queen to b6. And then I realized rook takes a2 was a problem.
Is a problem.
And then again, f4. And
f4.
The dancing continues.
Right, f4, and then, for whatever, it's a checkmate. So check here. And you know what f4 does? It clears the very, very long diagonal. So you would think the queen from b1 needs at least 2 moves to join the attack. That's fantastic. And it's so missable. Look, like here, queen h7 is an illegal move for a couple of reasons, right? And then f4, rook h8, and all of a sudden queen h7 decides the game.
Wow.
That's amazing.
But
yeah. So like you go here, it's queen h7, queen e7, queen g8, and white wins.
Yeah, incredible.
But after e5, after e5, rook g2, you still have to be, I think you still have to be precise with, in fact, with both colors, but computer claims that objective evaluation of it is a draw. Queen to h3, and then white can try to run with g6 and e4 and g7, and black has some sort of perpetual himself with queen f3 and so on. Yeah. Anyway, I suggest we return to reality. Rook g2, queen h4 check. Now Boris is thinking 3 more moves to reach move 60 to reach the next time control.
But black's position is hanging by a thread here, Miro, right? You know, the advance of the g-pawn is going to be very scary. And you're right.
Hanging, yeah. So check. Where do we go? We go to g1.
And we can see there on our screens that it was a draw between
Vincent Keimer and Edomus against Vincent Keimer, ended with just the kings being on the board. So game well fought, pardon. The game where young Turkish prodigy had a winning position at some point. And also I admire how fundamentally he plays. Like, you know, the guy's the young talent, 14 years old. Yeah. What do you expect? Some quirky openings, you know, some gambits. The guy plays the main line Rui Lopez, outmaneuvers 2750 player. Yeah. Just lets him skip.
Vincent gave a smile. And Adomus was saying, "Oh, I was completely winning." But okay, well, someone who is looking to just turn things around, perhaps survive. I mean, this is a game where all 3 results are possible. Praggnanandhaa.
Back to Praggnanandhaa in Gelfand. King to G1 was played. And Prague is also like limited on the clock. By the way, I'm checking the lower boards, and not a lot, if anything, is in progress. It's mainly, you know, the top 10 boards.
Well, it's been tense.
It's
been the day of the endgame grind, and very complicated endgames at that as well. Praggnanandhaa, it's a heavy piece endgame. Both kings are unsafe, but for the minute, Praggnanandhaa is on the back foot.
Wow, so f5 definitely needs to be guarded. So you can go king e6, you can go queen h3, and maybe queen h3 is more precise because you're threatening, you know, you threaten check on e3. Very, very tricky endgame indeed.
Very tricky ending indeed. And for Praggnanandhaa, he'll be looking to survive this one. What a game, though, from Boris, though. Very tense, and suddenly it's in the later stages of the game that everything just explodes into life.
Yeah, up to Saturn. Yeah, Nordibek is still playing. I'm amazed. I thought he won quite some time ago. Queen h3, one of the moves suggested by the machine. Queen h3, and then white can force a draw by going g6. But again, like, it's not necessarily a forcing a draw. You're giving your pawn with a check, and then you're lucky. You're lucky it's only a draw, right? But maybe it's not so complex. You just go to h1 and you threaten g7, right? Threaten g7, and black comes up with a perpetual check. If you wanted to play for a win, I guess you do queen e1, but then strangely, like black has enough. Black has rook a3, and even king e7, g6, king f8 is enough to make a draw.
But when you don't have so much time, Miro,
Yeah, you're
are
looking
you
for
going
a
to go
clear...
rook a3? And you know
after
full
queen
well
e1,
that,
you mean?
Yeah, it's after. Are you
After queen
really
e1,
going to do that
I guess
after
you
knowing?
do go rook a3. That's more or less... Because that's an attacking move. You create a threat. I think rook a3, if anything, is like easier move to find that like blocking the pawn with the king. That's what I would be scared to do. Like king e8, you know, white gets the pawn on g7, you go king g8. Maybe there is something. The rook a3, I'm somehow braver. Again, queen e1, king e7, and then guess what? Computer says there is an e4 move, for instance, which is a draw. no idea why. Yeah, you can be up for a very bad surprise here.
Well, that'd be an incredible move. But the big story of the day, it was Parham Maghsoodloo's victory over Alireza Firouzja, which means that Parham has taken the sole lead. Now he's standing next to Angelica, ready to show us some of the key moments from his game.
Well, I'm so happy to be joined by Parham Maghsoodloo. He's not only probably the player of the day, as we have seen the beautiful game, but also the current sole leader of the FIDE Grand Swiss. First of all, Parham, congratulations on this victory.
Thank you so much.
Would you mind showing us some of the key moments from the game? I mean, it was truly remarkable, but...
Yeah, last time when we played in Vaishali, he played some Berlin with rook e1. I mean, I played Berlin and he played rook e1, and I didn't remember anything. And then I just said that like, it's the last time I play Berlin against him or against anyone else probably. So, okay, I decided to play Najdorf because, okay, Najdorf, even if he has some huge preparation, the position is really dynamic and you can fight for your chances in any moment. So, okay, I was very happy with how the opponent... the position that we got after the opponent was very nice because he was out of prep and I was in very good preparation. So, okay, here, yeah, I immediately understand that after h3 he wants to go for this queen d2 line because, if I'm not mistaken, there is a game, Chaparinov played black against Chopra. And Chaparinov is working with Alireza, so okay, it has to be...
You were prepared for this?
Yes. No, I was not prepared for this, but I understood that he wants to go queen d2, yeah. And okay, this was my idea. I'm not sure if it's novelty or not, but a5 is my new move, and he had no idea what to play. So okay, a4, knight a6. Here I know bishop g5, queen b6. Bishop g5 is the best, and queen b6. And bishop b5, here some moves like h6 or rook f8 or rook ac8. Anything is equal, but very playable position for both sides. But he went f4. Actually, at first, f4 looked new to me. But then I remember that I checked it like 2 days ago when I was playing against Chopra. I checked that after f4, rook c8, actually I remembered everything. So here, after queen d8, there are like two possible moves, bishop d8 or rook d8. So here, if you play bishop d8, he has to play rook d8. Actually, it's fantastic.
Quickly, yes.
Yeah. Rook d8, rook d8. Okay, I knew that both are equal, but yeah, I think here some rook c3, bc3.
Wow,
yeah,
you're ready to sacrifice.
Knight e4, knight b7, rook a8. And just equal, yeah. But
took with the rook?
But my second told me that if you take with the rook, you have more chance to win. So because it's a very nice trick, here after knight f5 there is rook c3.
Oh, again this rook c3.
Yeah, it's amazing trick. So
nice.
So yeah, then
if you can go to the next critical moment, yeah.
Okay. So. Okay, here I really like my position. Okay, it's very important that I have this very important move, king f8, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I think here black is playing without risk. So, okay, he played bishop b6. I mean, he wanted to play for win. Obviously, like his moves are very aggressive, yes. But I also wanted to win. So,
obviously,
okay, I was not afraid of these moves because I knew that I also have two bishops and good pawn center. So I was happy with my position. Okay, so bishop d6. knight b7, bishop f8. Yeah, here he played a5. I think if he plays knight c7, I just go rook b8. Yeah, and knight e6, f e6, rook d7, knight f6. So knight c7 was not possible. So he played a5 to protect this bishop, and then he plays knight c7 next move. But here the problem is after knight c7, I have this bishop c4, like always possible, and b3, I have bishop a3 check, and also this knight is stuck on b7. Oh. And he has to do some rook d8, but then I take and go bishop f1. Like it was.
You cannot make it.
Yeah, these ideas with. Okay, when you have two bishops, you have all kind of these ideas. So, yeah, I was very happy. Okay, g6, I think is a very important move. First of all, I just like want to not get mated in this 8th rank, and also keep this bishop h6 available. And also, if he move just some c3 or king b1, then I play h5, and I have this f5 square for my bishop, because otherwise bishop f5 run into g4 all the time. So okay.
And
okay.
here we're already slightly better at least.
Here I understand that I'm better. Okay, here I think it was the most critical moment. And because I played bishop c2, but I had so many options. Like first of all, I thought bishop e4 might win. But yeah, I saw b4, knight a4, and yeah, king b3, knight b6, a b6, rook b6. And I thought it's winning, but I don't know. Knight b6, knight a6. Okay, I missed this.
Oh wow.
No, I missed this, of course, but
Too
yeah.
many knights.
Yeah, but probably he would find it, yes. And if he plays like this, maybe I lose,
So
because
maybe it was
he has
a better
like
option.
yeah, he has
Bishop
pass
c2.
pawns, yes. Now bishop c2 I like very much because it's at least forcing. So here he has to go rook d2. I play check. He has to go king b1 because king a1. Okay, same position with king on a1 is very bad. So king b1, e4. Here he played knight d5, f5. Yeah, take, f4. No, but here I really thought I'm winning, but I was not. It was very surprising.
It was very strange, and there was this moment.
No, here I thought I'm completely winning. And knight f2, bishop c5, I thought, okay, he played knight d4, I take, and okay, he resigned after a few moves because rook h2, rook g2 is coming. And then suddenly, after rook d7, I have to be careful even. Okay, maybe not like very careful, but at least I need to find, for example, king f6 loses immediately.
Yes.
Okay, it's beautiful. It's beautiful that here he takes and takes and
he takes
protects everything. Yes. Okay, so rook b7, bishop f2, king f6. Actually, I thought here I have very good winning chances. I mean, I didn't know like it's zeros, but I mean I thought it has to be very good practical chances to win. Okay, king c2 is for sure only move. Rook h4. Yeah, here I was afraid of this move, but yeah, I don't know. My engine says it's winning. I was afraid of this.
And with the same idea like in the game, but your rook cannot get back too fast.
I don't know. Rook g3. I thought king. Oh wait. Yeah, king e2. Yes, I saw this bishop c5, but here I was not sure. I thought maybe some knight d4. Yes, then take rook g3. Yes.
And then you're on time.
Yes. No, but I know Alireza very well. Like, I was 100% sure he will play rook b6. Like, this was like 100%. Because we, like, okay, we lived together for many years, you know, working together, everything. So I know that, like, how his brain works. So bishop b6, yeah, rook h7, and here, yes, I calculated until.
So it was important to find this rook
calculated,
e7.
yeah, I calculated until king e7, and it looked like so winning to me. But here, like king d8, I'm not sure after c6, or rook d5. No, because here actually it's very tricky. Let's say rook d6, he might get knight b4 actually.
Oh my god! And then suddenly.
Yes, but it's very easy to go wrong in this position.
Yes.
No, I played rook d8 just to like make sure that these pawns will never be queen. Because king d8, okay, you never know. If you play c6, maybe here you have to find only move after c6. But okay, rook d8, you have many moves. You can just move the rook anywhere and then come with the king to protect the pawns.
Yeah, and after king d6, and this was already over.
Yeah, because after king c6.
Yeah, king c6 was the last
just
move.
briefly, king b7. And f3, rook e3.
What a beautiful game, the game of the day for sure. As you were mentioning, you already, I mean, you played against your countrymen, now he's representing France, but you worked together a lot, you played against each other a lot. How special is this victory for you against Alireza?
So it's very sad victory. No, but I mean, whenever I play my friends, I play very difficult because I don't enjoy if I beat them. And also, I understand that they want to play. So, yeah, but in general, okay, playing against Firouzja, playing against Tawatabai is always very difficult. Now, because when I win, like in my, like, I don't know how to say, I'm not happy.
Yeah, playing against friends is tough indeed.
Because, okay, he left Iran, but he was my old friend.
Of course. Yeah. And talking about the FIDE Grand Swiss, you have already participated in 2019, also last time, 2023, and you had successful participation this time on 3 out of 3. How do you say, what are your ambitions in this event?
I think I had a very good preparation before the tournament. I think I worked for this tournament at least like 3 times more than any other tournaments in my life. So I was expecting to play good games. Okay, maybe not win all the games, but just to play good chess, because I was not able to do it like last 6 months maybe. But okay, here at least I worked a lot and the results are good, so it makes sense for me.
And it works out.
Yes.
Ivanka, Evgeny, do you have any questions to a current leader?
I just want to say congratulations. Was an incredible game to follow. And yeah, I mean, it was full of complications, twists and turns. And you're right, it was unbelievable. But it was, despite being the game super complicated, it was at points like 0.00. And it was simply unbelievable.
Yeah, that's incredible that you both played like a very, very high-level game, and then one mistake and it was over.
Yeah, it's like typical Najdorf.
Incredible. Incredible. For you, it could be a typical Najdorf. For us, we are like stunned in admiration. That's a fantastic game.
So,
thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
And good luck in your remainder of your games. Well, it is all about the endurance, Miro, especially as the games draw on to their final moments, because there have been massive turnarounds. We got to start with, I think, Praggnanandhaa with the black pieces against Boris Gelfand, because there has been radical transformation. I mean, Praggnanandhaa has been on the back foot most of this game. He's been defending resourcefully, and now he's just gone on the counterattack. And this was the moment, you've pinpointed it, where Boris made a critical mistake.
There was move 60 for Boris to play, and he went rook g3. That was very tempting move, attacking the queen, protecting the pawn on e3 with a tempo, and yet it was a fatal mistake. Queen to h4, and it's a pin. And we've seen, remember Larknell game?
Yeah, we have
We've seen like when this type of pins occur, and you cannot unpin immediately, and white obviously cannot unpin immediately, then it's a disaster. Well, he's trying to unpin immediately. He did play Queen f2, but guess what's pinned? It's not only the rook, it's also the e3 pawn, which is pinned. So f4 now.
Yeah. Is there a trap in the position? Say, for instance, rook takes a2. No, because there's queen takes f5. So you need to mind your
you really see that the f-pawn is attacked. King e3, king e6, by the way, the second best move, and black is still much better, it turns out, but f4 just wins.
Okay. F4. Okay, so Praggnanandhaa turning things around here and maybe on his way to getting a point. Also, his countrymate, Arjun Erigaisi, he's been pressing all this while, and it looks like his efforts are going to be rewarded.
Seriously, I didn't see this one.
Yes.
And he's winning.
He's winning.
He kept creating those, like, little, maybe not solid, but he kept, creating threads. But there's been quite a few occasions when I thought, okay, he just has to take this knight, and go for knight and the rook, and probably won't win, but at least it's a chance. And yet, c7,
It's round about here where it's actually level. So the point that Demchenko is relying on is that if white captures the knight, then it's going to be rook and knight against a rook, and that should be quite an easy draw, I was going to say.
Rook c4.
And this was the mistake.
Such a blunder. So apparently, not only rook b1 would make a draw, but even ignoring all the threats and going g5 would be enough.
But apparently those were the only two ways to draw.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Yeah. So if you play rook c3, you lose.
Yep.
If you move the rook away, so say go to d1, then you, that's actually instructive how you lose here, knight c6 and a checkmate from c7. Yeah. You shouldn't be blundering this one, but yeah. But g5 or check and go g5 would have been enough. Rook c4, knight b5, of course threatening this or this. Rook c6, check, and king goes to a5.
And still the threat remains on the board of going knight to a7, knight to d6, and...
But you would ask, what happens if rook goes to c5?
Now you can step back some more or less.
Yeah.
Or, hang on, is there rook to d...
Rook to e8, but then you allow the other kind of drawish material knight versus rook. So the win, in fact, I thought, like king b4, but then knight c6, obviously. Or maybe not so obvious, but yeah, you can't really win this one because black will always have checks. Check here, king here, check here. If you were to go to b6, there would have been a check from d5.
Okay, so white has to be careful where to put the king. So you can't go b4 because of this knight walk.
Rook c5, and you have to go to a4.
And
after this check, you go to a3 and not b3 because there is rook b4. Wow. So the king kind of keeps crawling on the A file, and finally here you can relax because
free from
the best move for black is just to take the c7 pawn, which is
because knight to d6 is going to be checkmate.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the
this or this, right?
Pick your poison.
Wow.
He goes.
He does go for rook c5, or
c5. Sorry.
Yeah, rook c5 for now. But if king goes to a4, he will go for rook c4. Yeah, and king a6 doesn't help you, right? Because it's a check, and you have to go back, and rook goes back. So king a4 is the only move.
It is.
Study in the making.
And now one final trap that Arjun should not fall into, and he's quickly moving king a3.
Wow.
Not allowing rook to b4 checks, and the hand is stretched. That means that Arjun Erigaisi wins and moves to 2.5 points out of 3. But for Anton Demchenko, it's so close to getting a draw, but not enough.
Was so close to getting a draw after being lost at some points. He's done an amazing work of like fighting back and almost saving it just to lose it at the very end.
And there we have it. You know, our poll. 16% of the people voted for Parham Maghsoodloo to be on 100%.
And they were right.
They were right.
They were right. So from the top 10 boards, we still have Gelfand trying for, fighting for dear life, but I don't think with much of success, because f4 is on the board, and Gelfand's rook went to g2, and now, you're supposed to trade the queen. You're supposed to trade the queens. So queen takes, king takes, and you take e3 with a check. And king goes, and you go ed4, and then g6 happens. Yeah, but black is winning. Black is winning relatively easy, I believe. You just block it, and it's way too many extra pawns for black. So black's going to get there, take this guy, and eventually he's going to win. But Prague, of course, he's gotten this 15 extra minutes. They increment after move 60, and of course he doesn't want to let it slip when the victory is that close. Queen takes f2 played.
Yep. And as you mentioned, all the pawns are going to be dropping off in the center, and the g-pawn can simply be stopped. And
yeah, returning the rook.
It's the story of the day, right? You play great chess, and then one slip.
One mistake.
And that's enough. And Praggnanandhaa, he's going to be moving on to 2.5 points. What a win. But moving down, there's still some games in progress. Let's just take a glance at the game between Nordibek Abdusattorov against Puranik.
Well, Nordibek's completely winning, has completely winning rook endgame, from what I understand. So you're just like one of those like textbook examples where you have, you know, like imagine on a king side, on the right side of the board, you have king and pawn endgame, where white has unlimited waiting moves. Plus sometimes kind of checks with this rook, right? Yeah. So black's rook is completely paralyzed. You have one move not to lose immediately, which is rook a8, but then after a7 you run out of moves entirely.
And also, I would just want to point out, very instructive, that Nordibek puts his rook on a4. So he doesn't allow black any whiff of counterplay.
Any trades,
with
anything.
h4, trying to get a pass pawn. Nope. He's now going to march his king over, and it's going to be good night.
So goes king f3.
So this I think is a relatively standard win, because after king goes back to f6, you just come up with your king up to f4, and then you start doing the creeping. Can we see if we can break down the fortress that Yu Yangyi has set up against Abhimanyu Mishra?
Well, they're still playing.
Yeah, they're still going.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. The b6 pawn's protected. Oh, well, there's a lot of stuff happen. It's a lot of stuff. So this position with an extra queen, it's been going for a while, right? So white had the queen somewhere on e8. White activated the king all the way to b5. And this is what we have. This is what we have. If only white could have won the b6 pawn, there would have been lights out. The g6 pawn, what do you think of g6 pawn? It covers the king, but I understand that it's one more very, very important role for this pawn, because I'm thinking if white was to trade the rooks, then he would be winning, sacrificing the queen, exchanging the queen and the b6 pawn for the rook, if not for the g pawn that will promote. So if the g6 pawn is not here, I know how white's winning. With this g6 pawn,
but you can't do that.
I'm not sure. And was there a moment where white would have the rook attacking b6? I'm not sure it was. So let's say black is waiting, and can I somehow, yeah, let's say I move the queen here, and black is waiting still, and I go here. Yeah,
oh dear.
Very, very nice of me blundering, blundering bishop d6. And not to blunder bishop d6, I had to go over here, h2. So now, if you play rook f7, I want it to be like to say, now you lose. Rook b8. No, you don't.
No, you don't. Because,
no, you don't.
Well, bishop d6 fails to queen h8 checkmate.
Yeah, bishop d6 fails to queen h8, but I know, finally here, computer confirms that that's a bad position. So, black has to find a way to stop white's assault on the b6 pawn. But I guess you just keep the rooks like that, so when rook b8 is played, you double on the 6th rank, right?
Yeah, but then you have rook b7 check.
Then you have rook b7 check, yeah. So say, you know, what do you do?
I guess you can block that check with the bishop and try and live that life.
Yeah, it's kind of... Okay, maybe just go rook f6 immediately then. Defend the b6 pawn.
By the way...
After this check, you go here.
This game is going to take a while, so we'll keep an eye on whether he finds this plan or going queen to h2. But let's head back to the Boris Gelfand Praggnanandhaa, because there was a moment for Prague to go wrong? Aha. Okay, there it goes.
I mean, here.
If we just rewind, just a few moves. For after queen takes f2, king takes f2. Yeah, and he took with the king. And there was one way for Prague to kind of make life a little bit difficult for himself, and that was actually to play rook takes a2.
Yeah, because after king f1, now if you take on g2, king g2, you're no longer winning, right? You would think, I take this, and I create protected passed pawn, right?
Exactly.
Like some pawns up. But white goes g6. You stop the g pawn by going king e6 or king e7, just to figure out that these are also protected passed pawn. You cannot eliminate these pawns with the king. You capture e5, the g pawn promotes. You go after the g pawn and then e6.
E6 But anyway, this was all moot because it didn't happen.
Yep.
Prague was very vigilant, and instead when f takes e3, that was the way forward. I just wanted to highlight that moment because it would have been a very easy mistake to make. So instead, f takes e3, and the king has stepped forward up to, and now you have to calculate what happens after e2 check.
Yeah, there is e2 check.
But then maybe you don't need to do such dramatic things. Just go e takes d4 and...
Because e2, if king takes, now the same version of this, not similar version of this endgame is easy winning, right? You just capture this, and you go e4, or you take,
yeah, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Then you march with the king, capture the g5 pawn. Right, so e2 is a very good move, of course, but white will play king f2 and still kind of try to fight. Wait, rook takes, right? And then you're threatening e1. So white will have to leave the rook to g4. And then you go e d4, rook takes. That's still tricky, though. Yeah. No, I don't think black needs all that.
No,
if you can just like take this one, right, and...
Yep.
Well... Have you, like, we were not like following this game all the time, but whenever we would visit, I have a feeling that Prague was seated at the board. So the level of concentration, I think like he barely left the board, or maybe it's just me. It felt
well,
like
he sits at the board. He's not one of these guys who you find
strolls all the
pacing.
time, yeah.
And also has fantastic powers of concentration. Since he was a very young boy, you know, he was great in endgames. You can't like tie him out.
Right, so what do we have? We have 3 games only, all of them being on top 3 boards.
Yeah.
So we have Prague with Gelfand, we have winning rook endgame for Nordibek against Puranik, and we have everlasting fortress or semi-fortress or quasi-fortress queen versus rook and a bishop in Mishra against Yu Yang-yi.
Yeah. And this one
will eventually be at
well, it is 6-1 right now. Well, not right now because
that's 6-1 number 1.
Yeah,
as they would write in the Soviet books, and this is how white achieves 6-1 number 1. And then 25 moves later, this is how white achieves 6-1 number 2.
Okay, the concession has been made.
Right.
King goes to g7, you know, otherwise.
Yeah. f6,
And you can,
5 to g7.
And look at this, with the rook, you can go any squares you like. You can even go f4 first, just to fix the...
Now, what's amazing, and okay, it's probably a bit devilish, but you can do loop around the horn, get to f4, go rook a5, put them in 6-1 again. Because if the king's on f6, you'll have a check, right? So they will move the h5 pawn, and then with your king from f4, you'll return back and put them in 6-1 again and win the second h pawn.
But you know what I would do? I would pick up the king. I might go f4 just because. Well, I might first go rook a5.
Rook a5, let's say.
Just because.
They wait, right?
They wait, yeah, back. Go, wait on h7. And then I will pick up the king. Or I might even be tempted to go. Yeah, I was just going to pick up the king and go, do your plan, and then dodge the other way to the queen side.
Yeah, of course. Of course. That's
Slow and steady wins the race.
Absolutely. I'm thinking here after rook a5, could it be that black actually goes rook a8?
a7?
And then says, I've lost this pawn. What can I do? Take it.
Oh.
You won't fall for it. He'll give me a check, right?
Yeah, I will give you a check. I might pick up the king, look at you, go,
and then go king h4.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, you know, you got to have fun with such chess jokes, so to speak.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, okay, we have a result in the game between Boris Gelfand and Praggnanandhaa. Maybe we can show how it finished, because e2 did occur.
e2 was played. Yeah, e2, king f2, and Prague found, well, they're very nicely played. Rook e3, very human approach. King e1, ed4, g6, d3. Right.
Nice twist.
You have to go to g1, and this is where nothing happens. You still go d2, e1, and stop the g pawn at the very end.
Yeah.
Right. So then we are actually getting the end game we wanted to get, with an extra pawn for white on a2, which does absolutely nothing.
Mm-hmm. Well, a very tense, very closely fought game there between Boris Gelfand, the teacher, and Praggnanandhaa, his one-time student. So that means there's 2 games remaining. And, well, we looked at Abdusattorov, and that seems to be quite a clean win. And, whoops.
It's done.
It's done and dusted. Nordebek wins. Maybe we can see how he actually sealed the deal. And then we'll go down to board 10 and see whether Abhimanyu has made any progress in cracking Black's fortress.
I think there was, like, when they passed move 60, and this was the key maneuver, knight check, knight c5, and then a6 pawn is falling. Mm-hmm. So you have to take b4, and then knight a6, take the bishop, rook behind the passed pawn, or a6 first, rook behind the passed pawn, and this is it. King g2, rook a4, and we've seen the rest.
And Nordebek moves to 2.5 points. So
yep.
Well within the chasing pack. Nice game there from Nordebek, just putting the pressure on, you know, with his unconventional 1e3, moving it to a very slow system, the Suketort, but it worked a treat. But let's check in on Abhimanyu Mishra.
We don't have anybody else to check. That's the last, literally the last game running.
Okay.
And remember us talking about how solid it is at the very top and how many draws among top players we're going to have. So guess what? First 4 boards were decisive in the open section. First 4 boards were decisive. Maghsoodloo wins with black. Erigaisi wins with white, then Prague wins with black, and Gukesh wins with black. So it's a lot of black wins.
Yeah.
So over there, I think we've more or less said what we could say. Helby, hang on, maybe I do win this pawn finally.
Well, once that pawn falls, Black's position just cracks.
Should fall, yeah. The black's, no, I mean not the point, but if then, yeah.
I was gonna. Okay, so we were looking at rook to b8, and this whole concept of going queen to h2, which looked really lovely. You know, using geometry to prevent a bishop from landing on d6.
So he went queen e5, kind of pinning the rooks to one another.
So be careful, don't make any move like rook e7, because...
Do you think this would be...
No, that's too complicated. Okay, not rook e7, let's put the rook anywhere else. I just wanted to show rook takes bishop.
Yeah.
That's a little cheaper.
But then there is like no...
Yeah, there's no good square.
No good square. Yeah, I'm genuinely curious, like, if this is any chance for white. So takes here, takes here, rook f8, and where do you go? Yeah, white does win. A computer, after some consideration, it agrees with me that white is winning. Because king g7, I go rook b8. And if you try rook e6, you're not in time. It's just rook b6, and this pawn is not fast enough, right? So this, king c5. The king is even in a square of this pawn.
Yeah.
All right. So that means rook e7, white's probably winning with queen f6. If you don't have rook e7, what do? You're going to go bishop e7.
But, yeah. But now here, I was thinking rook a8.
Yep.
Okay. Well, some move. No bishop to...
I don't see what the move was, because it wasn't rook e7, and I don't think it was bishop e7. King h7.
Okay, but this allows queen h7.
This allows our idea, queen h2.
Sorry, queen h2, and then rook b8.
And then if you go here, it's rook b8, and the pawn is gone. The pawn is gone, and it should be it.
But it's said in chess that the most difficult backward move is the queen move, because we're always looking forward. He finds it, queen h2.
Check.
Rook b8 incoming.
Is blocking with the bishop, does blocking with the bishop make any difference? Not really, right? You go rook b8 and you go after this pawn anyway. It's such a grind. Like, imagine you want the queen, that you had to bring this king to b5. And
the worst is when you play a brilliancy to get that material advantage, and then you have to put in the hard work for like 3 hours.
Right.
And you're like, this is so unfair. My brilliancy could have gone in the books, and now it's never going to get there.
No one's going to notice this game at all, right? So bishop h6 on the board, right?
b8.
So now rook b8. Is there any... Well, I guess rook d6 is another option, or... No, here I've blundered something, I think. Because what it does is rook takes, queen takes. Yeah, we do win. We do.
But maybe it's a little bit more complicated because you have the runaway g-pawn.
You have bishop g7 as well.
Okay.
But I think we win anyway, right?
I was just thinking, you go, since you're going to lose anyway, you might as well go g5, rook g7, g4, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
But okay, that...
Yeah, I guess it's like you get it somewhere, but then you need all the pieces to move it forward, and then white's going to be faster, right? So it's...
Rook d6 also wins.
It seems like rook d6 also wins. It's either or.
And... Well, they're on move 73.
We're on move 73.
And Abhimanyu has 6 minutes and 30 seconds ticking down. Oh, but we've had some serious hours of play here. It's been a highly tense round. And it's difficult. It's difficult to maintain your focus and concentration for such a long time. And what we're seeing here on our cameras is very real. Like that whole shake yourself into getting back into the zone.
Yeah, but it's very, how to say, natural for your brain at some point to say, you know what, I need to relax. But you cannot relax, right? You cannot relax as long as the game is going.
I remember, actually, I think it was in the 2019 Grand Swiss, where if you wanted to, they could put one of these fancy watches on you that would monitor your heart rate and see how many calories you'd burnt. And I think someone had burnt up to like 1,500 plus calories.
In one game?
Chess, yeah.
Wow.
It's intense. It's very demanding on the psyche.
Okay, so now Abhimanyu is choosing between what we believe rook d6 or rook b8. There could be one more move, not only one move. I don't quite pick the pattern the engine suggests, which is like queen g2 for whatever reason.
That's weird. No.
Yeah, doesn't make any sense. I guess it
He's
just
reaching for the
returns
rook.
to the same setup.
Rook.
He's reaching for the
B8.
rook.
No, rook.
Looks like it was rook c8. Looks like it was
No, rook b8.
Rook b8. Yeah. Rook b8. Now, will Yu Yang Yi find any tricks in here? I don't think there are any tricks.
No. Rook
Okay,
takes.
can someone tell me, because computer does not take this pawn, I'm trying to figure out what's the problem. Can I take the pawn?
Well, hang on a second. He's played rook f2, attacking the queen.
Rook f2 attacking the queen. Okay. But that allows me to do blah, blah, blah. I don't know what.
Well, you can go. Hang on a second. He's been sneaky. He wants to go rook to b2.
This pawn.
Yeah.
But I should have a move with a threat. Right, so go here.
Bishop g7.
Okay, yeah. Bishop to g7. Now what we do is we go queen e6, keeping an eye on this rook.
And
So
now,
that this rook cannot go to b2.
but now rook f6. I'll go back.
You go back, and this is where I have a check, because your bishop is on g7,
Yeah.
and I finally
The
take
b-pawn
the pawn.
falls.
Right, I finally take the pawn. So over there, was there a chance that you'd take c3 with the bishop? Because I was thinking, like, one of the ways black might maintain some sort of a fortress is that if you take the c3 pawn with the bishop and you put it on b4, but yeah, but apparently you're not in time to do it in any of these lines.
Now, also feels very much needed that the bishop is there on the king side, guarding against the queen and the rook. But Abhimanyu taking his time. Queen. I liked your queen e5. But
Yeah,
no need to
that's
rush.
quite forcing, right? e5, it is a checkmate threat.
Yes.
It is a checkmate threat.
Bishop
Anyway,
g7.
and
Ooh. But there you just simply go rook takes.
then you take, yeah, rook takes pawn.
I need no hesitation to do that.
Yeah, so bishop g7 and queen e6. And again, I want to take the pawn if nothing happens.
Well, he's tucked his queen.
To h1. He went to h1, and now you do have rook b2.
Yeah.
Now you do have rook b2.
And
Maybe
what happens if you just go...
queen d1.
And what about if you just be really materialist and go rook takes b6?
Oh, wait, but isn't it?
I just want
You're
to
still
show.
fine. Yeah, you're
Yeah.
still fine. You take this guy, and then the a pawn will be running quite fast.
Yeah.
Well, I guess you could say like this and move the rook back, and the king is cut off for now. But yeah, I agree this should be winning. All of it should be winning. Rook f1. So the rook is chasing the queen over.
However, the queen has a mind of its own because it can go all the way to a8.
Nice. So queen goes there. You know what? I suspect there is one more line which is winning, which is rook h8. King takes. and I go
Takes
check.
bishop, yeah. And then you
It's
collect.
not as, kind of not as simple, but if b6 falls, then it does
Well,
look
it's
like
going to fall,
does look like it falls, right?
and that's enough.
There should be enough. Maybe not. It's actually, this is an ugly looking rook b7, which actually stops. Check, and it goes here, and check, and somehow, no, it's still lost. Rook f1, so queen e4, yeah, centralize the queen, cover this, queen e5.
And, well,
the pawn.
The pawn. And this is where, would you say that black would have a fortress if there was a black pawn on a7 and there was no white pawn on a4? Maybe, maybe not.
This pawn would have been on a7.
Yeah. Because b6 was... Yeah. But then again, I guess a7 would be the weakness and there would be another ball game.
Imagine black was not too far from the fortress. And maybe he had the fortress at some point, which we've... Because this endgame goes for very, very, very long time, right? So basically... No, hey, hang on. Here, by the way, if he wanted to collect the b6 pawn, maybe he could have done it earlier. Anyway, fast forward, queen e4. So one fortress that I wanted to mention, say, if, say, this happened, and this happened, and this happened. No, I just lose because g6 is... Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I say, this happened, you went here, I went here, and you took, and I took. This looks like a fortress, right?
That is a
just
fortress.
put the rook on f5 and yeah, move it here and there. And even though the king... So usually when you have like these two protected squares for the rook on the 5th rank, the king usually cannot cross the 5th rank.
Yeah.
Right, white king being, say, on d3, and it can never come closer. Here the king is on b5 already, but can't really help.
Exactly. But this is just a pipe dream for Yu Yangyi because there is a white rook on b8 that is going to munch on b6. And with that, there's total collapse.
It's a well-fought game, but just to fight well is not enough to bring a point home, even half a point in this case.
So that's one of the annoying things about chess, is sometimes you make a blunder very early on in the game, and it's so significant that you can never, ever come back from it, no matter how hard you fight. And sometimes you get super close, but it's never quite close enough.
And don't you get mad at your opponent in these situations? I mean, I'm always mad at myself, like if the game doesn't go well, but sometimes, and it's maybe the only time when I actually can get really, really mad at my opponent. You had a winning position 4 hours ago.
Out of it,
4 hours ago. So could you win faster? Or like you've given me these drawish chances. Like it should have been a draw then, right? So this kind of logic, yeah. So you beat me eventually and made me waste all this time cursing myself for blundering after the opening.
We've all been there. The one that frustrates me the most is when they trick me at the last minute.
This one,
it's been draw, and they don't want to take a draw. And then you trick yourself, and you're just thinking, I mean, it's all part and parcel of the game. Okay, Yu Yangyi just keeping up with the theme of harassing the queen.
So what happened then? Rook.
Well, maybe he's playing for this.
F4, right?
So maybe his whole idea is that if the queen goes to a8, which was a move that I was advocating, you go rook f8.
You go rook f8. But then king takes b6. Right. King takes b6. Or you can trade, give a check, and then take rook b6.
That's going to fall apart. Yeah, you just need that bishop to be... You need that pawn not to be on c3, basically.
Yeah. That's one of the longer rounds, I have to say. Yesterday we had a relatively short round, or rather relatively short broadcast, right?
We had a short round, I would say, with a lot of the games being finished quite quickly. But I felt like today was a lot more interesting. With all of those decisive games at the top, with those thrills, the spills, the time trouble, with people nearly having draws, some fantastic moments. I mean, we saw blistering attacks, like, for instance, in the women's section, we saw Song Jujin, which had a fantastic game against Vantika, just 28 moves and completely just blasted her off the board once she took a wrong turn. And then we had that really tense game that we saw on board one between Olga Badelka against Vaishali, which was decided basically out of time trouble.
But then in the open section,
it was a bloodbath.
Apart from Gukesh's quick win, we had, this like battles, grinds, everything, like not a single, like at least from the top board, not a single quick win apart from Gukesh's. So Rook continues to follow the queen, f6. It feels like he's not happy with some of this. I don't believe he doesn't see the way to capture the b6 pawn. So there's apparently something that bothers him.
Yeah, it also could be tiredness. I mean, this has been a really, really draining game. It's moved 78. And sometimes the mind just does not think in the way it would had this been like the 4th hour of play.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. It's absolutely true. And then you, again, sometimes, again, like I know the evaluation. Right, but you think, okay, my opponent attacks my queen. I don't have to blunder my queen, so I move my queen away. Sometimes you're that tired that the only thoughts you have is just like, I have to make a move, preferably not to blunder a major piece in one move, and I have to make it in time.
But I was thinking he's been quite smart about this, actually, because I spot his plan. So after rook f8, you want to go rook b7, because if you go, I feel like if you go queen b7, then you're kind of
repeating yourself, kind of. But rook b7. Okay, so now if I block with any of the rooks, you just trade.
Exactly.
Take b6. Yeah. So I have to in order to kind of make a point, I have to go to g8 or h8. And if I go to h8, then you once again jump to h3, and yeah, I'll have to go g5, and then finally, like, you take this, you take all of my pawns. And otherwise, if I went to g8...
Well, that's what he's going for right now. Rook b7.
Rook b7 check on the board. b7 check on the board. King... Thinking g8 was the move played.
Yeah, and I'm expecting queen h3.
King g8, so queen h3 nevertheless. I guess you can do that. Queen h3, yeah.
And then you capture.
And finally we capture, right?
Right.
Oof.
Well, after bishop to g7.
g7. Okay, let's just take it. Let's make a mistake. Let's give computer a chance to show how bad we are at chess.
And now
what do? We take this one or take this one, or don't take any?
Maybe you take on.
Oh wait, c3 is protected, right?
Yeah.
For now, so I can take this rook b3, then give some sort of a maybe it's c8 check or something.
Well, we might see this, Okay, he hasn't gone queen h3.
Queen d7. What's happening over there?
Well, he just wants to meet. The first up, there's a threat of queen h7, but he wants to meet this with queen to d5.
Not d6. I don't know what happens. Like I keep dropping it. Queen d5.
Well, he threw in a check first.
Because queen d5, there's still this rook f5, and I keep
But
harassing
he's
the
got
queen.
it. He's got it, Miro, because he's going to go queen to
So queen
d8.
d7, rook here,
He's gone
queen
to
d8. Now, what happened?
And now you can capture the pawn. So if you step up with the king, you capture the pawn. If you step back with the rook, you give a check on d5.
And now you have check on e. But wait a second. I think something up. He went queen e8 check.
Oh, okay.
So after that, and then he went queen e8 check, rook f8. I'm getting lost. He apparently has some point to what he's doing.
He gets time.
He gets time, fair point, and he's not repeating the position. Queen
e5,
threatening this, but then bishop g7, and here we go again.
Well then,
queen, where the queen were? e4. Also works, because now you cannot attack the queen. I'll take g6.
Yeah, very clever.
All right. There's no bishop d2 because queen d5. There is, I assume, bishop g7, but then, yeah. Like
And maybe this is even clever, right? Because the pawn on g6 is hanging at the end of it.
Yeah, it's nice to have the queen attacking the pawn, and black cannot really come closer with the king to defend the pawn, so...
Yeah, because I was thinking all those lines where we were taking on b6, and then the black rook was checking on b8. Well, here, at the end of everything, g6 falls. Yep. The queen side is going as well. This is the final nail in the coffin.
Right. And look, I wanted to go bishop g7 and take this guy, but rook b6, rook b6, king b6, precisely as you said, queen g6 will come with a check, right?
And there goes the end of any counterplay.
And I'll just, take this guy.
He's taken it. They're on move 82.
Oof.
Yeah, but it's
bishop g7, rook takes b6 played.
And Yu Yang just over a minute on the clock. This is the final time control, so there will not be any added time whatsoever, barring that 30-second time bonus.
So takes here. Right. And I've just spotted a little detail. Look, over here, when the pawn is definitely lost. If bishop d2 loses to queen d5. But if you would take here, then at least black gets a better chance by taking on c3, right? And then if you take, black takes back, king c5, king g7, who knows? You have the c pawn, I have the g pawn, this pawn for now is defended. Yeah. But being as it is, now in order to take the pawn on c3, you will have to give up the g6 pawn. He actually went rook b8 check.
Yeah.
So rook b8 check, king takes c5, right?
King takes c5 would be my guess, and yep.
King takes c5, so we do get those moves with a little bit of a delay.
And, okay, well, how to prolong this if you were black? King h7. I'm just trying to get your dream of getting that bishop on c3 and anchored on b.
Wait, was it possible to take b3, or it's not?
It is possible.
Really. But yeah, but it doesn't do anything. Yeah.
Well, you can take on g6, and then the a pawn is going to be falling.
Everything feels like everything's going to be falling. King h7. How do I win it in the most convincing manner? He did play king h7. So I have a check.
And the king.
And after that, I have queen g3.
He's just gone queen c2.
He's just gone.
Queen C2.
Queen C2 defending both, and he has one sneaky threat.
Yeah. But it's actually really nice.
In H2, right?
You just keep full
Long.
control. Next move is going to be King C6.
Yeah, so what you want to do, you want to move the king, you want to go C5, and then,
Yeah, push,
somewhere
push, push.
C6 or D5, yeah, that'll be too much.
Yeah, you want to do
It'll be too much.
the caterpillar walk with the pawns, which is like, you know, very gently move up the board.
Slowly.
Exactly.
Bam, bam.
It's efficient. And 36 seconds ticking down for Yu Yangyi.
Move 86.
Will he prolong the game?
That's.
Or will he throw in the towel?
I don't think he will throw in the towel. No, he doesn't seem to be this kind of a guy. He actually wants to look for a chance. And I believe Rook F8 was played. That he might be planning for like Rook F5. But now you can go to B5, right? Both of your pawns protected. If Rook F5, you have C5, and then you give B4.
Exactly, and the caterpillar comes into action.
Absolutely. And King B5 it is, right? I think King B5 it is, and Rook went to F3, but this is where
You just take on A5.
you can take on F5.
Take on A5. That bishop is not going to be anchoring itself on B4 anytime soon.
Oh, yeah.
And he's gone for it.
Black takes with
And this is the thing, you can just flick in a check on H2. You can go Queen D1, you know, just keep your eye on B3.
Queen D1 is kind of pleasant move to play. So you'll have this check, you'll have D5 check if the king moves. If G5 played, you'd have Queen H5 check if you needed. So yeah, Queen D1 is very pleasant, and it is played. And you want to go King B5 and start moving the A pawn.
Yep.
You want to go King B5, start moving the B pawn. You want to go King B5, start moving the C pawn. All of them.
All of them. And it's up to black whether they want to see more than one queen on the board.
I don't think he... Yeah.
It's time to...
Well, G5,
Okay.
right? But G4 is not a threat, right?
No.
4 is not a threat. Queen H4.
You know, what you can do is you can... I liked your plan. King, move to B5,
But
whatever.
now you can do this, right? Is that right? Yeah, you can go B4.
Yeah, you can, because
You go B4, Rook C4 is Queen D3.
And that's that.
And I don't think this pawn will be kind of representing anywhere near to enough counterplay. No. King B4 instead, which once again cannot be a bad move.
No, you're preparing.
Defending the pawn, freeing the queen, the A pawn can run, the C pawn can run. Well, and this is where the increment should decrease. After move 90, you should only get 10 seconds increment. How about that?
Well, A5 is coming.
Rook G3.
That pawn is 3 squares from queening. Just look at the camera. Abhimanyu has reached that moment where he knows.
He knows he's
This is
winning.
it.
It's still very hard to calm down, you know, after such a tense game. But he knows it. He's winning. He stopped. Yeah, when you give your opponent this stare, that probably means like, now I know. I figured out everything. Yeah. And they start wondering, why don't you resign?
But of course, the game isn't over until your opponent extends their hands in resignation.
Will we make it to move number 100? Because it's move 91.
No.
So we need 9 more. No,
I will confidently say no.
No, we won't.
Yu Yangyi is just simply coming to terms with the result.
Right. Checking the results on lower boards, just to mention something. We've completely forgotten about the game of Divya Deshmukh today.
It was a draw.
Made a draw against Murali Kartikeyan. And
also a draw for Alexandra Grashkina.
Against Edis Gurel.
Oh, that's a good result.
Yeah. Grashkina playing black made a draw. Korobov, Grishuk, draw. Hakobian, Robson, draw. Yeah.
Well, we will be showing everyone the results.
Vasily Ivanchuk has won his game, and I'm very, very pleased to see that.
What's it like having Ivanchuk as a teammate? You've never played?
I've only heard rumors of it.
Oh, okay.
Never played in the same team, yeah. And from what I understand, there've been instances when he's part of the team. There've been instances where, like, we have first board. His name is Vasil, and other guys, please go ahead and have a team meeting. There've been.
And here we have the results. Abhimanyu does it as he wins against Yu Yangyi, and it's been a long day. It's been intense, it's been interesting. It has been full of emotion and adventure, surprises and decisive results. In the open section, I mean, let's bring up the results. Maybe we're going to start with the open section, and you can see at the top,
Maghsoodloo is the big win with the black pieces, becomes the sole leader after 3 rounds.
Arjun Erigaisi winning, Praggnanandhaa also just turning things around at the last moment. And Gukesh, well, he began the day very quickly as he managed to capitalize on his opponent's poor opening. But there at the end, we also see Abhimanyu Mishra. He broke down the fortress of Yu Yangyi. And moving on to the second half, just wanted to point out once again that Divya Deshmukh and Alexandra Grashkina, they managed to secure a draw. And it was also a victory for Hans Niemann, who managed to navigate his way through the opening complications, and a lot of decisive results there. And it was also...
Ronan finally won a game, yeah.
Yeah, and he did it with a very nice novelty. But in the women's section, we also have a sole leader in the shape of Vaishali Ramesh Babu, with her winning against Olga Badelka. It was very tense, but it was due to Vaishali's courageousness in time travel, where she really managed to push Olga into making a mistake. And Katerina Lagno played a fantastic game against Balabayeva, very well worth playing through. And I think the player of the day has to be Eugene Song for her victory over Vantika, because it was short, sweet, ferocious.
Attacking game, yeah.
And
so there you have it. So, Sean, you're seeing player of the day in the women's, and Parham Maghsoodloo, and let's disclose a little secret. The Maghsoodloo game was of such a high level that he had the winning position, I think, or close to a winning position. And we were discussing what happens if he doesn't win, if Firouzja finds an escape.
Yes.
And we thought of awarding them both player of the day, because even though it would have been a draw, right, it was such a tremendous, unbelievable, unbelievable game.
And when he came here, I mean, it's well worth rewatching that. You know, he was able to demonstrate this was in fact home preparation.
I remember that.
Exactly. I mean, he seemed to have full control. He understood the position, the dynamic nature. So, worthy winner. Also, Parham letting us in on a little secret that he has trained 3 times harder for this event, because he means business. And talking about business, well, we have to give our thanks to the sponsors, because without their support, this event, the FIDE Grand Swiss in Samarkand, would not have been possible. So we are thanking the Uzbekistan Chess Federation, the Youth Affairs Agency of the Republic of Uzbekistan,
and Ministry of Sports of Republic of Uzbekistan for their dedication and leadership, as well as our partners, the Al Malik Mining and Metallurgical Complex, Uzbekistan Airways, China Datang, and AMEA Power for their commitment to promoting chess in the region and worldwide.
A big thank you from all of us here for making this event possible. And that brings us to the end of today's coverage from the FIDE Grand Swiss here in Samarkand. It's been a day of battle, surprises, big results. And before we sign off, let's take a look back at some of the highlights of the day. Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you tomorrow for more of the action of the FIDE Grand Swiss. Goodbye.
Tomorrow.